Hey everyone, it's 6 o'clock, August 16th, 2016. I will call to order the Trophy Club Municipal Utility District Number 1. We do have a quorum, and I welcome everyone in attendance. Our first item will be a public hearing regarding the proposed water rates. They are not in effect right now, and it's proposed water and sewer rates. What we will do is our general manager, Jennifer McKnight, will give a presentation, and then after that, I will ask any citizens for their comments. At that time, the board will not get into debate or interact. We'll just listen. There is an agenda item further down in our agenda regarding the water rates. At that time, you can get up and speak again if you'd like, and we can debate with you or answer your questions. So without further ado, I'd ask Jennifer to give her presentation.
Sign
Oh, excuse me, if you want to speak for the public hearing, please sign up with Lori at the end of the table. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening. I'm Jennifer McKnight, and I'm the general manager here at Trophy Club Mud. I'm going to go through a presentation that I hope will answer a lot of your questions. And as President Carr stated, once we get through the presentation, he'll invite folks up to come and make comments and ask questions. So I'm going to try to do this backwards and do the presentation as I talk, so you'll have to kind of be patient with me. But all right, so several years ago, the board engaged New Gen Strategies. We have a representative from the company here tonight to develop a model for us to build our rates upon. And when the board first developed this model, they put together a primary set of goals. Those goals were, of course, to meet the financial needs of the district, to promote water conservation, to try and minimize rate shock to our customers, and include a lifeline for low and fixed income that use a minimal amount of water. One of the things that the board wanted to consider is conservation as a supply strategy. For those of you that are not aware, conservation is an important strategy when you're looking at your water system and your water supply. The more conservation that you can get into your system, it extends the life of your existing supplies. It helps to meet the needs of a growing population. It helps delay the need for expensive new infrastructure, equipment, and supplies. It also helps to make more water available during a drought. I know all of Texas experienced a drought in 2011, and I think the need for conservation became very real to all of us. Conservation also helps to sustain pressure in the system, and in an emergency situation, that helps us to meet fire flows. It reduces the peak demands and peak charges that we receive from our wholesaler. Water conservation is the least expensive supply strategy. But unfortunately, it does not completely offset the cost cost increases, and it can be very difficult to achieve at a sufficient level. I think that is something that all of the water suppliers in Texas are experiencing, that if we can meet higher conservation goals, we can sure extend the life of our infrastructure and keep rates lower. But it is very difficult to get that mind frame and that mindset with our customers. The next slide is a presentation that TRWD, a slide from their presentation that they did at our Water Fest last year. And you can see that since 2007, as water conservation has become more and more a part of our water supply strategy, you can see what actually happened to the water supply. With conservation, where it was expected to go, it's actually gone lower. And without conservation, you can see the supply is much greater. As I said earlier, our model was developed by New Gen Strategies, and the model that they put together incorporated those board goals that we talked about a moment ago. They developed the model per American Water Works Association's cost of service methodology. That AWWA sets the standards for the water industry. The model development took many months and it incorporated system-specific expenses and cost allocations. In other words, they didn't just look at us as like any old water system. They looked specifically at our water and sewer system and looked to incorporate just the cost that we incur. The rates for water were based upon the cost for treatment of water and for distribution by customer class. The rates for sewer were based upon the cost for the collection system and the wastewater treatment by customer class. The model that was developed projects the revenue requirements over the next 5 years. So we can kind of look out and see what we think we're going to need in the future. Some districts or some water suppliers, they like to set rates that carry out, this year there'll be a X% increase, and next year there'll be, and they set it once to kind of carry out over several years. Trophy Club MUD, the board likes to look at the rates every single year to make sure that they're meeting the needs and not try to project out too far where you can't really know what exactly the future will bring. The cost allocations for fixed versus variable expenses were looked at for both water and sewer. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Fixed expenses are things that we have to pay even if we don't produce or sell one drop of water. That's things like debt service, the cost of tank maintenance, those sorts of things. That no matter what, you're going to have to, if you have a system, you're going to have to pay those costs. Variable expenses are expenses that vary based on the amount of water that you produce or the amount of wastewater that you treat. For example, electricity. The more water that you're producing, the more electricity you're going to use in your system. So when they look at the costs, they look at the fixed rate, the fixed costs and the variable costs. The fixed costs go into the base rate, the rate that you pay every month, even if you were gone for the whole month and you didn't use any water, there's that base rate. And then the variable expenses go into that volumetric rate, the rate that you pay per 1,000 gallons. Sewer classes can be based on the strength of wastewater. In Trophy Club, what that means is different types of businesses or industries may have a higher strength waste stream. In Trophy Club, all of the commercial that we have are just it's the same strength of waste stream as residential. It's just restrooms. We don't have any industries that do metal coating or some type of industrial process that would make the waste stream a higher strength and cost more to treat it. So for our sewer, everybody's based the same strength of waste stream, which is just domestic wastewater. So why should we use a model? Prior to developing a model, rates were not set to cover costs, and they relied heavily upon reserves to supplement operational expenses. The rate models are developed system-specific, and they look at current and future costs to operate the utility. Rate models help us to achieve the financial stability and project funds required for necessary future improvements. What does the model include? We look at inflation and allocation inputs, current rate inputs, the budget, the revenue requirements, water revenue requirements, classifications of water revenues, peaking factors, water customer classes, water billing determinants, projected water revenue under the current rates, user-defined rate adjustments, projected water revenue under user-defined rates, wastewater revenue requirements, wastewater billing determinants, sewer revenue under the current rates, user-defined wastewater rate adjustments, sewer revenue under the current rates, the water capital improvement plan or projects input, same for wastewater, CIP funding plan and any debt service. It gives us a presentation of changes in the fund balance for current rates and looks at user-defined rates. There's been some discussion about the district possibly taking out some bonds, and one of the factors that was included when we set the water rates is a new bond that the district is looking at taking out this year, and it is through a program called SWIFT. That particular bond will be discussed a little later tonight in the meeting, and so I'll kind of give a little idea of what that is in a moment. But we have the ability to fund major projects through two types of bonds. One are tax bonds and one are revenue bonds. All bonds that are repaid through taxes and issued by a MUD must be approved by the voters. Districts are not allowed to take out what they call general obligation bonds that can be approved just by the council or the board. All tax bonds have to be approved by the voters. There is no provision in the law to allow tax bonds without voter approval for districts. Revenue bonds, on the other hand, are repaid through water and sewer rates charged to customers on their utility bills, and they do not require voter approval. Revenue bonds are approved just by the board of directors. The proposed rates for water that you will be seeing in a moment incorporate the bond payment for the 4.6 bond that would be issued through SWIFT funding. And the district is looking at issuing that in November of 2016. The purpose of the 4.6 million, we have been involved in a 3-part project with the city of Fort Worth. That's our water provider. The first part of the project was from an area up to what's known as the Kaler tank. It's an elevated storage tank that serves this whole area. Trophy Club, Roanoke, Westlake, South Lake, several of the water providers in this area all participated together. Our share of that project was about $800,000, and that was paid through revenues that we received from customers on their utility bills. That first phase of the project is completed, and the need for the project was to enlarge the line that brings the water to this area. As everyone's grown, additional water supply needs to get from the Fort Worth water plant over to our area. The second phase of the project will only be, the only participants are those that the project serves, and in this case it's Trophy Club, the city of Westlake, and the city of Fort Worth. Those are the 3 participants. And this $4.6 million will fund the district's portion of that project. That will continue the line that from phase 1 that was just completed, from just after the Kaler tank over to Highway 377, where Westlake has their intake point. The line will go to there. There is a third phase of the project that will have to be done in the future, and that will be solely funded by the district. It's from that intake point of Westlake all the way out here to the ground storage tanks. That line is solely used by Trophy Club. No other participants will be with that. But as far as the rates go, the 4.6 million for that SWIFT funding. Oh, the SWIFT funding, I wanted to explain that. That is a lot of us went out a few years ago and we voted in the state election to allow the state to use some money from their rainy day fund, $20 billion that was given to the Texas Water Development Board to fund these low interest loans for water improvements. And the way the program works is there's about a 25 basis points subsidy by the state. So right now the bonds are selling for, Andrew, about
less than 1%.
Yeah, less than 1%. So it's a really good deal for for having to borrow money, be over a 20 or a 25-year period, and the interest rate, they buy down those 25 basis points, so you're getting an interest rate at less than 1%. Another factor that's in the rates that were set is the $9.2 million revenue bond that was issued back in 2015 for the sewer plant. And it was an upgrade on the sewer plant, and this year is the first year we have a full-blown payment. Last year we had the debt, but it wasn't a full payment that was due. Any future upgrades that are issued through revenue bonds will require rates to cover the debt service and to fund a reserve. Unlike tax bonds, if you issue revenue bonds, you also you have a bond covenant that you have to fund 1 year's debt service separately, and you have to maintain that reserve for the life of the bonds. You have 60 months to build that reserve. But for example, on the $9.2 million, we will have to build up 1 year's debt service, and we put about $10,000 a month towards that account, so that in 60 months we'll have 1 year's debt service. And that reserve can't be used for any other purpose other than the last payment of the revenue bond debt service. So revenue bonds are a little bit more costly, actually quite a bit more costly than tax bonds, but they are issued through rates. Okay, a little bit about the assumptions that we used when we looked at the water rates. We wanted to maintain the tiered pricing for water conservation. What that means is the higher amount you use, the higher the volumetric rate. So the lower tiered users, that helps those that, fixed income people, retired people, that they don't use a lot of water, they don't do a lot of watering in their yard, they only pay that bottom tier. The more you use, the higher the rate, and that helps to get people to conserve water. And as we talked about earlier, conservation is your best strategy. So if you put the cost a little higher, and people will drop their usage. We also wanted to continue to move towards AWWA meter equivalency base rates. The purpose of the AWWA rates is to the water industry recognizes that larger meters incur higher customer costs. The larger the meter, it costs more to repair it, to replace it, and most importantly, it requires a higher instantaneous demand on your system. And I want to go back to the chart before. And you can see in our system, our base meter size is a 5/8 inch meter, and the capacity, the instantaneous capacity for a 5/8 inch meter is 20 gallons per minute. In other words, that's the maximum flow that will go through that meter, is 20 gallons per minute. If you look at a 1 inch meter, it's 50 gallons per minute. So that's actually 2.5 times the instantaneous demand for a 5/8 inch meter. So as we look at the cost that it costs to serve those customers, those individuals that have 1 inch meters actually take 2.5 times the cost to serve the 5/8 inch meter. This is a concept that most water utilities have used for many, many years. And Trophy Club, when we developed the model, we wanted to move towards that, but we wanted to do it slowly over a 5-year period. This will be the 3rd year of that 5-year period, moving towards the full AWWA meter equivalencies. A lot of people ask, why do I have to have a 1 inch meter? And meter sizing is based on many factors, including the size of the home, the distance from the water main, the number of plumbing fixtures, and the irrigation system requirements. Meter sizing is established through the plumbing code. That is not, it's not something we get to choose. It's all established in the International Plumbing Code. Okay, so when we got to looking at the water rates, we looked at 3 different scenarios this year. The first scenario we looked at was to set our rates to fund a variable speed pump, and I'll talk a little more about that, and to fund an operational reserve of $200,000. The second scenario we looked at was to include in the rates to fund the variable speed pump, but to not fund the reserve. And the third scenario that we looked at was to not fund the variable speed pump and to not fund the reserve. At the rate workshop, the board selected to go with scenario 1. They directed staff to amend our rate order to include those rates. I want to talk a little bit about the variable speed pump and the operational reserve so you have a better idea. During a recent hydraulic model and water system study that we had our engineers perform, we learned at our water plant we have 2 variable speed pumps and three fixed speed pumps. The variable speed pumps in the long run, they're very expensive pumps, but in the long run they cost less to operate because they don't just have a instant demand on the electric, so you have to pay a peak charge. The variable speed pumps ramp up to the speed that they need to be. In order to meet peak demand, in order to meet TCQ requirements, we have to operate either the 2 variable speed pumps or 1 variable speed pump and the fixed pumps. The problem with the fixed pumps is not only their age, that they're all very old, but when we have a power outage in Trophy Club, we can only run the variable speed pumps. We cannot run the fixed speed pumps from the generator. So basically, our ability to produce water is cut in half if we lose one of the variable speed pumps when we have a power outage. So it's important that we get for redundancy and really for the long term of the system. The engineers recommend that we replace all of the all of the fixed speed pumps with variable speed pumps over time. So this does not mean that this year we need to do one and next year we need to do another. The board can kind of look at that as they move along through the future. And as we start having more and more problems with the fixed speed pump, we might want to look at funding another variable speed. So, but for this year, this variable speed pump will ensure that we can produce the amount of water that we need to produce for peak demands and for firefighting purposes, even during a power outage. On the operational reserve, the board has a policy that their goal is to try to get a reserve of 50% of the 3-year annual average operating expenses. That comes out to be about $4 million. Right now, we only have $180,000 in that reserve. So I don't think it's going to be possible for that to happen in a 5-year period, but it's a goal that they have. And the purpose of having an operational reserve is if you have an emergency situation, some sort of a major loss of infrastructure, you have funding that you can get that back online. Additionally, there can be years when you have a very wet year and you don't meet the revenues that you project you're going to meet, but you still have the bills. So you can use that operational reserve for that purpose. So it's a lofty goal, and it will take a lot of time, but slowly the board wants to move towards having a secure operational reserve. Some of the other factors that we considered when we reviewed the water rates were, as I talked about earlier, that SWIFT bond of $4.6 million, the debt service, that would be issued this coming fiscal year, and the debt service would be due. We had a 3% increase to our wholesale water costs from the city of Fort Worth. As always, we encounter, like all of us do at home, there's increased costs in some of our materials and supplies. We are keeping an annual reserve for the PIDS elevated storage tank. We're looking at it usually about every 10 years. You have to do a complete rehab of a tank, pull it down, strip it down, paint it. And so we're trying to budget 1/10 of that cost for that rehabilitation over a 10-year period. Also, we're working to continue with a meter and a meter head replacement program. We have a lot of old meters in the system that are under registering, and if meters under register, we're not getting all the revenues for the water that the customer's using. Also, we have a new type of what we call meter head, and what that is, it's the device that actually sends the read for your meter. And the newer ones have the ability to what we call data log. And I know many of you probably were impacted last summer when all of a sudden everybody's usage went up through the roof. And those that had the meter heads with the data loggers, we were able to go out and pull a data log from their meter, and we could show them exactly when they were using water hour by hour. You can get it down as far as 15 minutes by 15 minutes. So it's a tool for our customers if you suspect you have a leak, or if you don't realize that your sprinkler systems are going off during the night. We can go run a data log for you with those new types of heads. So we're trying to get everybody switched over to those. The other factors that are included in the water rates this year are the capital improvement program. As we talked about earlier, the variable speed pump. We're looking at doing a water line upgrade on Sunset. We're looking at installing a 14-inch valve on Indian Creek. The purpose of that valve is it allows us to minimize customers that would be out of service if we have a line break on Indian Creek. Right now, it's pretty much everybody goes out of water because we don't have a valve that we can turn off. Also looking at replacing one of the trucks for the water department. And there's some what we call admin projects that are related to buildings. And we split the cost of those between the water and the wastewater revenues. So half of the admin projects, the first is an electronic document management system. The system that we have for those of you that go to our website and like to go look at our documents online, the system that we use is basically going unsupported, and we've been told we need to move to a new system. So we did RFPs, and the cost of our new system will be $37,000. Also, we're looking at getting parking bollards out along the fence. We've had a couple of occasions where some drivers have gone in the wrong direction and gone through the fence, and we want to prevent anyone from going on through the fence and actually going into one of the tanks. So we're looking at putting some parking bollards out there. And then some security upgrades to the building, to the water plant, and to the wastewater plant. That will be a badge system and cameras for those sites. As I said, we've had, this year we have a 3% increase from the city of Fort Worth. I put this slide up so that you can kind of get an idea of what the increase have been over the last few years. It goes from, this year, or 2013, we didn't have an increase at all the way up to 2014, where we had a 21% increase. So that was quite a surprise that year. I also like to point out, because a lot of people don't realize that the actual cost of buying water is more than half the cost of the water department's budget. So when you look at the water department budget, you'll realize that more than half the cost, almost 60% of the cost, is what the actual cost to buy the water from Fort Worth. So if we look at, I'm going to try to blow this up for y'all a little bit. If we look, this chart shows the historical increases over since 2010 and where the rates have gone. This is the base rate, the residential and commercial base rates. Currently, the base rate for a 5/8" meter is $12.99, and the proposed new rate is $17.15 per month. The 1-inch meter is $20.39, and that would go up to $32.23. Again, the reason is we're moving closer and closer to the AWWA standards. You can see from the chart the other meter sizes Really, all of our residential have either a 5/8 or a 1-inch meter. I think there's maybe one 1.5-inch meter out there, but not much. The larger meters that you see there are usually commercial meters. Oh, sorry. So this chart shows the volumetric rates. And as you can see, the tiers, as the tiers go up, the rates gets higher. And it goes from the lowest tier, 0 to 6,000 gallons. The rate would increase from $3.03 per 1,000 gallons to $3.96 per 1,000 gallons. And then when you look at the highest tier, which is users that use more than 50,000 gallons, the rate goes from $5.52 to $7.21 per 1,000 gallons.
Excuse me, is 6 to 12, does it stay the same? Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't have that tier anymore. It's kind of, when we did the rate model, they changed the tiers, how they were set previously. Right. So now it's 6,001 or 7,000 to 17,000 is how the tier goes. But because I was trying to show back historical, I had to put the older tiers in there as well. Okay, so this next slide kind of shows what the impact overall on a person with a 5/8 inch meter, what their bill would look like if they currently, and this is just for the water side, if they use 5,000 gallons, currently they pay $28.14. The proposed bill would go to $36.95, and that would be an increase of $8.81 per month. You can go across the chart and I show you what it looks like if their usage is 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25, and 30,000 gallons. The next chart is the same chart, but based on a 1-inch meter. And you can see that a current customer the current bill for a customer with a 1-inch meter that uses 5,000 gallons, their bill is $35.54 per month, and that will go up to $52.03, which is an increase of $16.49. Again, you can go across the chart and it shows what the impact would be at 10,000, 15,000, 20, 25, and 30,000 gallons. And we will have this presentation on our website tomorrow, so if any of you want to pull it down and print it or have it, it'll be on there.
Does that rate continue to go up after 30,000, or is that as far as you go?
No, it would go up higher because the highest tier amount is 50,000 gallons. So at 30,000 gallons, the rate is $6.20 per 1,000. But if it were over 50,000, it would be $7.21 per 1,000. So it does go up a little bit more. This chart just shows what the impact to a commercial 2-inch meter, what it would be. And because commercial, of course, uses more, I use the examples of 25,000, 50,000, 75, 100, 125, and 150,000. So you can see that the low commercial user of 25,000, their water bill will increase about $67.61. Higher user, $272.86 per month on the commercial side. All right, so now we'll move into the sewer rates and what we looked at, and again, what some of the what the factors were when we looked at setting the sewer rates. On the sewer side, we looked at 4 scenarios. Scenario number 1 was to maintain the current rate structure, which includes an 18,000 gallon cap for residential usage and no cap for commercial usage. and fund an operational reserve of $200,000. So there would be, like we did on the water side, there would be a reserve of $200,000 for use on water problems or projects or emergencies, and $200,000 was looked at in the rates on the sewer side as well. The second scenario we looked at was to maintain the current rate structure of the 18,000 gallon cap for residential and to no funding for the operational reserve. Scenario 3, we looked at winter averaging for sewer charges for residential with a funding of the operational reserve. And scenario number 4 was we looked at winter averaging for sewer charges for residential and no funding of an operational reserve. After reviewing the different scenarios, the board asked staff to update and amend the rate order with scenario 1, which was maintaining the current existing rate structure with the 18,000 gallon cap and to fund the operational reserve. Some of the other factors that we considered when we were looking at when we reviewed the sewer rates was, as I said earlier, a full debt service payment for the $9.2 million revenue bond and the funding of the required debt service reserve that I told you about. We have 60 months to fund that. And we looked at some capital improvement projects. Some equipment replacement of a lawnmower and a backhoe for the wastewater department. A portable generator for the lift stations. We do not have a portable generator. We share one with the town, and it's their generator. But if we have a problem, if we have a power outage, we have to be able to go out to the lift stations and pump from lift station to the next lift station using a portable generator. Only one of our lift stations has a stationary generator there. So we must have a portable generator in order to keep the system moving if there's a power outage. We looked at including an influent pump replacement at the wastewater plant. There's 4 digesters, blowers that we need to replace at the wastewater plant. Upgrading a couple of the lift stations, the controls, that's a ongoing project. Every year we try to replace the controls of at least 2 of the lift stations. We have a sewer line on Oakmont Street. Is it street? Yeah. That we need to look at upgrading. We're looking at doing slip lining where we won't actually have to dig up the sewer line, but they'll put a new pipe down through that and melt it in there. And so we're looking at doing a new sewer line on Oakmont. It's in pretty bad shape. And then the wastewater funds the other half of those admin projects, the electronic document management system, the parking bollards, and the security upgrades. So the total sewer CIP is about $538,000 for this year. So looking at the proposed sewer rates, currently the base rate for sewer is $15.35 per month, and it will the proposed rate will make it go up to $17.50. The volumetric rate is currently $2.63, and it will go up to $2.84 per 1,000 gallons treated. So here is a historical, like we did on the water, what the sewer rates, the rate increases over time, and you can see that for the volumetric on sewer, it has not gone up very much at all since 2010. There was a time when the district had a tiered sewer rate. That is not really an approved AWWA method because of the fact that the sewer is all the same strength. The commercial is the same domestic wastewater as residential. It's not costing any more to treat that sewage as it does residential.
sewer rate on all water, landscape water and domestic water?
You pay up to 18,000 gallons. So if you use 7,000 gallons of water, then your sewer, you're billed for sewer for 7,000 gallons. If you use 18,000 gallons of water on your water consumption, you're billed for 18,000 gallons. If you use 25,000 gallons, you're billed 25,000 gallons on the water side, but it's capped at 18,000, so you pay 18,000 gallons on the sewer side. For residential, residential is capped at the 18,000. Commercial is not capped. Whatever they use on the water side, they pay on the sewer side.
But again, your landscape water, which doesn't involve sewer like your plumbing fixtures in your house, you pay sewage because you can differentiate between which water went to your landscape and which went to your bathtub and your disposal and your toilet.
Yeah. Any water usage that you use up to 18,000 gallons is charged sewer, yes.
But you could install a separate landscape meter and thereby save the sewage rate on your landscape.
That's a very good question, and actually at the,
Reality.
towards the end of the presentation, that's what I call a frequently asked question, so I'll cover that. You can, but I'm not sure it would be at your best benefit, okay? Okay, so what I'm showing here on this slide is the impact on your bill, your sewer bill, depending on the amount of water that you use. So as you can see, if you use 5,000 gallons, your bill is $28.50. It will go up to $31.70, so a $3.20 increase. If you look up looking here, 20, 25, and 30,000, you see that they stay the same. The increase is the same, and that's because the maximum sewer you're going to pay for is the 18,000 gallons. This is the same, but based on the commercial. And again, commercial does pay for actual whatever their consumption is. On the water side, they pay the same they pay that many gallons on the sewer side. It is not capped at 18,000 gallons like residential. So if a commercial uses 75,000 gallons of water, then they pay for 75,000 gallons of sewer on their sewer bill. And this slide is probably a little difficult for you to read, but again, we'll have this on the website tomorrow. But what I'm showing here is kind of a regional comparison of where our rates land compared to surrounding areas. And you can see that this, where it says TC Med October 2015, that's the rates that are in effect right now. And you can see for 5,000 gallons, we are one of the lowest providers in the region. Same with 10,000 gallons. We are the lowest of those that we compared. If you look at then where we're going to, scenario 1, you can see how it moves us up through the ladder. We are not the highest, but we're kind of in the middle with the rates that were selected.
As you go higher up than the usage, does the rates comparison stay the same? So if you were
I tried to kind of show that going across, and it does. It's a little similar. You see the first column is 5,000 gallons, the second is 10,000, and the third column is 16,000. So you see we kind of stay,
so if you used 40, because the rate differential is different. So if you
Right.
get to the highest rate price for the highest usage, would it also be comparable to the other areas in the region?
we can look at that. I only went up to the 16,000 just for a illustrative purposes, but we can sure look at that.
It's just out of curiosity to see if if you're talking conservation, to see if you're penalized more if you water your yard more in Trophy Club than you would be in Colleyville or.
And I can tell you that our highest tier is not near the highest tier of the area. So just kind of looking at that part of it, but we can try to work up a comparison of some higher usage numbers. Okay.
When you compare the rates, do the other entities a water or mud property tax separate, or is it all within their water rate?
I don't know. Some cities tax for whatever cities tax, and whether they've got included in their rates some sort of infrastructure projects for water and sewer, I don't know. So, just like you pay taxes to the town of Trophy Club, you would pay taxes to any city that you're in. And what they include in those taxes, I really don't know. The only difference in a MUD is we know specifically the tax is going to be used for water, sewer, or in the case of Trophy Club, fire. Those are the three things that we can tax for. So this is the same as the previous slide, but based on a 1-inch meter. So you can kind of see where we lie there for the current rates versus moving to scenario 1. This shows our sewer rates, and you can definitely see that our sewer rates, even with the increase, we're still way down there. Most of the other entities in this area use TRA, and TRA is very expensive to use. So even with our bonds and all of the costs that it costs us to operate our own wastewater treatment plant, it's still much cheaper than using TRA. And that's how we keep our sewer rates much lower. Okay, so some of the frequently asked questions. I think the biggest question I get is, why is a rate increase necessary? Assuming that normal precipitation conditions, existing water and wastewater rates are insufficient to fully fund the cost of providing water and wastewater service. That's today. That's our current situation. The wholesale costs continue to increase, and they impact us. We have significant water and wastewater capital improvements. Wastewater capital improvements are underway. Some of it is funded through rates, and some are funded through revenue bonds that have to be repaid through rates. There's going to be lots of other improvements that are going to be necessary in both the water and the sewer side over the next 5 to 10 years. And unfortunately, that's everywhere in the whole United States. In Texas, we're lucky that our legislatures did recognize that there's such a great need for these infrastructure projects, and we as voters approved that SWIFT funding, and that is huge, $20 billion that can be provided to different water systems. One thing I failed to point out about the SWIFT funding is there's only certain projects that qualify for SWIFT funding. They have to be in the state's water plan. And all of the projects that we're doing with Fort Worth, because they're regional projects, meaning it impacts more than just one water system, those qualify for SWIFT funding. Some of the other projects that we're doing, they may not. Another types of projects that will qualify for SWIFT funding are conservation projects. So in the future, there may be some types of conservation projects that Trophy Club wants to look at that may be eligible for that low interest rate funding. The next question is her question, and that is, would it be cheaper to get an irrigation meter since I use less than 18,000 gallons per month in my home? The answer to that is you have to kind of look at the big picture, and the cost to set an irrigation meter is going to be about $1,500. Additionally, you're going to have to relocate your internal plumbing to get to the new meter in the irrigation system. You're also going to have to install a backflow preventer, and that would also have to be paid for by the customer. Customers with an irrigation meter are required to pay a base fee every single month, whether you are using your irrigation system or not. So even in months when you don't have any usage, you would have to pay that minimum fee. So if a customer uses less than 18,000 gallons of water, he's only billed for the usage of what he actually used, up to 18,000 gallons. So it depends on the user. If you are a home that's using 150, 200,000 gallons a month, it might be worth your while to install an irrigation meter. But I can tell you from looking at the customer list that I've seen, there's maybe one customer here in Trophy Club that I would recommend that to. Everybody else is better off without a separate irrigation meter. Another question that I get is it true that my water rates are paying for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade? I want to point out that water rates are used only for the water system costs. As I showed you, we do have admin costs that are split 50-50 between both water and wastewater, but water rates are set to cover the costs of water treatment and water distribution. Sewer rates are used for wastewater, for the cost of the collection system and the wastewater treatment. We do not use water rates to cover sewer, and we do not use sewer rates to cover water. We try to, those are kept separately. That is all of the presentation that I have. I'm going to go have a seat and let the president take over as far as, answering your questions, taking your comments. But I do want to take a moment and thank you all for coming out, and I hope that some of your questions at least were already answered, and we're here to hear what you have to say. So thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. At this time, as I said, we will, it's 6:52, and we'll open the citizen public hearing. In an effort to manage the time, I ask that you limit your comment to 3 minutes. If someone has already said the same thing over and over, you can come up and state your name for the record and say that I agree with what has already been said, or you can add additional comments. If you need to sign up, please see Lori at the end of the table here for comments, and at this time, I will ask for open the public hearing for comments.
Kevin, explain to them that we can't respond during a
Yeah.
3-minute
I did
presentation.
earlier, but I'll remind you, the public hearing is just to get your input. We'll discuss this matter, the water rates and sewer rates, on agenda number 4. If you want to ask us questions and ask for a response.
I have some people already signed
Okay,
up.
and if you would, just read the names and they can come up. Before you do that, real quick, Lori, I just want to acknowledge some people have sent in emails. I won't read each one, but I want to, for the record, I want to mention their name, and then I'll give them to you to put them in the minutes and everything.
Kevin,
First one is,
Kevin, just for the, agenda number 4 comes up real quick, and we are allowed to talk on agenda number 4.
yes. Okay, the first one is Charles E. Mitchell. Next one is Patty Tellis. Next one is Melissa Cornish. Robert Zimmerman. Aaron Cornish. Ted Powell. Email from just Terry. Mike Mendelich. And those are the emails that we received. Okay, if you would
The
bring in.
first speaker is Pat.
What's his name?
Pat? Did you want to speak?
Yes,
Yes,
if
to
you
the
would,
microphone.
come up, state your name and your address, please. Thank you very much for coming.
My name is Pat Gillis.
Pat, if you would kind of pull that speaker down closer to you and pick it up.
I was born too short, that's a problem. My name is Pat Gillis. We live at 71 Panorama Circle, and Jennifer answered a lot of my questions. So I'll just get down to one, and that is I've been told that many districts around us have senior citizen discounts as well as discounts for disabled veterans in their water and sewage bills. So I wondered if that would be considered. And secondly, the other is just a concern I have, because when people come into Trophy Club, they're always going, this is so pretty, it's so well maintained, everything looks great, and that's just not visitors, that's people that might be coming to live, as we did. But I'm afraid if the rates keep going up and up and up, the first thing that's going to go is watering your lawn, taking care of your bushes, your trees, maintaining what sets Trophy Club apart from many, many other towns and cities around. So I hope that's considered for all of us who live here, because we really like it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is John Lynch.
I'm John Lynch, and I live at 525 Indian Creek, and been in this community for about 20 years, seeing a lot of growth, still seeing a lot of growth. But this is a pretty large turnout that we have here, And my experience has been is when you have a meeting like this and you see this many people show up, something's not happy. People are not happy. And I think from the board meeting that I went to the previous time to this board meeting, the increases that we're looking at, I think are ludicrous. I just really think that there are other ways for us to cut. I didn't hear any scenario come up about where we were going to have to cut back here, or we should consider, or we could. I always saw us going to the number one presentation there on the board, which psychologically, that has a thing that people may not realize, but nobody wants to vote for the last one. So I think that for our increase, as the way it's going, that you will price senior citizens, you will price anybody who's interested in coming to this community out of it. And part of our growth should be reflected in what the prices are that we're paying. We're paying to install new things, but we have new people coming in. We have new businesses coming in. Not as much as we'd like, I guess, but we do have them coming in. As far as reviewing this once a year, I would personally, instead of this presentation, have seen what's the 3%? How does it affect us from Fort Worth? Dollars and cents, not just pie in the sky, nice looking presentation. I would like to see some hard numbers being presented to these people, because I don't think that we're all that illiterate that we can't understand a balance sheet, income statement, and those kinds of things. So that's my presentation. Thank you for your service. I appreciate every one of you for spending the time and everything to do this. And I hope we have a less contentious group the next time, because we're going to be here to celebrate our decreases in water use, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Dennis Sheridan. Dennis Sheridan.
Dennis Sheridan, 1 Hillcrest Court, Trophy Club, Texas. Thank you, and I agree with what everybody else said before me. And I'm going to take this time to vent because you had me, or you got me. I'll pay the rates. I got to stay in town. The argument to stay with the mud, which was just used a little while ago, was because the town would have a higher rate. Well, you're lessening that argument. 2, I encourage you as a director board to stop all the executive sessions. That's a bunch of bull. You're talking out of school. Transparency. Let us know what's going on.
Am I allowed to say amen to that one?
Okay. Let me try to run fast. Okay. I encourage a review of how the money raised from the PID growth was used. Was it properly used for off-site infrastructure? Or was it used to keep the water rates low? Was the name utility fee only meant to circumvent the laws pertaining to impact fee? We're done growing in that area. So whatever money it is, it's down the drain. So, or excuse me, I won't say down the drain. It's done, okay? 3, this increase combined with the possible future doubling of the taxes leads me to favor 1, requiring a vote on any bonds, taxes or revenue, a public vote. Vote out any director who votes against doing that. Favor the town taking over the PID direct to Fort Worth, so we don't have this growth and we don't have these fees coming to us. And take it away from the mud. Then the town is almost built out. Our last significant area of growth in usage of water and capacity is going to be PD 30. Is there anything in place now that's going to recover the off-site costs of any of these increases? Is there a utility fee per permit? Is there an impact fee? Or is there just nothing and we're just going to eat the increased capacity requirements? And will you hold a public discussion on the homestead exemptions for citizens over 65 and disabled vets, which I'm one of, and I'm on a fixed income? I know you can't answer this, but are the replacement meters that are being done are they the same size as what's being replaced, or are they being replaced with larger or bigger meters? And I'll have to find out because you guys just recently replaced mine. The last thing is, I want you guys to vote out your pay. This is a volunteer organization. You're getting money for meetings and stuff like that. You ought to get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Evan Callahan? Evan, say that right?
Hello, Evan Callahan, 420 Parkview Drive in Trophy Club. My concern was something that you said about changing the controls on our lift stations annually, at least 2. How many lift stations do we have?
Not annually, I'm sorry. I meant we have a replacement program that annually we try to do at least one of the lift stations, but we have 9 lift stations.
Okay, I'd like to buy a new car every year, but it's not cost effective. What is it? I mean, is technology advancing at such a rate that controls that we bought 9 years ago are already outdated, that we can't continue on until there's a need to replace the controls?
Well, there is a need, that's why
Let's-
we're doing
yeah.
that.
We'll discuss it back and forth on agenda 4, if you don't mind.
Okay. My other concern is these variable speed pumps. I'm an elevator mechanic. I deal in electric motors every day. There are ways to control the speed of a pump without replacing the entire unit. A motor, I mean, a pump's only going to spin as fast as a motor tells it to spin. And if we can replace the controllers that control the motors, we can vary the speed of those motors that way without replacing an entire pump. I mean, there's got to be a way to get the cost down to where we're not taking this hit every time. And as far as your pay, I have to agree with the gentleman that spoke before me. I don't see any need for volunteers to be paid, so that's all I got.
Ted Powell?
Good evening. My name is Ted Powell. I live at 12 Reading Court here in Trophy Club. I won't reiterate some of the things you've already heard, but one of the things that struck me is that in the objective, one of the objectives of this meeting was to minimize rate shock. Well, I think we just seen rate shock, because this is a significant, for me, I have a 1-inch meter, a 58% increase in a flat rate, that's shock. And when you take a 31% increase in the flat rate, that's a shock. So I think the thing that I failed to understand, and I listened to your January 13th meeting, I didn't hear anybody say, here's what's caused this problem, and in that we now have to have this significant increase. I didn't hear anything about that. And I also didn't hear anything about what are we going to do in the future to prevent this from happening again. I think 2 significant failures. So I would just say I think we need to do a better job in the planning process, and we need to do a better job in the implementation. So I would just ask you all to think about that. I understand this is not an easy deal, but it's something we have to deal with. To me, I think a 58% increase in a flat rate is just way out of line. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Powell.
sir, for your comments.
Eric Green?
Good evening, Eric Green, 553 Indian Creek Drive. I just have a couple of questions I'd like to get addressed when you guys put it out in the meetings. That is, these rate increases, what guarantees do we have that they will be used for their intended purposes? As opposed to maybe a bond or something along those lines. What's holding your feet to the fire to ensure that that these improvements are made? 2, why are we doing revenue bonds instead of tax bonds when they're more expensive? And, you know, basically, those are my 2 questions. So if those could be addressed in your next newsletter or out on the web, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Luann?
Luann Wing, 1115 Wilshire Drive. Just two questions. We thank you for your presentation, but I always like to look at the vendor models because I always like to look at the vendor modeling because, as you know, ROI is very variable. When vendors work with clients, you can run ROI numbers many different ways. So the question is your data and your modeling public record or available for review by citizens? Secondly, we've talked a lot about operating expenses and the expense side of the equation, but again, I always like to look at revenue models. So you talked about revenue, but what do your revenue models look like? I'd like that to be public record. So in other words, we're looking at, past operating costs and capital expenditures. What does the revenue model look like? Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
That's all I have.
That's it? Does anyone else want to speak? Okay, it is,
Oh, well, you're in public or in citizen comments.
do you have anyone else, Lori?
For citizen comments, I have Renee.
Excuse me?
We have somebody on right here.
Oh, go ahead.
I came in late, and I apologize. I agree with the gentleman about the pump because
Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Dr. Wanda Franklin, 4 Turnberry Court, Trophy Club. I agree with him about the pump because when we remove all of the blood from a child, we use this different method in order to save our pumps so that we don't have to charge the patient for new pumps every time we turn around. I have one question, though. I was on the Blue Ribbon Committee, and there were 2 other people beside myself that came to your meetings directly to talk about things, to listen. And I called Jay Como, and he now lives in Washington, D.C., and I asked him about the different scenarios that you had. Jay agreed with me that we don't think that that was what we wrote down. I called Wes and asked him, and the same thing. So I have my meeting minutes. If you have something different, I would appreciate it. You email me so I can review it. But what I have and what Jay has is different from your scenarios. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin.
Renee Gonzalez.
Renee Gonzalez, 20 Sonora Drive, Finance Manager. And this is not about the rates. I've been here 7 weeks shy of 25 years. And this is for you, Jennifer.
Okay.
What?
I hate to interrupt you, but can you speak during citizen presentation? Because this is a hearing for the water and sewer rates.
Okay, is this not citizen presentation?
No, not yet, not yet.
Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, but have to stay to the agenda. Okay, any other comments on the water and sewer proposed rates? I see none, so I will close the public hearing at 7:09, and we will go into citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens. Okay, this is an opportunity for citizens to address the board on any matter, whether or not it is posted on the agenda. The board is not permitted to take action on or discuss any presentation made to the board at this time concerning an item that's not listed on the agenda. The board will hear presentations on specific agenda items prior to the board addressing those items. You may speak up to 3 minutes or the time determined by the president or presiding officers. Now you can speak.
Okay. Renee Gonzalez, 20 Sonora Drive, Finance Manager. I have been here 7 weeks shy of 25 years. And Jennifer, I want to say that I am sad for us but so happy for you as you move on to the next chapter in your life. And you have been an amazing boss. And thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Renee.
Do I have any other comments? No one else has signed up? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, reports and updates. Fire Department report for July 2016, A, operations report, and B, volunteer recruitment report. Chief Lasky?
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple quick items here. First of all, our 9/11 memorial is moving along very, very nicely. They've been working pretty much every day. It's exciting, and that's for some people, they don't understand that word, but when you describe a memorial, to see something being put together right here in Trophy Club. As of today, there's over 5,400 police officers, firefighters, and EMS workers that are fighting cancer right now as a result of what happened on 9/11, and there's a lot more civilians. So to have that right here in Trophy Club for the residents of Trophy Club to be able to come and reflect, pray, and honor those that have lost their lives on 9/11 and those since, it's incredible to see that and how it's being funded through donations. The next agenda I talked about last time is the roof. The roof is good. The roofer says we're all good. I know one of the comments you had, Mr. Carr, was about the ridge cap. One of the things that I talked with the roofer about was where somebody may see that and think that it's coming off. There were a couple screws missing, but it's actually a ridge cap vent, and it looks like it's up, but it's made to look like it's up so it can ventilate the top of the roof there. Our protective clothing is coming in as we ordered it. The boots are coming in, and the gear, the actual clothing is coming in from another vendor, so we're getting that as we speak day to day. Had some great meetings regarding bolstering our mutual aid and automatic aid with our neighboring departments. As I said before, we're going to be working on that. South Lake is right next door to us and are absolutely more than willing to come in and help us with anything we have, as well as the rest of the communities around us. Example, Flower Mound's adding a station near the Roanoke Airport, so they're kind of creeping around us and have no problem coming in and helping us when we need help, as we do with them. One of the other things I want to mention is, if you notice, since May, our response times have dropped. I know that was a consideration before, as it always is. Every second counts if you're not breathing or your house is on fire. Our firefighters have worked very hard to define that. One is to clean up how we actually recorded the calls, but they've worked very hard on how we get out, how quick we respond, and again, one of the best ways you can reduce your response times is not by driving fast, but turnout time in the firehouse. So you can see there's been a significant drop there when you look at seconds. And again, I just want to close out because there's a lot more people here that have more to talk about than I do, but it's been an honor to have served as your interim fire chief since May 2nd. I get the opportunity to visit with firefighters all over North America, and that's including Canada. And for the record, I've said it before, to the residents that are here and that are watching this later, Trophy Club has some of the best firefighters I've ever had the opportunity to work with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lasky. Just want to mention, on the memorial, Councilmember Perro has been instrumental in working with contractors to put this together. It's no cost to the town. The contractors are donating their services and fees for materials to the town, and obviously it'll be unveiled on 9/11 by the flagpoles by the fire station.
And that'll be in the morning, yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Okay, anything else, Chief?
No, sir, we're good.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to the consent agenda. All matters listed as consent agenda are considered to be routine by the Board of Directors and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Agenda item 3, consider and take appropriate action to approve the consent agenda. A, July 2016 check register. B, July 13, 2016 special meeting minutes. C, July 19, 2016 regular meeting minutes. And D, interlocal agreement with Denton County for tax collections in fiscal year 2017. Do I have a motion? Or anyone want to take something off the consent?
I move to approve the consent agenda items A through D.
I I have
I'll
a
second
motion
that.
by Director Rose, and I have a second by Vice President Wilson. Show of hands, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. At this time, we will move to regular session. Agenda item 4, consider and take appropriate action to adopt District Rate Order number 2016-0816A, amending water and sewer rates and setting effective date of October 1, 2016 for these rates to be applied. At this time.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if you don't mind, I would like to move to agenda item 19 briefly. That's to adopt the budget. I was taught at my director's training workshop that we cannot set rates until we know our expenses.
19.
Yeah, it's the, move to item 19, that's the budget.
19 is Gadsby.
19 is
sorry.
Gatsby. Reallocation of funds to IT.
Let's try, no, not 18.
Talking about 18, adopting the budget.
Well, can we, well, I guess I have to
Why
wait.
am I different?
18, it's number 18, Bill.
Number 18?
The
I think
budget.
18 is what you want, Bill.
I must have a different agenda here.
You must not have the corrected one.
Yeah, I did, we have a corrected one?
It was
I
sent
didn't
out.
get it.
Send out.
Okay, so 18 then.
Should be on his desk.
Okay, does anyone have any problem with moving 18 up?
No.
Okay, we will move agenda 18, and it's consider and take appropriate action regarding resolution number 2016-0816B as in boy, adopting the budget for Trophy Club Municipal Utility District Number 1 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2016, and ending September 30th, 2017. You asked for this to be moved? Okay.
In that case, I move to approve the budget as set forth with one exception. Let's just go first. I move to approve the budget as set forth from the workshop.
Okay, I have a motion by Director Rose to approve the 2016-17 budget. Do I have a
I
second?
second together.
I have a second by Director Thomas.
Comment.
Any, what?
Now I have a comment.
Okay, just wait. Discussion?
As part of the lengthy discussion we had last Friday associated with the budget, obviously one of the things we talked about was water conservation. And I'm only bringing this up, not for action tonight, but for our board to think in terms of what occurred from this. With the board's permission, I went and researched a group called Wise Guys. It's being used all over this part of the state of Texas to help homeowners with improving their sprinkler systems and helping them with water conservation. Southlake is doing this, Grapevine is doing it, Colleyville is doing it, a whole bunch of cities. What I found out, guys, was the Texas Regional Water Authority, yesterday I spoke with them, they will fund this thing. They'll pay for it. And so I'll be ready. They've asked me to send them an email, which I'll do, saying we'd like to be in the queue. The decision won't be made until next spring, but they will pay for the cost of doing this. And that is basically $1,500 to $1,800 a year annually fee, plus $65 to $75 per house if a homeowner signs up for a free evaluation. What happens is an irrigator that's professionally certified and accepted by TRW will come to your home if you request it. They will look, and you have to be there. You have to do it with them. They will look at your sprinkler system backwards and forwards, your meters, your lines, help you determine if you have any problems. And then it gets paid for. It's just free. Now, one thing I do want to say is as we move forward in this budget, please, in the spring, let's start thinking in terms of either in the reserves or in some place. I think Southlake has the best program out. They offer a $200 rebate to customers if you have this free evaluation done and the irrigator finds that you need $75, $150, $3,000 worth of something done to your system. If you, in fact, have that done and present an invoice to the city of Southlake, they give you a $200 rebate on your water bill. I'm going to be proposing that we do the same thing in the spring. So it's part of the budget. From that standpoint, just wanted to bring it up.
Any other discussion? Mr. Rose? Director
Yes,
Rose?
I'd like to be responsive to those folks who mentioned director's pay. I did bring this up in the workshop. I lost the vote 2-3, but for the record, I'll move that the line items 135-5005-26 through 50030 and 50035, which are salaries and wages, Social Security taxes, and Medicare taxes for the directors, be zeroed.
Is that an amendment to your motion?
That's an amendment to the motion if I have a second.
Okay, we'll see if there's a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a amendment to zero the director fees and by Director Rose and a second by Vice President Wilson.
Kevin?
Just a second. Okay, do we have any discussion on that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much in favor of that. Question, Bill, out of the $11 million budget, how much savings is it? What's the line item say?
The savings for salaries and wages, $12,500, Social Security taxes, $775, Medicare taxes, $181.
So total?
About 13,000, maybe,
Okay.
13 and a half.
In favor of it, just be aware, it's $11 million budget, and we're going to cut $13,000 out of it. It's not,
Can we,
understand.
hey, order, can we have order, please? Thank you. Okay, we have a amendment to the motion by Director Rose to zero the director fees, and we have a second by Vice President Wilson.
I have one other question.
Sure.
I received an email from regarding the fire and EMS budget. One of the things we talked about doing is we spent some funds to make repairs to the fire station from the Gatsby funds. We approved adding $68,000 to replenish that account, but I don't think we're able to find it on the balance sheet where that was actually being replenished. I know we talked about it, and I'm sure it was done. Do we know? Can you show me where that's actually being replenished?
What was the question?
So remember when we approved the funds to make the repairs to the fire station? And because we spent all the funds that was in that account, we approved replenishing that account. I think we did $68,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. We did some amount to replenish those funds. But I had a question from the fire chief from Chief Arata. And he asked me where did it reflect, and I looked at it and I couldn't find it. And so I want to just get that clarification before we approve the budget.
It's in the budget for the fire department, the third line up, $81,420. Do you see it?
On page 7, that'd be page 8. Okay, the Gatsby, so that's, well, you guys don't have it, so it wouldn't matter to you. Now, that's the 1/10 cost for the fire engine. That was a reserve that we were doing previously, which is separate from the funds to my knowledge, for the firehouse reserve. Are those one and the same? Because I thought this was a separate one, but we approve additional funds for, to replenish the funds that were used for fire station maintenance.
I don't recall having that written down as one of the changes.
I think the maintenance of the fire station, it seems to me like we put $12,000.
Yeah, they broke that out. Chief Arata presented it. And
But
it's
that
on,
was just a regular budget item. It wasn't a Gatsby item.
Okay.
The Gatsby was the IT to the sewer.
There's
Talked about.
$21,370 that is listed in the fire budget for maintenance and repairs.
President Carr, is this discussion related to the motion to amend?
This-
Let's stay on track.
It's related to the budget, so it's part of the budget. So if we approve the budget without
Okay.
getting this clarification.
Okay, just a second. Our council has a point. The amendment was regarding the director fees. So let's
Okay.
take a vote on that first.
Okay.
And then we can return
Turn
back
back
to
to- okay.
Della. Okay. We have an amendment to zero out the director fees, including the taxes. And it was about 13,000, I think you said. So I will ask for a show of hands. All in favor of that? Okay. Did you, okay, that's unanimous, so zero that out of the budget, please. Now we're back to the original motion and discussing approval of the budget.
There
So you-
was a $12,000 added.
Okay.
It's under property maintenance.
Right.
It's 122-602-80-045. Do you see
Page?
that? It's on,
Page 8,
well, it would be like page 3
3.
on the one
That's
I'm looking at. I'm looking at the.
12,000 that I remember.
It was the $12,000, yes, it was added to the
I wanna-
budget.
I
Do you
wanna-
see it?
Before we vote on the budget, I want to address one of the gentlemen, I don't recall exactly which one, ask us if we were examining the costs, the expenses of water, wastewater, and fire. We spent more than a half a day Friday we have a budget that comes at 11 by 17 sheets, and there must be 30 or 40 of them. And every sub-account in the water department, which must be 30 or 40 of them, every sub-account in the wastewater, every sub-account in the board of directors, every sub-account in administration, we went through them line by line by line. The 5 of us did. And when we got through at the end of the day, we thought we had a good, strong, solid budget that was cost-conscious. And I just wanted to answer the gentleman, did you look at all the possibilities for cost reduction? I think we did.
Kevin, I want to just add to that. The process is that we are given a draft of this several days in advance, because you just can't take what he just told you about and look at it in an hour and a half and feel like you can walk into a meeting prepared to talk about stuff. So you get this stuff quite a few days in advance, and I can't speak for the others, but I take it line by line by line by line. I mean, we'll look at the cost of gloves, we look at the cost of uniforms. You look at every single line item that makes up the 11-point-something million dollar budget. In the meeting itself, we took every single page, a page at a time, and every single director was asked, do you have anything on this page you want to question? And every one of us had something throughout the 30-some odd pages. And we took whatever question was asked and we discussed it until all of us were at least, there was a couple of items where Bill and I disagreed with everybody else on something, but 3-2, they wanted to do it, and we said, okay. We took every single one all the way through this thing. So here's where I'm headed with this. It's an $11 million budget that we think we've got pared down as good as any 5 businessmen can pare it down. We've pared it down a little bit more tonight by taking the director fees out, but again, it's an $11 million budget. In that $11 million, you got to generate the revenue to pay the $11 million. And I hate having to hit you with increased water and sewer rates, but you got to pay the bill. And you can pay for it with taxes, and you can pay for it with water and sewer rates. One thing I feel real proud about, if you look at this budget, we incorporated $5.7 million of tax-based bonds that are part of this sewer plant. $9.2 million is revenue-based, which you're paying for out of your sewer tax increase, your sewer rate increase, excuse me. But that $5.3 million in taxes got absorbed with the additional properties going in and the higher tax values. Your actual tax rate this time is being reduced. It's 13.11 cents going to 12 point something. Not a great reduction, but it is a reduction. And Dennis, I got to tell you, I don't know where the comment about double tax rates coming from, because I did some playing tonight with the potential revenue coming from Entrada and Solana, which is in the MUD's district, and with PD 30 coming online, that's over $650 million of additional taxable revenue that will help you pay for any tax bonds we sell. That's a lot of money, folks. Anybody can do the math on it. It's just a lot of money that helps you. And so, again, I don't know where these statements are coming from, because that kind of increase, I'd be shocked if you saw a double tax rate. I'd be absolutely astounded.
Any other discussion on the budget?
I do want to ask a question.
Yeah.
I want to go back. I want to make sure that we did cover what you were asking about. Maybe I missed.
Yeah, actually, can we have Chief Arata, because he
Sure.
was the one that asked the question. Would you like to come up, Chief Arata, and ask your question, make sure it's
Calling
explained
him out.
properly? He has broad shoulders, he can handle it.
Yes.
Or he
well,
has a gun.
I actually was referring back to Director Rose's question on how to resupply or refund the gas fund that we use for the building and the new equipment. And so looking through the budget in the rent column, I talked to Renee about this earlier. There's $216,000 is classified as rent. And then in the next page, on FD1, it states that 148,000 of that is to pay the bond for the building, but then there's a revenue of 68,000 that's set aside for reimbursement to the MUD. So I was asking, is that something that we could put back into the fire department, is what the question is. And I think that maybe I didn't communicate that properly today.
Yeah.
So.
My understanding, the rent calculation is, that is based on the what you're seeing, the reimbursed reserve isn't a reserve from the fire department. And maybe the older board members can explain this better, but my understanding was it was to reimburse the funds that were used from MUD 2 or something when it was first issued, the debt. They borrowed it, or I don't know, can y'all explain it? This chart is just, it's how they do the debt service payment for the bond debt.
Let me see if I can explain it. Back in the days when we were trying to figure out how we were going to pay for the new fire station, MUD 1 sold $2 million worth of tax-based bonds for their contribution. At that time, we thought the station was going to cost $4.8 million. MUD 2 didn't have any bonds, and they didn't want to float any, so MUD 1 loaned them some money so to pay their half. So we actually, and the fire station didn't cost 4.8, it cost 3.2. So MUD 1, we had taken money out of MUD 1's cash reserves to pay MUD, to help MUD 2 pay their half. This was an attempt to replenish the cash reserves. That's what that rent's a strange name to call it.
Yeah, and it's spelled out in an agreement for the PID is where it all stems from, okay?
Jennifer?
Yeah, it just whereas listed as a reimbursement and a reserve, we were just looking for some place to refurbish the Gatsby account.
Jennifer,
That's why that question was
just a
generated.
slight correction. MUD 2 did have tax bonds. It had 5.8 million in tax bonds that were held over from the old MUD 3 that was carried forward. MUD 2 had received $545,000 from the developer as his buy-in, if you will, into getting water and sewer services from the master district. We didn't want to go into our reserves, and so we borrowed. We didn't want to go into these approved bonds, so we did borrow the money from MUD 1 and used the cash that we had to come up, with our half of the department. But the wastewater treatment plant, the $5.8 million used for the wastewater treatment plant, is an approved bond back in 1986 or 87 or 88, when I was on the MUD 3 board, that's been carried forward, and we just finally used it when it had to be used.
It was just a question to see if we could find some reserve.
No,
money.
you can't have that money.
Backfill.
And
That's what we need to know.
Yeah.
That's what we
I
discussed
just wanted
earlier.
to make sure I understood, because I thought Greg was saying, did we include the 63,000 replenish? And when I said, I don't recall that being something requested, that's what I'm getting at.
He had the 12,000, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
I knew we had approved a amount to replenish the reserves that were used. I
Okay.
couldn't remember
But
the
so we
amount.
didn't, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we didn't, because we didn't do that, and I want to
Yeah,
make sure that.
yeah, I knew it was
All
a
right,
amount,
okay.
not
Okay.
necessarily this.
I'm going to.
President Carr, could I say something?
Terry, did you have something? Or Renee?
Renee does. The full rent payment goes into debt service. There's no reserve for
And it's not-
anything.
it's
The
not
whole
really
thing
rent.
goes in the
Yeah.
debt service
Yeah.
payment.
Okay, any other discussion on
I'll just make one comment, and then I'll let you get to the motion. I know many of you are trying to figure out how do we get to where we are, and once we get to that portion in the to we're talking about the actual rate reserve, I will give you at least my perspective on how we got the rate shock that I'm sure many of you are here to discuss, to try to understand. So,
Okay, Mr. Rose, do you want to restate it? Do you want me to? Okay, you made Director Rose made a motion to approve the 2016 081, B as in Bravo, budget for fiscal year 16-17. Is that, and there was
Which
an
would now
amendment?
be as amended.
Yeah, the amendment's already been voted to drop the director pay, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Rose, a second by Vice President Wilson. We will be voting on adopting the.
No, that was a second by Thomas on the main.
He seconded the amendment, I believe.
No, Wilson seconded the amendment, it passed. Thomas seconded the
second
main
Okay.
motion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, correction, Director Rose made the motion, Director Thomas made the second on the budget, adopting the budget. No further discussion, a show
One
of
more
hands?
discussion item, please.
Go ahead.
Kevin, our engineer is sitting here in the audience. I heard a statement tonight that you can do some type of wiring on on fixed speed pumps or variable speed pumps to keep them from cranking around. I don't know if that saves us any money, but and I'm not asking tonight, just over time, if that can save some money, then please bring it back to us.
If he has a comment, come on up.
Okay.
Can you
By the
just
way, that
state,
variable speed pump is $370,000.
can you just state your name?
Okay,
and
I'm
that-
Kevin Glover with CP&Y engineering firm, and I've been working with the MUD for about the last 4.5 years as engineer. We will definitely look at that. I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't know exactly that, but we will certainly have our electrical engineers look at that when we put that there and look at some options to come up with that. So yes, we'll look at that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I see none. Show of hands for adopting the budget. All in favor? Unanimous, okay? We will go back to agenda item number 4. And I'll just,
I'd like to make a motion to move items 9 and 10 up to be discussed next. Or I'd like to move 9 and 10 up to be, combine those and bring them to be discussed next.
does anyone have any problem on that, or?
After 4, you mean?
Yeah.
Did you want to?
After 4, because, I mean, I think the majority of these people might be water rate. Anyone else?
You want to do
What?
the water?
Okay. Jim, stay on the water because we had the public hearing?
Only because I feel like so many
Okay.
people here are interested in that. I'd
Sorry.
like to give them a chance to go. if
Okay,
they
we
want.
will go to agenda item 4. Consider and take appropriate action to adopt district rate order number 2016-0816 Alpha, amending water and sewer rates and setting the effective date of October 1st, 2016.
And I would add that anybody has a question that they would like the board to comment on concerning water rates and sewer rates, now's the time.
Okay, I made some notes that we may want to address. Number 1, there was senior rates brought up. Number 2, there was a mention of why the rates are high. Number 3, we addressed the fees, the PD30 impact fees, if they paid any impact. I mean, Jennifer, if you want to comment on these after I get done, that's fine. Transparency, replacement meters, the meter heads that we're replacing, are they going, the people that have existing 5/8, are they going to 1 inch, I guess the question was. Number 4, the variable speed pumps, I think Kevin just addressed that. Number 5, increase in rates. Number 6, rate increase, is it to ensure improvements? Modeling, transparency of modeling and revenue models. Variable speed pumps again by Dr. Franklin. And those were the comments that I made notes on.
Do you want me to comment on the impact fee?
Yes, please, and
Yeah.
then the meter heads too.
So, question for the board, Pam, maybe. What came first when the PID came? Was it the developer agreement with the town, and then later the district got an agreement with the developer? Isn't that how it worked?
Yeah.
The town had a development agreement for them to be a
Correct.
developer.
Correct.
Okay. So in the agreement, in the developer agreement, the town, in my opinion, it is somewhat a way to skirt the impact fee laws, because it is an impact fee and the town approved that impact fee. And then when the district got an agreement with the developer, it was agreed that the the town would require that they pay those fees over. But when you really look at what the utility fee is, it's just, if you look at the TCEQ rules, it really is the definition of an impact fee. So I agree with that. But I think it was the town that actually had the impact fee and called it a utility fee, and then that was later agreed that those fees would go to the district.
You talk about the 2,300, Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is an impact fee that Fort Worth charges. Is
Yes,
that right?
and impact fees require, there's very specific under TCEQ rules, you have to do an engineering study, you have to do a land use study and just determine, what the land is going to be used for, and off-site improvements or even internal improvements has to be laid out in a capital improvement plan, and that study has to be looked at every 5 years by a committee for both that are from the entity that creates that fee, as well as you have to have like real estate people and developers that become a part of that. I've worked at districts where we've had impact fees, and it kind of walks like a duck and talks like a duck, but that is not how it was created in Trophy Club, and it was not created by the district. It was just a fee that the town agreed then to pay over to the district.
Can we say some things now?
Yeah, if it pertains to the water rates.
Yeah. I tried to, and I didn't get all the names right, and I sincerely apologize for not doing that. Trying to hear some of these things. I probably understand as much as anybody some of the frustration felt. My wife pays our bills, and I went home after we finished all this stuff, and we took our personal water bills from last year against the old rates. We calculated them against the new rates, and she looked at me and she said, "You voted for what?" Because our rates are going up a bunch. We're not the middle tier. We're an upper tier. We run at that 18,000 plus gallons, every month. And I told her, I said, "Irma, we have kicked this thing around. We've kicked this can down the road. There may be some little anomalies. We found one tonight. There may be some little anomalies, but we got to pay for $11 million, and this is the only way we can do it. We've got a model that cost us, I think, $35,000 to build this thing initially, and that thing plugs in every single line item of expense. It then breaks it into, is it water, is it sewer? It then breaks it into, is it fixed or it's variable? I mean, every single line item. And when you crank that thing out and it generates those numbers and you look at it and you say, that's what I've got to have to pay my bills. I got to be honest with you, I don't know how to answer your questions, because when you say cut costs, think we've done the very best job of that we can do, particularly tonight. We still got to pay that $11 million. And folks, I'm sorry, it means the water rate's got to go up. And by the way, back to your question that you asked, I mean, if it's available for to have line item detail, I'm sure Jennifer would be glad to provide it.
Did you charge your vendor with?
Can you come to the podium?
I'm just kind of,
And
I always like to look at the
Yeah,
models,
and
the vendor models.
If you would
because-
just state your name and address.
Sure, it's Luann Wing, 1115 Wilshire. Just from having been a vendor and working with clients, developing solutions, running the numbers, having 3 different vendors and being able to compare solutions and numbers. I always want to look, what was your output? And was your vendor charged with coming up with, recommended suggestions for expense reduction?
Jennifer Nugent here.
Yeah, he's right there.
Let him address. This is the owner of the model.
My name's Justin from Nugent. I've been working on the model since 2013. Any specific questions about it I can answer? And yes, sir.
It's 2016.
Sir, forgive me, but
Since 2013, I've been working on it. So,
Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch, forgive me, sir, but for the people that are watching, they can't hear you unless you come to the mic.
Good thing. I'm John Lynch, Trophy Club. My question is, you've been working on this since 2013.
Yes, sir.
There was no mention of a 30% increase in our water bills in 2013.
Well, John, let me take a shot at that one. You sit back and you say, and you start to realize that as Trophy Club continues to build, and it started building pretty fast, that you better step back and look at your entire infrastructure and see what you're faced with. We did hire Keevan's firm Keevan's firm to come in, and I don't know, 10 months, 11 months? They spent not quite a full year, but they tore our infrastructure apart and have given us a report. I can't, but they can now tell you where every single pipe in the ground is, where every single nut and bolt is. They can tell you the flow dynamics going through the pipe. And we got the report from them. Was it August, Jennifer? Forgive me. I have a copy of it. It's been posted online for months and months and months now. Here we go. And in that report, they came back and said, look, guys, here is the kind of stuff you got to think about doing. And it's got 7 items on this thing, and we asked them to prioritize those 7 items. Now, this is last August.
Last February, the report was finished.
All right, so we started looking at this, and right off the bat, we had a problem associated with Fort Worth's water, in that they cut back, not to illegal limits, but they cut back on some of the ammonia that they were putting in that stuff, so that when we got it, when it deteriorates to a degree as it goes through the pipes, we had to come up with a $176,000 new ammonia unit. Is it finished, Jennifer?
No, the LAS is not, the project has not finished.
Anyway,
It
that's
hasn't
under
even started,
construction, but
actually.
that's the top priority thing they identified that we need to do. The second thing they came up with is now we've got real accurate numbers for build out. We know how many connections we're going to have. You can use the TCEQ numbers to calculate. You can get a better forecast of citizens than the town has got in their own registry. Because TCEQ's got guidelines about X number of people per connection, and they use X amount, 100 gallons per person. So we got some extremely accurate numbers. What we found is that the water line running down Indian Creek, that we pump water from these 2 tanks to the elevated tank, is no longer going to be big enough. You won't be able to keep that elevated tank full of water at build out. Consequently, if a house could catch on fire, you don't have enough water pressure to put it out. If all the sprinklers are going off, you won't have pressure. That became the number 2 item, $2.18 million. Now, it's a little less than that now, because as we started working on it, the developer of PD 30 came forward, and Jennifer negotiated with him. He's going to pay for that line running through his property. It was almost $200,000. He's going to pay for that. But that line's got to run down 114. It's got to get to the elevated tank. It's 16-inch line, and that is going to be required at build out, so we can keep that tank full of water. We can't walk away from that. We cannot not do that. All right. Third one is we got we have a 21-inch line coming out of Fort Worth that we get water out of today. You can
Jim, can I interrupt you there? You're talking about items that are going to be on the bond. The items you're talking about is not anywhere in this budget or water rate. The water rate has the 4 million.
Well, that was where I headed, Kevin.
Fort Worth. So if you could
Yeah.
save that for the bond. And
But I'm
just
saying
talk
the line has got a $4.4 million.
But that's in the rate. You were going on items that were in the bond.
I think the fear is that they're going to think all of these things you're talking about, this $18 million is in these current rates, and they're not.
Let me back up for a second. There's $22.7 million worth of stuff they've told us we have to do. Now, we're debating one of those things, which is a storage tank. We're still in debate on that thing. Do we really need that?
Getting back to the bond again.
I'm coming to it.
Okay,
Is
stay
that-
with the items that are in
this-
the water rates, please.
Of this 22, 4.4 had to be approved with a performance bond which affects your water rates. And that has already been voted on by the board 2 months ago. And that is one of the things that has kicked your rates up big time.
Yeah, actually, it was in October that we voted, I think, to participate in the Fort Worth line coming up 377 from the Kaler tanks, and that provides us additional water capacity. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Building capacity.
Back in, you started 2013, it was Stoke Group, correct? At that time, you brought us a presentation and said, okay, you need to move to the AWWA standards. We looked at the rates. At that time, our reserve, or cap was 12,000. And at 12,000, from what I remember, it was going to be like a big shock on base and also volumetric. We decided to direct you to try and keep the base rates at a minimum, which was 1271 or something to that number.
That's correct.
And try and minimize the volumetric rate, which that's why we went to $18,000, 18,000 gallon cap. And that's where we got today. I mean, now we have capital improvements. Go ahead.
We also shrunk the first block. I think it was 0 to 12.
Mhm.
And so to save, water users that are using less, 0 to 6, and make that rate low, or keep it the way it was, actually.
And the marching directions, from what I remember, were to minimize the impact on the residents
Mhm.
and focus on water conservation.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so now we're rolling in improvements, and also we're trying to move to what we should have been doing in baby steps, and we're still doing baby steps. We aren't at the full, impact of AWWA standards, but now we have a revenue 14.4, whatever I want to say, towards that Fort Worth line. That's rolled into this water rate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
Mr. Is it Lynch, Mr. Lynch? Yes, sir. Would you restate your question? I've lost track.
About what it was, it got me.
No, it was how is all this cost
I don't-
coming on you?
know, you have people here who are doing your planning for you, okay? And then we have people over here who are coming in and tells us what we really got to do. Now, have these people met?
Yes, I mean, if
If
you
they
keep up with
met-
our MUD meetings, we've been talking about this,
Well,
for months.
unfortunately, I'm one of those citizens that didn't.
Mhm.
And now I'm mad because I didn't. But at the same time, you're talking about a business plan a while ago. I come from a little bit of a business background. Right now, my foresight is about 5 years out because I'm gray and a bald. And 5 years is about it, folks. But what I'm concerned is if we're going up 30% this year, and we're going up 30% next year, and we're going up 30% after that, why are we doing this 1 year at a time? Somebody tell me that we can't look at a forecast that says, hey, we've got 30% this year, we'll have this infrastructure done, we won't have to do it next year, and we move on, like you say, step at a time. But somebody should be able to look at it. I've looked at businesses. Unfortunately, when I looked at businesses, they were for profit. And when I went in and looked at a business and I made a sales forecast, it had to fall. It couldn't be, I'm sorry, I'm raising all my prices 10% or 30%. You see where I'm coming from?
John,
when
I-
I looked at that, just
yeah.
a moment, when I look at this thing and I look at people, whoops, not as many as before, out here, it should tell you, we've got to get these people in here and talk to them before we do a 30% increase. You have to get signs up, you have to have some kind of publication out there, but you've got to let these citizens know.
Yeah, we intend to do that.
You intend to do that?
Yes.
You're absolutely right. I'll take a hit on us not.
I haven't seen a
not
sign
publishing
or
it.
anything, and I got just a little bit of a blip of it that got my ire up. You'll have to excuse me, but I'm talking in strong terms. I'm unhappy. These people are unhappy, and these people are making money. I look up here, and ever since I've been in this community, getting offline, there's been a fight between the town and the mud. 20 years. It looks like to me, somewhere, you've got two, looks like very good attorneys. The town's bound to have some attorneys. And everybody says, well, we can't do anything about it. It's the legislature. Well, I think it's time that we got together and got the legislature our notice that we need to try to make some differences instead of just going with the same old flow.
I think you said have been here for 20 years or so.
Mhm.
In 2010, we had a vote on that, or 2009, I think, and the residents voted. But anyway, we need to kind of move on.
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah, I would like to answer your question. I have my perspective on how we got here. I think you heard it was alluded to in the. It won't involve you, so you can sit down.
All right. I just want to make sure I answer her question because I really didn't.
Okay. No.
I didn't really understand it. So. The inputs that go into the model are all available in Jennifer's budget. Okay. Well, that's.
I'd like to see
Can
it made publicly available.
If you could come to the podium, just your quick one. From what I hear, you're saying that the model or the budget.
She would like for the model to be
Okay.
available.
Model, your approved vendor model, whatever you accepted, I would like it to be made publicly available.
Okay. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Okay.
No. I can't really respond to that. Some of that's proprietary information. I could walk you through it. I mean, I would have no problem doing that.
I'll take you up on that.
That's
Okay.
no problem as long as the board agrees. There's no personal account information, so.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of the things I'd like to do is I spent some time working with the general manager earlier and got some numbers together, and this is my perspective how we got from where we are to 58% in 1 year. One of the things I did is I went back and I looked at year over year. We estimate our rates at the beginning of the year, because obviously we don't know how much water is going to be used or all of those things. And then at the end of the year, we have the revenue we brought in and we have our expenses. And so the MUD has been fortunate to year over year to be able to, I'll call it net income. Most people here are business people. At the end of the year, our revenue exceeded our expenses. And so if people want to write this down, I'll round the numbers just to make it simple. In 2012, we brought in $240,000 from the previous year because those were funds that were available. In 2013, $234,000. In 2014, $880,000. In 2015, basically $930,000. If you total those up, that's about $2.3 million. That was funds that were where our revenue exceeded our expenses. So those funds for the previous year were brought into the next year. Yes, sir.
Was the intent in that to be?
Can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you. State your name and address.
David Scott, 1115 Wilshire. There's a big gap between your forecast and your actuals?
Correct.
Was that
In the-
intent, by intent, or were you trying to be a zero something?
Well,
You just you
I
just
can say
missed?
this. I've only been on the board 3 months. I can't tell you
Okay.
why it happened. I can simply tell you what happened.
Usually it's weather related. If it's a dry year, you have a lot more water revenue than you
So
forecast.
missed by almost $1 million in a year?
I don't think he's,
I think you had mentioned a 900,000 one
In
year.
2015, it was $929,603. And so that was in 2015. So if you give me about 3 or 4 more minutes. One of the other things, there's been references made about utility fees. I think Mr. Sheraton mentioned this. Utility fees are every time a house was built in the pit, the MUD received a check for $2,300. Those stopped in January of this year. In 2012, that number was $647,000. In 2013, it was $508,000. In 2014, $331,000. In 2015, $239,000. So in 2012, if you add those two numbers that I gave you, that was about $890,000 of income that did not come from the operations of the MUD. Those were funds that were either utility fees or there were funds that were transferred from the previous year. A decision was made by the MUD not to raise rates. They covered those rate increases from those internal profits. So in 2013, that number was $742,000. In 2013, it was $742,000. In 2014, it was $1.2 million. In 2015, it was $1.7 million. A decision was made rather than increase the rates to absorb those increases through additional cash flow, basically reserves and those utility fees. So what has happened is this. The reserves are now gone. There's $180,000 in reserves. And it really wasn't a reserve account. It was just cash that was in the bank. The PID is fully built out, so there are no longer any utility fees that's coming from new purchases. So the reason why you didn't see this gradual rate increase was a decision was made to absorb those rate increases by spending these funds rather than raising your rates. During this time, in 2014, the Fort Worth, the water costs from Fort Worth went up 16%. In 2015, it went up 11%. There have been a lot of rate increases that have been absorbed basically by the operations of the MUD. And so the cost increase were made transparent to you, to us as customers, because I lived here throughout this entire period as well. And now, unfortunately, the reserves are gone, and there's no longer any homes being built in the pit. In my opinion, that's the reason why you're suddenly going to a 58% or whatever the rate increase is. And I'll say this, I think, and some may disagree with me, but I'm telling you this, you should expect to see rate increases the next couple of years for a simple reason. It's our plan to buy additional variable pumps to replace the fixed pumps. That'll come up, and we'll probably get into this later. But we want to build the reserve up. Right now we have $200,000. We want to take it up to at least several $1 million. So there will be additional revenue simply from trying to build the reserve. And then you've heard someone mention going to the AWWA standards. We're in year 3 of 5. So year 4 and year 5, there will be rate increases from that. So if all other things stayed the same, if we didn't spend another penny on everything else and all of our costs were fixed, just in trying to buy additional pumps, build a reserve, and convert to the AWWA rates, your rates will go up year after year. And so it would be disingenuous on my part to sit here and look you in the face while you express your displeasure about rates going up to pretend like they likely won't go up next year and the year after next. If they did not go up next year and year after next, I would be very, very, very surprised. And so I think that should be your expectation.
We also have, in addition to that, we also have aging infrastructure, as in the lines we replace. We need more capacity for commercial development and additional housing, so to ensure that there's proper levels of water for fire service and pressure for fire service and for the additional commercial coming in. Those all go to the water rate. What I'm going to do now, without...
If I could, I'd like to touch bases on one of the other items that was brought up.
Can I make a comment before we leave this topic?
Sure, go ahead. If you would just state your name and address.
My name is Ted Powell. I live at 12 Reading Court. Just something that strikes me now is that in 2014, we had a $1.2 million surplus. 2015, we had a 1.7. We're now down to $180,000. This goes back to my earlier comment when I was up here earlier in the evening. Who's running the ship?
That's not, it's 180 after you take out things that are allocated. Renee, do you want to, or Terry, do you want to mention those things on cash on hand sheet?
Well, no, the reserve is 180.
Yeah, the reserve is
After
180.
everything's taken out, correct?
No, that's just what it is.
No,
It's
that's
180.
what the reserve is.
We
Cash
have
on hand.
$180,000 in the Prosperity Bank in a cash reserve
Right.
account.
But
We have other reserved funds, but the funds we have,
Are allocated.
they're allocated for, like, we have a separate fund for construction of the wastewater treatment plant, and we have a debt service fund, but the money has to be available to pay the debt service. So if you're talking just strictly operating cash, that is what we're discussing right now, that we only have the 180,000 in a cash reserve account.
Well, and I think we're mixing apples and oranges here because you're talking one number, you're talking another number.
No,
Gets me confused.
Well, here's the thing. People use the term reserve, and there are a lot of different definitions. Ultimately, what I would say is this. If we call it reserve, if we call it the children's piggy bank, if we call it the shoebox where we stored money, we used to have, there were if you look over that period of time, if you add all those numbers up, it totals up to be about $4 million. So the real point that I want to get across to you and kind of get away from the semantics, which is whether or not it was reserved or just excess money we had in the checking account that we spent to cover cost increases, those numbers total up to be about $4 million. It's simply there was excess money that was available that rather than raising rates, a decision was made to keep the rates what they were and fund that rate increase out of cash reserves or additional cash that was in the bank. And the point that I want to make is there's no longer any additional cash in the bank, and there's no longer any new homes being built in the PID. So those two revenue sources that were used to absorb rates before are now gone. And that's the reason why you're seeing the increase.
Okay, I will accept that, except that I'm still back to the point that at some point in some funds, I had $1.7 million. I now have $180,000, and your point was we didn't have rate increases because we used that surplus fund to keep from doing a rate increase. So I'm back to my basic question. Who's running the ship here? Because somebody should be looking at this, and we should have the foresight to know that if we do this, we're going to be in trouble. And then we're going to penalize some residents down the line because we didn't do the right job of looking at what we have, looking what the budget is, looking what our expenses are. And that's my point.
Okay, thank you very much.
One other point. I'm going to call this smoke and mirrors, and Bill, you'll forgive me for this because you're the one who made the recommendation that we approve the budget, and you stated that we can't approve the rates unless we have an approved budget, right? I believe you already approved the rates on July 13th when you all voted that said, we're going to do scenario 1. I believe in my mind that was an approving of the rates.
Let me talk to that because I had that same issue from last year when I stood there, okay? Basically what occurs is the directors look at a rate scenario and they look at several of the scenarios and they agree to bring the scenario forward to this point. The scenario is not adopted until after we have the public hearing, until after this point, when a decision is made on the rates after the public hearing. Then the rates are finalized and will go forward. So it's kind of a
smoke and mirrors.
Well, it's and I like that term too. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not exactly you see what you get.
Yeah. Well, why don't we put this whole rate increase thing on the table then and come back, because you've heard from a lot of people tonight. A lot of people are not happy.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be worth putting this back on the table, bring it back forward. And so maybe rather than October 1st, maybe it's November 1st or December 1st, right? Would we consider that?
This is, the rate can be adjusted any time during the year.
Yeah.
There's deadlines to be made, and
Let me speak to that. We have one requirement in my mind that we have to do. We have to set the tax rate.
Okay.
That has to be done, has to be forwarded down to Denton by, I don't remember, probably the end of September, 1st of October anyway. We have to do the tax rates. The budget and moving of the rate structure, that's really not bound. I mean, it's convenient that we tie it to the same fiscal type year, but actually, it is required that we tie it to the same. Okay,
You have, as a board, you have to adopt a budget prior to the start of a fiscal year. The water
Okay.
code says so.
Okay. I've got my council hat that I've left over here and my mud hat that I'm still trying to get sized.
Okay, so I have to adapt the budget.
Yes.
Don't have to adopt the rates.
No, just the budget.
Just the budget.
Just the budget.
Yeah.
So we could put this on the, back on the table.
May come back to that later.
Okay? Thank you.
I would like to touch bases on one other item. Actually, I had a whole list of them from the general manager's presentation, but I want to touch bases on the senior citizen discount rate. In the presentation, you noticed a reference to lifeline rates. We don't have lifeline rates. If you pull out that rate order, there are no lifeline rates in that rate order. We don't have a program for lifeline rates. What the MUD has done, from my perspective, is to take the lowest rate structure and go, oh, that's lifeline rates. No. Lifeline rates are a program that have qualification standards to get into. So, without going any further into a senior citizen discount, I think that Lifeline rates I would like to look at. I think it's something the board can talk about, and I know, or I'm fairly confident that Director Wilson also has the same thoughts on a program for Lifeline rates.
Okay, what I'd like to do, did you have something, Evan?
I did. My name's Evan Callahan, 420 Parkview Drive, Trophy Club. I'm curious if at one point we had a better than $4 million surplus, why weren't those funds used to make the improvements on our pumps and our controls? You know, it may not have saved us from a rate hike, but it may have made maybe a smaller rate hike over the course. And now we're heaping on more expense that we basically thrown away a $4 million.
Improvements were made using the funds. I mean, one of them, we anticipated, the town told us initially that we were gonna, they were gonna pay for all the roundabout fees. Denton County was gonna participate. Then later on, we found out they weren't. We had to use $235,000 to do the water line relocation. That was one of the examples. We have been improving SCADA systems, and we increased the elevated tank size, $1 million on each one out here, so it's not like.
Well, Mr. Wilson just said that the money was used to absorb.
That was one of the
Yeah,
things.
but there are capital improvement projects within the budget, and that's what he was referring to. It was used in the budget, but just like I showed in the presentation, for this coming fiscal year, there's about $1 million worth of capital improvements for $500,000 on the water side and $500,000 on the wastewater side that's absorbed through the rate. So some of those were projects. There were several street projects where the town was improving streets, and instead of having to disturb the residents twice by first tearing up the street to tear up the street to repair it and then come back later and repair a water line, we would replace water lines along with those projects. So that's some of the projects that were done. There's been others. And on the question about the pump is, you don't replace a pump till it's really time to replace a pump. And it's really just now time to replace one of these pumps. We wouldn't replace it, 10 years ago just because to replace it.
But in your presentation, you made it sound like we were changing pumps to make it more cost effective, not because these pumps were worn out or
No, the fixed pumps are, and I did indicate that not only with age, but the fact that we'll have savings for operations on those pumps. But yes, they're it's the age of the pumps that's a big part of that. So I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear.
I still maintain that through proper maintenance and maybe more cost-effective changes, we can still run these pumps more efficiently. But it appears as though, I mean, just from listening, our money's been seriously mismanaged over the last seemingly 20 years. And I'm in agreement with the gentleman that spoke before me that I don't see why this rate hike can't be shelved until other alternatives as far as pumps and controls or anything that could save us a little bit more money that maybe hasn't been addressed. This man here said that he was an electrical engineer, but he would look into it, all right, which tells me that there may be an alternative to just buying new and buying new and buying new if we don't have to. So why not put this on the shelf until we can determine whether or not it is cost effective to go a different route?
If I could just briefly, one of the differences between the variable speed pumps and the fixed speed pumps is the output. And I don't remember what the data was on the output, but we're looking for more output off the variable speed than what we get off the fixed speed. So that was one of the drivers.
Also earlier you said you were looking to decrease output when it wasn't needed as much. Hence,
which you could
being
do
able to control the speed of the pump.
if you had, say, it puts out 150 whatever it is units per a time frame. If you could dial it down, dialing it down works, but can't dial it up above 150. And the problem is, as I understand it, is that we need to increase the output capability, and that's that's a capacity issue. So I understand what you're saying about dialing it back and controlling it that way.
Okay, but you seem to be contradicting yourself from what you said earlier. Was that our main concern was that we were running so much water when we didn't have to. Now you're saying we have to run more water. So I'm trying to figure out which it is, and I'd really like to know why my $4 million wasn't spent any better than it was. That's all
I understand that question.
Okay. You have a comment? Okay.
My name is Noor Ali, 2225 Miranda Avenue here in Trophy Club. I agree with these gentlemen over here. I think we need to table this possibly for a little time longer. And I'm just going to talk some points and I'm just thinking out loud, and I think I can talk for a lot of people sitting back here. So I'm looking at my water bill from 2 weeks ago. It was $209. I'm 28,000 gallon usage this past month. Summer, water, watering the yard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With a 58% increase. That's what you were saying, right? I'm a business owner. If I tell my customers that tomorrow I'm going to sell you something 58% more on a higher rate, they're going to leave me. I mean, 58%. I mean, it's you were telling me, Ms. McKnight, telling us that minimal shock rate. To me, it's maximum shock rate. 58%. I understand if it's 5% or 10%, but 58. I mean, it's stuck in my head. I can't get that off of my list. I mean, think about this. At $209, this time next year, I'm at $350, $400 just for the month of July and August. Okay. Still 31%. Still high. Same thing. 31%, 58%. It's not 3% or 5%. It's a major increase. As a citizen of this town, I say if we have the option of tabling this a little bit and discussing this a little further, I think we should. Because like this gentleman back here said that he didn't get a notice or anything. There were no signs on the street. I didn't even know about this till my wife told me. Even though I pay the bills at home, but she somehow read it on Facebook or whatever is out there and said, hey, you know that the prices are going up on the water bill starting in October? I said, what are you talking about? She said, yeah, they're increasing. I said, okay, fine. By how much? She said, they're going to sound like it's going to be like doubling it. And that's where she caught my attention. I said, well, I think we need to talk about this because at the end of the day, that's a major increase. So just for myself and I think the citizens over here, I think we should go and table this if we can and discuss it a little more if we have that option.
Well, right now we're looking at, we have a,
my name is Mark Sudbury, 3 Fresh Meadow Court, and I'm just sitting there listening to this, and I've been in Trophy Club for 20 plus years. And when I first moved here, our water bills were like $28, no big deal. And they went up. Even when we had the surplus, there were a lot of increases. And, I think there's some room we can cut. But to cut to the nut, you guys are telling us to expect 30, 40% rate increases over the next few years. Are we going to have water bills $600, $700, $800? Yeah. I mean, how can we absorb this? There's no way.
well,
Are we in line with other towns? Are all towns going to experience this same type of rate increase?
well, Westlake, I mean, just look at the surrounding towns. I think she had a chart up there. I mean, we're at the bottom of the scale, even after, we're middle of scale after the rate increases. But we have revenue, we have improvements. The rates have to, support the expenses that you have. Right now,
Well, I mean-
we've just approved the budget, and it requires X amount of revenue to obtain. It has to be obtained somehow.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm getting to is basically we're in a state of alarm in I guess the whole state of Texas. I mean, there's no way you, I, or anybody's going to be able to pay another 50, 60, 200% for water. There's just no way. So in 2 to 3 years, this surrounding area, the whole state, is going to be where we can't afford water.
And
So
that's one of the reasons why people are really pushing conservation of water. Water is the new gold. I mean, we're
Right.
running out throughout the state.
Yeah,
So-
I'm I mean, I would say this, and I'm new to the board. I've been here since May, and I understand and I feel all your pain. One of the points he just made is we approved the budget. One of the things that was when you start talking the mud and revenue, the revenue have to equal the cost, and kind of the way the rate structure was built was to equal that cost.
Then our focus had really ought to be flipped over, not from improving and building and getting larger. You're talking about as we get larger, it's costing more. Then sell it. Let's don't get larger. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah,
and stay the way we are. I mean, we've got to look at ways to shrink, decrease, and maintain, because under the scenario we are now, we're going to blow up. There's no question.
We have the same employee count, or plus or minus 1 or 2, that we had probably 10 years ago.
No, but you're saying as we add, I guess, Entrada and the Westlake and whatnot, that's
they pay taxes. We don't sell them
But it's
anymore.
not paying for a 21-inch line that we're going to have to lay or whatever. I mean, we're getting funds from this growth, but yet the existing homeowners are having to turn around and pay for the growth out of their monthly water bill. Our growth's already been paid for once.
Yeah, what I would say is this, sir, and that's the reason why we tried to stop Director Thomas, so we wouldn't confuse the issue. All of that talk about lines and all of that, that's not included in the potential. Please,
or something else.
Please give me 1 second, sir. All of those prices that we talked about, if those are approved, then the bill goes up even more. So what I said when I said it's going to go up over the next 2 to 3 years, that doesn't include if those are approved. It's going to go up even more if that happened. And I guess the one thing that I'd like to say to you, unfortunately, the conversation we're having is a conversation we probably should have had 4 years ago, because what you're paying for is things that were done 3 or 4 years ago, not anything that was done today on the last 2 weeks or 2 months. This is paying for the sins, well, I shouldn't say sins of the past. This is paying for costs that occurred in the past, and unfortunately, decisions were made not to increase gradually, so therefore, there's a large increase compared to small increases over the previous years. Unfortunately, it's one of those where we are, and it was because of decisions that were made in the past.
But it's not sustainable. That's what I'm saying.
I completely agree. It's definitely a shock.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we got to be realistic. It's not sustainable. It's really not. I mean,
Jennifer, I
nobody
have a
can do
question
it.
for you.
And then my other question was on the surplus that we had. I haven't been to all the meetings either, but I know there's been some squabbles between the town and the mud. How much money has been spent on legal fees of that lawsuit? How much of our money has went on that legal proceeding between the town and the mud?
It was actually Westlake and the mud.
Was it Westlake?
Yes,
I thought
it didn't
there
have
was
any.
one between Trophy Club on that, taking over and this and that.
No, it was Westlake.
It was actually Centurion American, Kevin.
Yeah. Okay.
Jennifer,
You know,
let me ask a quick question.
Thank you for your time.
The rate increases are scheduled for October 1st, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. If you were to postpone that, make it up, let's say December 1st. We've climbed through the expenses. I don't see where we can postpone the 11 million. So in order to get the revenue, would you have to jack the prices up even higher for the remaining 10 months in order to get it?
Yeah, where's the $11 million? Our budget is.
Your fire budget and our budget added together.
Yeah. The fire budget is covered by taxes, not this. So it's 9 million.
It's 9 million, not 11. Yeah.
Then take 9 million.
And,
I mean, it's still the budget, and it's still the line items that have to be purchased. If you put off drawing the revenue, are you going to have to draw more revenue in the remaining time in order to pay the bill?
Well, one of the big things in these rates is the SWIFT funding that's at like 9.09%. These rates have that in it, and if you don't finance it on the rates, then that goes to the wayside.
Right.
So
you
what
have to have the debt service covered through the rates, and as they stand right now, they do not cover the expenses, including the debt service. So you would not be able to sign the finance agreement tonight with the Water Development Board on the 4.6 million.
What I'm going to do is ask that we split the water and the sewer rates to approve each one on its own. I know Mr. Rose has a presentation regarding the sewer part. Is that correct?
Exactly, and I was going to suggest that we divide the question to do exactly what you're saying.
You
Talk
want to
about-
say it and so I can hear it again?
Sure, just a second.
While you're doing
I,
that, can I
uh,
make a comment?
Just a second, let Mr.
But
Rose
bef-
finish
well,
his thought, okay?
Actually, before we go into the division, there's one other item with the rate structure that I would like to discuss.
Okay.
And I'd
Let
like to,
Mr. Mayor
go ahead.
talk.
Okay,
Danny
then.
Mayer, 2201 Prestwick Avenue. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but this board has always come back to the cost of water in Westlake and how much less it is in Trophy Club. There is more to the cost of being a property owner in a city than what you pay for water. If a person lives in the mud district in Trophy Club, you're paying 13 cents mud tax, you're paying the water rate, and you're paying 47 cents to the town. If you live in Westlake, you pay 15 cents for ad valorem tax, and you pay your water rate. Yes, their water's higher, but they cover part of their general budget with their water rates, and they also fund a private academy over there. It is far less to live in Westlake than it is to live in Trophy Club. There is more than just the water rate that we're talking about here. So those taxes are big. And I think depending upon ad valorem taxes coming from Entrada and Granada for supplying them with absolutely nothing. You don't have a water line there, you don't have a sewer line there, you just have a boundary line. And I would grant that if the state legislature allows any taxing entity in this state to tax citizens for nothing, that will not stand. You have a case in Solana, hold it, Mr. Hayes, you have a case in Solana because you provide services there. But I don't think you will ever get to keep Entrada and Solana, which means it's going to come back over, those expenses are going to come back to residents of Trophy Club.
Just to
let
make a
me-
correction,
I wanna
just a second.
comment on
Just to make a correction, we do have water and sewer lines there. In fact, I think it was a year ago or so, they had a major break, and they actually tapped into our lines to provide water for them. So, Mr. Hayes?
Now, here's the legal situation as far as taxes in Solana are concerned. Solana came to the bud back in the 80s and asked us to annex a certain boundary of territory over in Westlake and to provide water and wastewater. As far as the taxes are concerned, here's the situation. If the state does not allow a MUD or anybody else that's taxing authority to charge one customer differently than they charge the next customer. So if you have a boundary over there, then break the annexation if that's what you want to do. But as long as it's annexed and we charge you a certain amount of money for pay long-term debt called taxes, we have to charge them. We don't have a choice. We cannot differentiate between customers. Everybody has to pay the same or else we're in violation of Texas law. So these folks that support saying, well, why don't you just not charge them taxes over there for that new development? We don't have that choice. It's not available.
Okay, Mr. Rose, you're going to make a
Yeah,
comment?
I have, first of all, I'd like to, because this particular, I'm going to make a motion that is not direct water or sewer, but it's in the rate structure. My motion is that I move that section 3.02G, meter data logging fee, be eliminated.
I don't think that's part of the agenda item.
I just checked with legal and it's good.
Where?
Where is this? I'm sorry.
It's section 3.02G. It's in the rate order. If you spin down to it, it's called meter data logging fee. It's currently $25. I'm moving to eliminate it. so that those folks that have water issues don't have to pay the $25 to come in and do a data log to try and figure out what the water problem is that they have.
Can you just,
I don't have a second yet.
was it 3.2? I'm
Yeah.
asking.
3.02.
It's 3.02G,
Okay.
and I do not have a second.
I'll second it.
And Mr. Rose, when you asked me that question, I thought you just wanted to talk about that part of the rate order.
Oh,
So I'm not, I don't think you can parse the order in that manner, but I thought you wanted to discuss it, and you certainly can, because it's part of the makeup.
so you're saying I can discuss it, but we can't take action? When the rate order is,
It's part of the item, but you can discuss it, and I thought that's what you were asking me. Is it appropriate for discussion? And it is.
so the motion is good. Because you make a motion, then you have discussion.
The agenda, correct me if I'm wrong, Pam, but the agenda reflects amending water and sewer rates and setting effective date October 1st.
That's why I asked
amend the rate order.
Yeah, that's why I asked the legal interpretation.
Right. You can discuss the components. You can discuss the makeup of it. I don't think you're going to be able to have the data to carry forth a motion like that parses it out that way. But you certainly can discuss that makeup, certainly. But I don't think you have to make that particular motion to discuss it either. You can have the motion to approve the agenda item or to disapprove the agenda item.
Well, let's be clear on exactly what this is. This meter data logging fee is contained within the rate order. It's a fee that's charged for a service where a customer has a meter head which has the capability of providing an output that tells what its use has been over the meter's shown use over a certain period of time. That's a water item. It's in the rate structure.
It's in the
The question is the motion legal under the agenda item?
Okay.
3.02G. Right there.
Okay, what you're talking about is 3.02G as in golf.
Yes.
Is that correct? It's on page 77 for the other directors of the packet under the rate order. It's a fee of $25 shall be charged to a customer by the district for each meter data logging service. Meter data logging service can be provided during regular business hours. From what I saw in other communities or some, they actually give you one a year, and then they charge a fee for after that.
Renee, can
But,
you tell us how much revenue that item has brought in, like year to date? Is that something that's easily accessible? It's not broken out.
Yeah, it's not separate.
Last
Okay.
year when we had the high usage, I just waived the data logging fee for everyone. And so I think the board has talked about this for a while. It's fine to take the fee out. I'm not sure I agree that it's a part
Well,
of the
that's-
water or sewer rates is what my issue is on that agenda item.
I'm still waiting for a reinterpretation from legal on my right.
Jennifer, what's involved in pulling the report, and what does it cost us?
Well, we have to have a staff member go out and we issue a work order. They go out, they do the data log, they bring it back. It has to be uploaded to the software.
Can we have some order, please? Because not everyone can hear, and the feedback will come into the recording. Thank you.
And then usually a staff member, myself or someone else, will go through the report, take the person's, maybe their last bill, and highlight it just to we can provide it at that point is what I'm getting at. But a lot of times customers won't really understand it unless we'll highlight, here was your read date here to your read date here, and show them how it adds up to what they were actually billed. So there's a little bit of work with the report before we send it out to the customer. And then we either mail or email it to them.
Well, I did 5 of those last year and took it out to homeowners to go over it with them, and I was just curious as to what your staff had to do to get me that data.
Yeah, we have to go out and
Pull
hook
the
up
head
the
off.
computer, pull the head up, off, attach the computer to it, and upload the data to it, and then bring it back, and then upload it to the data system here.
And then convert it to Excel.
Right, convert it to Excel.
2G.
Okay,
Pam. Just a second. What page was that on?
77, I think it was. Pam, have you, and the agenda item specifically says for the water and sewer rates, it doesn't say anything about amending the rate order or other fees.
Right. And so when Council or Director Rose asked me the question, I thought what he was asking me is, can it be discussed? And any part of this can be discussed, but as far as removing a part of it, that's not part of the agenda item.
Okay, I would.
It's out of order.
For the staff, I'd just say to put it on a future agenda to be discussed.
Motion.
That's a good way to handle that.
Motion's out of order. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to split the water and the sewer, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the water rate. Motions? We can sit here all night. Doesn't matter to me.
Kevin, I'm just going to ask the question and help. I mean, if
We have
yeah,
to-
but let me just say help. I mean, we can certainly postpone it, but help. How are we going to generate the revenue to pay the bill? We've gone through the bills pretty tight. So help. I mean, if you've got a better idea versus what we've done, I don't like what we're laying on top of you. I do not like it. But if you give me a way to pay for it, because I don't have a way to do
Okay.
that.
I'm going to make a motion, and it could either be voted down in order to go on. I'll make a motion that we adopt the proposed water rate to amend the rate order, district rate order, number 2016-0816A. And again, this is only amending the rate order, not for the water, not the sewer. If I get a second, we'll discuss it. If not.
Kevin, I'll second it so that the audience can please give us some inputs on
Okay,
how
we
we can
have
pay for it.
motion by myself, a second by Director Thomas, and we'll discuss it if we have to discuss. Does anyone have any?
I have an amendment.
Go ahead.
I move to amend that the 1-inch rate increase be set at $24.55 rather than $32.23. The displaced revenue to be regained by adjusting the volumetric rates. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Okay, the 5/8 and 3/4 meters have a $4.16 increase, therefore making the dollar increase the same, moves 2039 to 2455.
Okay, you realize that it's a volumetric rate versus a base rate, a
I-
fixed rate.
And I'll explain that to the folks. Basically what we have is you have two types of rates that you pay. You pay a base rate that the general manager talked about, and you paid a volumetric rate. So what this motion does is for the folks with the 1-inch meter, it cuts the amount of the base rate per month back from $32.23 to $24.55. Now, we need to get those dollars from someplace. Okay? We still need the revenue. So what the second part of the motion is that the displaced revenue will be regained by adjusting the volumetric rates. In other words, that money that was originally coming in out of those base rates is now going to go back to volumetric rates, and it will then be spread over the entire body of users. That's what the motion does.
Okay, you're taking the 2039 or the 3223 down to 2455. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then the volumetric is on a tier level. So
Those will have to be recalculated.
for everybody or just 1 inch? Because you're only changing
No.
the base rate for a 1 inch.
I'm only changing the base rate for 1 inch. The rest of the rates remain the same, And the revenue that, I hate speaking like this because I sound like somebody from Congress. The revenue that's lost is going to go over into the volumetric, be regained in the volumetric equation.
Okay,
And
so
the majority of that makeup is going to be on the low taxpayer.
On the low user.
Well, not necessarily. It all depends on where you flow it in the volumetric rates at.
If you take money out of the fixed rate for 1-inch people only, who is going, then you're going to change the volumetric rates. The commercial doesn't amount to a hill of beans, those 2-inch and 5-inch meters. You're talking about 5/8 inch. You want 5/8 to pick up part of that cost that the 1-inch meters used to, that we thought they belonged to them. So what you're doing is, well, let's take let's just spread that volumetric increase over 5/8 and 1-inch, and that way you move money out of the ones. You get us people that's sitting here with 5/8 to pay your bill.
The 5/8, actually, when it goes into the volumetric rates, which is a tiered structure, it could be located in that tiered structure for water conservation purposes. It does not necessarily mean that the lowest rate has to increase. It could,
You want
volumetric.
the lowest rate to
It
increase?
means every volumetric rate increases.
No, that wasn't my motion. My motion said that it would be regained by adjusting volumetric rates. I did not specify which rate, which part
How
of the
about
volumetric rate.
specifying?
But volumetric rate bills across the board.
Justin,
Volumetric rate is across the board. Everybody pays for an increased
Exactly.
volumetric rate.
yeah, I wanna ask a question of Justin. What would be the basis of this? I mean, I'm searching for how you would explain to the 2-inch meter why they're moving towards these AWWA rates, and there's this random rate. Is there some way to justify that?
There's no cost-based justification behind it. It would just be a board
Policy decision.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all it is. So.
how many 1-inch meters do we have?
I don't know right off.
Mike?
I don't.
About half of them, I think.
It's in some paperwork.
Well, look, can I ask you a question? And this is more modeling. Pam, maybe this falls into legal as well. We've spent massive amount of time to make sure that fixed costs are in the base rate and variable costs are in the volumetric rate. Now, if we make a random decision to move a fixed cost item into a variable cost, how are we going to face the PUC if we have to, and explain that?
Are you asking me here?
He is,
I'm
but I'm
asking both of
asking,
you.
but I'm asking you, as far as, that's what I have a issue with all of these, like, these tweaking type of adjustments that seem to be happening here on the fly, that one affects the other, affects the rate. And so I would like for the consultant to speak to that.
So if you tweak the 1-inch meter, you got to get the cost somewhere else. It's a big pie. So wherever you take the slice of pie, you can pick it up wherever. But to justify that, you can't. Just because of the gallons per minute that Jennifer went over, the 1-inch meter has 60 gallons per minute, and the 5/8 has 20. That's 2.5 times. That's the reason it's charged that. So if we were to take that to the PUC, they might just say, forget this stepping up, just 2.5. Let's quit arguing. So I don't know.
I would like to address just momentarily the AWWA rates. Those rates are one option, correct, of rate structure.
Correct.
Other cities, I'm thinking South Lake, I think I looked. Tough memory to test. I believe South Lake charges 1-inch, 3/4, and 5/8 the same base rate.
And we're talking justifying that cost to the PUC is different than a board making the decision. So it's all up to the board and what decision they make. But if someone were to say, I don't agree with that, or if everyone with 1-inch meter or 5/8 say, I'm not paying for the 1-inch, then that goes to the PUC, and then I have to justify that. So it's very difficult, cost basis wise. So you're talking two different things. You're talking legal, taking that, or board policy. So
And
I'm at the
Jennifer,
direction of the board.
Correct me, a municipality doesn't get rate appeals to the PUC, do they?
No, municipalities are not, their rates
Just mud
cannot be
districts. We're the
appealed
only ones
to.
faced with that. Cities don't have to face that.
Okay, there's a motion to change the base rate on a 1-inch line only and make it up, from what I understand, across the volumetric tier. Is that correct?
Make it up within the volumetric rates.
So across the whole tier level.
Let's see, I'd let the staff and the consultant bring it back. If you want to amend it to say that the bottom volumetric rate will not be changed, you can make that amendment.
Is that part of your amendment?
No.
Part of your motion?
That is not part of my motion. My motion was as read. If somebody would like to amend it, they're welcome to do
Okay,
that.
we have a motion by Director Rose, a second by Vice President Wilson on changing the base rate and making up the shortfall in the volumetric rate. Show of hands on the amendment. All in favor? There's one. All against? 4-1, it fails. Okay.
I cannot support raising
Okay,
everybody's
we have a-
rates.
Yeah, it
Have a
failed. Let's
favor
move
one
on.
class.
We're gonna be here all night.
We have a motion to approve just the water rate, the proposed water rate, and to be in effect October 1st, and to amend the rate order with that proposed water rate.
Is there a second on that? Are we ready to vote?
Second. I second.
Yes,
second.
it was
But hang on a
President
second.
Carr and
Hang on a
Director
second
Thomas.
now. Whoa. You've still got a discussion on this, and I have asked for help. If anybody can help us to figure out how to pay for this, please come up now, because we're fixing to vote on this thing.
Question. Last year, you said we had a missed revenue projections by $1 million to the positive. Was a model used last year, or do we expect that the error rate could be the same thing? Because last year was a very low water usage. I believe it rained a tad last year, and yet we made more money. We made $1 million more money than we expected, or 900,000, give or take. Is the billing and stuff and the estimates for last year the same as this year? So what I'm saying is yes, you have to pay your bills, but is the percentage of increase in rate going to match what the revenue is?
Yeah, I understand your question, and I'm sympathetic to it, but here's a problem I would have is that we're sitting on practically no cash reserves. 180,000. One minor instance would eat that up. So the problem is when I forecast, and I've done this all my life, I've forecasted all my life, I always want to miss it. I don't want to miss it on expenses exceeding
Right,
revenue.
but we missed it fairly large, and the other thing I've heard is that the rate can be changed at any board meeting or something true like that. So it's potential that you could not go all the way to the 38 or 53 or whatever the magic number is, percentage. You could go somewhat smaller.
We have past history on October through May typically is 50% of our expenditures and revenue.
If I could clarify something, just to make sure everyone's clear. So that $1.17 million was a profit from 2014 that was brought into 2015.
Okay.
So it was a miss from 2 years ago.
Okay.
Not last year.
Not yours.
Or some previous year even to
Yeah,
that. It
yeah.
was just in the operation.
It was just what was there
before we
and
ever
moved
had a
forward.
model.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The
that's
model
that was
is-
my
is
question,
lining
from-
up very
from
close to what we
from
actually
This year
get.
you have model, this is the first year you've had a model. So
No,
last year was
third.
kind of the finger in the ear
Third
kind of
year.
approach?
It's the third year.
We had the model.
So this is the third year. Okay,
Third.
so they haven't, how accurate have they been then?
I can't answer that question. I'll let some of the other board members who were here answer that question.
It's been very close what was projected that we would get for revenues. It's been very close.
But to come back to something you said earlier, if anyone can help us with a better idea, we can at any point in the future change it. It's just we just have gone down this path and beat ourselves black and blue and don't have a better idea to give you.
Ted Powell again at 12 Reading Court. I guess my answer to that question is that having spent a good number of years managing budgets, you sometimes have to make the hard call. Is that, you know, is there some place we can cut a few dollars out, or it becomes more than a few dollars? But I mean, to say tonight, do you have a suggestion? I haven't seen the budget. I haven't seen line item by line item. If I had a view of it line item by line item, I might tell you to take these 10 items, take 10% out of them, and we'll cover part of it. I think somebody other than us needs to have to bite the bullet. Right now, we're biting the bullet because we're going to pay the additional cost. And I would ask that somewhere we try to get somebody else to help us.
Yeah, and the budget has been approved, and the budgets are posted online dating back many years if you want to review them, and the current one too.
Yeah, but I'm out of time. You guys want to approve this tonight, and I think we need to take more time to look at it.
Okay.
That's my point.
Thank you very much. We have a motion, we have a second. We'll vote on the water only.
Just water.
Just water. Show of hands, all four. Mr. Wilson? Four or okay, all opposed? Okay, 3-2, passes. Okay, now we'll move on to the sewer portion. Mr. Rose, you said you had a presentation?
Yeah, I
Can
do.
can we move 9 and 10 up since we've addressed water?
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I don't have a problem. We'll just sewer next, we'll just sewer after.
Okay, there's a request to move 9 and 10 up. Anyone else have a problem with it?
No. No.
Director Hayes?
Art,
We're gonna move 9 and 10
I
up.
thought we were going to try to do 9 and 11 together.
It's actually 10 and 11.
10 and 11, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna correct you, but-
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move 10 and 11 up.
Take a 5-minute
You wanna take a 5-minute break real quick, or does anyone need a break?
I really have to.
Okay.
go.
Okay, we're gonna go into reset, take a break at 8:52, and we'll return at 9 o'clock.
Terry was great with working with us on the budget that, probably should have been there before. The budget looks very good for the fire department on that side. The building, we took care of a lot of things that just were not done before, and we're moments away from being done with practically everything. We've got the turnout gear issue. We've got a new ladder truck. We've got a pumper that's just fine. We have ambulances that are good. We're doing some maintenance. I have the operations captain there that oversees that. We're in the process of giving everybody area of assignments, which has never been done before. We're divvying up the responsibilities and empowering the firefighters. They're dying to take responsibility there, which includes the budget for what they're doing. They're actually saving us money by what they've been doing already with the building and with everything else we're doing. Equipment-wise, there's an entire process that's underway. We're there. We're there as a fire department. We're there equipment-wise, we're there apparatus-wise, what we're purchasing, what we've got coming, the maintenance program with the turnout gear that's going to be happening from now on, the uniform inspections, the standards that we are living up to. The response times are down. We just showed you right in front of you, since May, the response times are down. The response times are already down. How we were reporting and recording someone before kind of didn't help, but we've been able to break that out, and our emergency response times are down. And again, there were some areas we had to improve in down there with the fire department. I told you before, anyone could tell you that driving fast gets you there quicker. It doesn't in the fire service. Turnout time is the quicker you get out the door, the faster you get out the door safely, the more you can reduce that time. Our firefighters have worked very hard that way. Apparatus-wise, it's a pumper and a ladder truck and a brush truck, and Captain Hurd oversees that. We're having some maintenance issues every now and then with the pumper, but it's going to happen because it's getting to that point. That's why we brought up the vehicle replacement fund before, because eventually we're going to have to replace that. The budget we worked through this time was a very good budget to get us where we're going to be at. So I'm sitting there looking at, we've got SOPs and SOGs to get done, get the budgets all approved or it's going, and we're hitting the road. The fire department's in very good shape.
Chief, if I understood what your motion, Greg, it was to let ECSCI meet with him to work up, and it may be to take the existing ILA and improve, but to work up an ILA that continues to provide our requirements across the highway, and that we would have final say-so over the budget. That's,
Yeah, I think they're.
but you would assume
argu-
operational control.
Well, they're arguing that, I think they're saying that we may not need ESCI, which I don't know them, I don't have any special
They're a
love in my
fine
heart for
company.
them.
They're a very fine,
So,
reputable company.
well, I'd like to modify my motion, not my emotion, but my motion.
Actually, I don't think you can. I think it belongs to the board after it's seconded.
Okay.
After the president's acknowledged it, so.
Okay, so now that
Okay,
the
you're
board
talking
have it,
about
let's
the
do
main
something.
motion, and we've got an amendment that we're supposed to be talking about right now. Oh, I'm sorry, we're back to the main. I'm sorry. You're right, we're back to the main. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay, so,
We've already done the amendment.
So the
okay.
question is ECSI?
Yeah,
needed?
so I'd like to make a motion that we begin a process of finalizing an agreement to transfer the maintenance and operation of the fire station to the town. The only thing that we would have to do is approve the budget and set the tax rate. And if we determine at some point we need to bring in a third party, that decision can be made during the negotiation process. That's my motion.
And what's the term? 5 years, what?
We'd,
You say you're gonna turn it to October 1st. For
what happened to the first motion? I gotta not lose these. What happened to the first motion? The motion that we amended, and we have a main motion.
Right. It was motion
You
and
have
second.
you have to amend your motion to say it, and.
You're putting in a substitute motion, is correct?
Yes, I'm amending that motion to.
You're making a substitute motion
Correct,
at
a
this point.
substitute
Amending
motion.
his motion.
Yeah,
So we disregard the first motion?
yes. If I
Oh,
can
he
get,
can, no,
if I can get a second.
just amend it to what you just said.
Okay,
Just-
I'd like to amend the first
okay,
motion.
I accept it.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's on first? What's on second?
Someone vote third.
Okay, you've
Okay,
got,
any further discussion, Jim?
Would you
I
just
don't-
explain the motion one more time?
Yeah,
please?
me too.
I am now thoroughly confused.
He amended the motion basically to turn the operation over to the town. He took out from his original motion the use of ESCI, is that correct?
Correct.
And to put the pieces together, with the SOPs and the ILA to come back. And we amended it to put a deadline of November 15th. So November 15th is still there. He's just amending basically to take out ESCI, the need for.
no, it would have to be he had an amendment, right, to replace the original motion. The 15th went away? Did it not?
No. He's just, Pam?
Where I think we are is that Wilson made a motion, seconded by Carr, to direct staff to work with the town to finalize the agreement. It was amended specifying ESCI and to finalize the SOPs by November 15th.
Okay.
So I don't think at this point you can go, because the board already approved the amendment including ESCI in the equation. So it went back to the main motion, and that was including ESCI by November 15th to direct staff to work with the town to finalize the agreement with the town for the ILA to transfer maintenance and operations of the fire department to the town. That's where I think we are. But it includes ESCI and November 15th.
Okay.
All right, I'm fine with that. Got a quick question. I do not want to lay the 50% burden on the town of the salaries that we're paying for. I assume we would continue to still pay those salaries.
No, we would turn everything over to the town. They would set a budget that includes all costs, and we simply will look at it and say yay or nay, and it's all done by them. We're out the 50%, all of that. It all goes, they create the budget, they come to us and say, this is the amount. We look at it and say, okay, yes, we're comfortable with that budget, and then we pass the budget, we pass whatever the tax rate to get the revenue to fund that, and then we go forward.
Okay. When you say the budget would only include 50% of the fire like it is now.
Yeah, so.
Okay, because.
But he just said 100%.
I know.
Yeah, but if they pay for it all and then we come back, it's the same thing. It's like taking money out of one pocket, putting it in the other. It's the same money.
As long as we're not laying that 100% on their backs, I'm okay. I don't think we should do that. I think we still pay 50% of their salary.
Okay, I made the motion. You can vote against it. But
They run it, they manage it, they oversight it, but we still help them out financially.
they're gonna send us the bill. It won't matter. They're gonna give us the bill. If I come and sweep your floor and I say it's gonna be $2, if we go $1 a piece, if I give you the bill for $2,
Okay,
you
just to
still pay
simplify,
for it.
okay,
Sheldon
would,
wants to address.
Sheldon?
And whether you use the SCI or not, that's totally a policy decision. But a contract for service, for fire and EMS services, needs to address a lot of things.
Which is what this would be, right?
From governance and finance to oversight to performance to outcomes to cost controls to cost allocation. There's just a lot of different elements. And whether you write it internally, which you certainly can do. You certainly have the talent in the room to do that. Chief Lasky knows how to do all those things. I just think it's something that you need to say what the allocation is or what it isn't or how it is. I think that's all part of the negotiation with the town.
The reason I made the amendment to include the SCI, and he originally included, was no matter if the town runs it or not, they're still our assets. And if you have what Jim Hayes alluded to is an audit or performance or whatever.
I'm not clear what Greg is saying. We currently raise tax money to pay half of the fire salaries, and both fire and EMS, we pay half. Are you proposing that we change that or leave it the same?
And I'm not
No,
going to
he's
put words,
saying
but
they should give us a bill
okay,
and then
wait,
we
Jim,
put
Jim.
that tax out.
Okay, what Greg is saying, and I'm not going to put words, what I understand you saying, is that the town would create a budget. The budget would be for like 50% our cost. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be.
It's like it is today. Okay, we create a budget and then the town reimburses us 50% of EMS and firefighter salaries.
No,
It'd be-
you pay them.
No, they create a
Okay,
budget.
we
and
pay them, it's 50%, 50/50. Okay, and it'd be the same thing, but when we get they have a whole budget and say, this is your part of the expense.
All right, look, I'm okay with that. Only thing I want,
Yeah, I guess to me, this seems like way simple. I've done like 1 million contracts. It's dollars. We have to pay the cost to pay the guys to run the bill. It doesn't matter who create the bill and who gives it. Ultimately, we have to write the check, we approve it, and then we issue tax rates. So I guess the one question I have, why is it such a big deal that we split the cost 50-50? Ultimately, it has to be paid if they pay it all, and then they give us a bill.
The idea behind
have it- the
50-50
district
was
is our-
EMS is 50 and fire is 50. We just said, these are one man that does fire and EMS. We don't know how he splits his time, so we settled on 50-50. You want to make it 60-40, or what do you want to make it?
Another reason is we can't charge Solana, we can't tax Solana for EMS services.
Right. So that's why it's 50-50.
That's fine.
again, I just didn't want the town to be saddled with 100% of the debt.
No, we-
I think we ought to be paying half of it.
Let's pull it
I
back.
hardly think we're really worried about selling the town with debt. Let's just get the motion done and move on.
Okay,
We
let's
spent way too much
pull it
time with
together.
this.
Pam, do we have to terminate the amended because it's tied to the ESCI?
All right, you don't want ESCI?
I don't know, you know?
Okay, right now they're part of it.
I
right?
know.
Okay,
Do you know that?
So-
I don't have any special love in my heart for
Okay.
ESCI, so we
Okay.
can take them out and just engage a third party if needed.
Why don't we, say for 30
He's waving.
days? Yeah, go ahead.
I move to make an amendment to remove ESCI from the equation,
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
I want somebody to tell me what value they bring.
They represent.
Let's just vote on the
Let's just
motion.
vote on it,
I'm
please.
not going
Really?
to vote until I understand, Jim. This thing has gotten so confused and so convoluted. If these people bring value to the table, then they bring value to the table. If they don't, they don't.
My opinion is they bring value as far as representing the mud, representing our assets, representing what Jim Hayes mentioned, what needs to be audited. That they basically just our representative at the table. Whether you want to do it for 30 days or whatever, it doesn't really matter. The deadline was November 15th. If you want to cut it down to, October, it really doesn't matter. I'll change
What do you
that.
envision them doing between now and November 15th, Kev?
As I said, if you want to make it for 30 days. Right now, ESI.
Forget it. What do you envision them doing?
Help represent us on an ILA agreement.
I don't think the motion prohibits us from using them. We just don't mandate that we have to use them tonight. So if we decide tomorrow that we want to engage them, we can engage
What
them.
do you mean 30 days from now?
30 days from now. So this just removes that we have to do it tonight. That's all this does.
Jim, I think that ESCI develops a comprehensive report that you already have that occurred several months ago. They know very well the background of the situation with our fire department and the challenges that have been faced. And that's the value that I see that they bring to an evaluation and making recommendations and the negotiation.
Okay.
And I'd like to add that I think that, from my opinion, one of the greatest failures of the ILAs, and not just this one, but many that we've dealt with since I've been here, is that there's never any measurable goals. So it's just kind of leaves everybody fussing and fighting over if someone's doing something right or they're not doing something right or it's wrong. And I feel like that, I think that Chief Lasky and ESCI together, you have two very good experts can get together and come up with measurable goals so that as we move forward, as you move forward in the future, you can know that things are being, that you can feel comfortable that your assets are being taken care of, because these are the measures that we're going to look at on an annual basis, and the two of them coming up with those together and putting it together in an ILA, because quite frankly, the ILAs that you have are not working, and it's like insanity that you just keep doing the same ILA over and over, changing it if it's the town does this and the MUD does that, and back and forth, and it's time to kind of take a fresh new look at it. And I think in the motion itself, it was to direct staff to go do this. And my issue has been from the beginning that you need to have the right staff member do that. I think Chief Lasky for the town side is the right staff, and I think having someone from the MUD side being the right staff. Otherwise, I think you at least need to amend your motion to say exactly what staff you're going to send to the town to do this ILA.
What does it cost for the 90 days? I haven't heard that mentioned yet.
I think it's $18K.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you use
So,
those funds.
Jennifer,
from
are
the
you
municipal salary.
anticipating that the two fire people would get together and say, when the MUD wants to check on their physical assets through an audit, say in March or April of each year, that you want them to spell out what the MUD wants, what the MUD auditor is to do?
Yes, or what is expected of exactly, so that it's not, somebody sending the chief an email saying, hey, by Friday we need this. They know that on a quarterly basis they're going to give whatever it is. I don't know. I mean, that's up for them as experts to come up with those ideas, but it just seems like insanity to me to keep doing the same ILA that just doesn't work. And I think it's time for
I support
a
what you
fresh
just
look.
said. Yeah, I would support them.
Well, okay, there's a motion to drop ESCI from the motion, the original motion. You second it. Is there any discussion? Let's vote on the motion and move on down the road.
I have one question. Chief, do you feel confident that you can perform the tasks at hand without ESCI?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
How many days are you working now? Are you still doing your speaking tour?
How many days am I working now?
How many days are you on site?
The last month and this month, pretty much every day except two. In fact, the 2 days I wasn't here, I was here on the weekends.
Yeah.
I know it's been referred to that I'm your part-time chief or that I'm not there, but I've been here, sir.
Okay. I know you said your time was limited last time we met, and
The chief has said he feels confident to take on the task.
Okay, we're gonna vote on
let's
that.
vote.
Okay.
This
All,
is to remove ESCI.
all for dropping ESCI from the motion? Okay.
Yeah, go vote for that.
I'm opposed.
Based on what Chief Lasky said.
Okay, that's fine.
Means
I'm-
you will have it ready by November 15th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we still have a motion. That was amendment, okay? So it's four dropping ESCI and one opposed, myself. Okay, back to the original motion now. Okay, to go forward November 15th? correct?
November 15th, to have an agreement finalized that gives the town management operations of the fire and
Okay.
all the firemen report to
And
the
with the
town
SOP
manager. SOP
created, and ILA presented to the
completed.
board and the council?
Yes, something we can sign.
Now, do you anticipate that that means we have final approval on the fire budget?
That's in ILA. I mean, you can tell them that, but that's when they bring the ILA back to us. If it isn't in there and you think it should be in there, it's a discussion matter. Correct?
I would expect to use what you've marked up here as a base to complete the document.
Well, I'm personally am not going to sign off on an ILA unless the MUD has final approval on the budget.
And we can
Well,
include
we-
that in ILA.
Again, it's, you talk, we're voting on what he's gonna come back to us in. If there's an ILA there, then we can talk about the ILA, because you're talking about something we don't even know what it looks like yet.
And Kevin, it's just got to be done in such a way that eventually both of our attorneys, sign off.
And that
say
was why I was supporting, ESCI to do it, but that failed, so let's move on. We have the original motion, everybody understand it?
By the 15th.
You understand it?
Yep.
Okay, Chief Lasky, you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The task is also to the board.
excuse me?
The task is also to the board because we have to develop the ILA.
Yeah.
By the
Okay.
15th.
I'm sorry, Bill, I couldn't.
It's the staff is to do that.
Well, the board's going to have to prove it.
Yeah, but we don't create it.
Well, as
Go
long
ahead.
as somebody do it.
Yeah, you,
Go ahead.
the motion, your motion.
Somebody out there want to,
Okay, okay, let's vote.
yeah, let's
Okay.
vote, please.
All in favor of the motion, show hands. All opposed? Okay, it's 4-4, and Director Hayes was opposed. Okay, moving on.
I do this
I don't even know where we're at anymore. What was the other one?
we're back
gonna
to
do the
sewer
bonds.
rights.
Can we
Correct.
adjourn the meeting?
You're back to the sewer revenue.
Back on this,
No, we were gonna do the
they
the
want to do
bonds.
the bond,
because
so.
we have people up in there.
Oh, okay.
And the bonds,
Who is writing this ILA? Because I'm not clear on that.
is it 7? Is that 7?
No, you're not going to write the ILA, are you, Chief? On all these things like
Bond
that
is
are
number
in every
7.
contract.
Said staff.
Well, number 6, we need to do first.
Like immunity and negligence of parties and default
Okay.
terminate. You going to write all that stuff?
We have
That's
the
not your
ability.
business, is it?
Okay, we're gonna move items 6 and 7 up now. One is 6 is consider and take appropriate action regarding adoption of resolution 2016-0816, A as an apple, approving preliminary engineering report for waterworks system improvements. We'll start with that one first. Anyone have a motion, or this is for what we approved the engineering to do for the bond, to go out for a bond?
Yes, the preliminary engineering report, I provided to y'all in an email, and I think you have it as a handout. And it's just an excerpt from our, the hydraulic study, where it summarizes, it's a requirement that we have this before you call a bond election, and it goes over the projects that would be included in it. Gives a, just a very brief overview, and this would be available to the public. We'll have it, on our website and in
Which
hard
projects
copy
are
form.
included, Jennifer?
I'm sorry?
Which projects are included?
The projects that are included in the preliminary engineering report and the bond are the line from the water plant to the east elevated storage tank, the third phase of the Fort Worth line from Westlake to the plant site, and a ground storage tank.
Okay. Any motion? Anyone have a motion? I make a motion that we approve resolution 2016-0816A, approving preliminary engineering report for waterworks system improvement projects. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who seconded? Director Hayes is the second. Okay, discussion?
I have some discussion.
Okay.
have a handout. Some of you in the audience have it, or there's one over on the table. Excuse me. At our last regular meeting, we had quite a discussion concerning the requirement for the projects under consideration. The requirements centered around population in the town, and the hydraulic study was heavily dependent upon population data, talking about the 2010 census. The president of the board commented several times that it was an estimate and it wasn't accurate. And I'm probably going to agree. And so then we went to the town and got an estimate, and we don't know if that's accurate. We looked at some stuff from North Texas, Council of Governments. We don't know if that's accurate. We got into a discussion on the number of residents per house in the calculation, and that varied from 2.3 to 2.78 to 2.8. We don't know what's accurate there. You take the population and you multiply it by 267 gallons per person per day. Don't know exactly where that number came from. Excuse me.
Director Rose, this is all, I think, tied to 7, the bond,
Well, I'm talking about the
Study.
engineering report.
the study.
This is talking about the study.
No,
Pam?
this isn't the study, this is the preliminary
This is the
engineering report.
Yeah,
Okay,
this isn't the water study, the
study's
hydraulic
done.
study.
but we're talking about the engineering report for the bond, for water.
This is
Correct?
waterwork system improvement.
That's right, that's what I'm talking about. Because my point is gonna be, we don't need it.
Pam, are we,
Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm not really sure what Director Rose is addressing. I don't know if it is related to the preliminary engineering report for waterworks system improvement projects. It sounds like Jennifer is saying that what he's pointing out is not related to that. So if that's the case, then he needs to hold the comments to a different item.
I can hold them till 7.
okay, that's,
Okay.
okay, so you're out of order on that. Okay, back to the original motion. Any more discussion? Okay, show of hands, all in favor of the, okay. Director Hayes?
Yeah, I voted
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Director Hayes, Director Thomas, and myself are in favor. All opposed? Director Rose and Wilson. Okay, that's passed. Now we're on 7, and that's where you can talk, Director. It's consider and take appropriate action regarding November 8th, 2016 bond election. A, consider and take action regarding adoption of Order 2016-0816B, as in Bravo, calling a bond election for Trophy Club Municipal Utility District Number 1, and making provisions for conducting such election and other provisions incidental and related thereto. B, consider and take action regarding joint election and election service agreements for conducting November 8th, 2016 bond election. C, authorize the general manager, officers, and district consultants to take such action, other action, as may be necessary or appropriate to proceed with the November 8th, 2016 bond election. And that's it, okay? Let's have discussion first before a formal motion is, everyone in agreement with that? Everyone agree that
Yeah.
we'll have discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Director Rose, you can carry on.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of the holding pattern. As I said, we had quite a conversation at the last regular meeting, and I came away from that conversation scratching my head, quite a discussion, scratching my head saying, there's got to be a better answer here. We've got to have better data. We've got to have data that's more current and more accurate. And so my first thought was,
Okay.
we're building,
Director Knudsen. Chief Lasky, if you don't need to,
Yeah,
you know, you
unless
can.
yeah, if
Unless
you
you have a
want,
burning desire to listen to talk about engineering stored in water, you can.
Totally up to you. I've always said I'm at.
No, you can
your
leave. I mean,
disposal.
Yeah.
Okay,
whenever you're
thank you
free.
for coming.
thank you.
Thank you. So, anyway, I said there was got to be a better way to get more accurate, more current information. So I went to the general manager, wound up talking with Mike and on what was the peak day. When did we use the most water during the year? Because ultimately, this equation is driven by peaks. How much water we need is driven by peaks. And so I got data for the peak day for 2015, 2014, 13, and 12. Peak day. And then I went, wait a minute, I need more than just how much water we brought in and how much water was pumped out. I need to know what was going on in the tanks. So I went back and got the tank data, and then I expanded it for a week, because just looking at one day, you don't get a good picture, and we basically, with our watering cycles, have a week set up basis. And so what I found out, and I'm going to walk you around 2015, and then you can look at 14, 13, and I'll talk about 12 shortly. If you look at 2015, you got the days of the week across the top and the dates. Sunday, the 16th, was a high day, but the highest day was on Thursday with 7.35 effluent out to that we put out in the system. That's pumped, not billed, because we have losses in the system. You have to look at pumped. Our highest input for the week was 5.278 on Monday. So those are the max days. You take the max day out and the max day influent coming in, and you go down to the number of connections, which is the next little section down. We had quite a discussion on the number of connections, and number of connections is something that we have accuracy on because it's reported every month. And you can go in, and I did, for 8/16, checked the month, and found out that we had 4,498 connections. Next column over, 51,117. 51,117 was a connection number out of the hydraulic study. That connection number, in that number, is in excess of 85 connections that were not accounted for. The next number over, the 5063, was a number that I had come up with. Actually, I come up with 5053, and in the discussion, I had 110 homes plats to be built, and the discussion was, no, it's 115 or 120, don't know exactly what the number is, so I threw in another 10, just to be conservative. So now you take those columns and you look at the max influent, the max water bought that day. This is the day that we purchased the water, was 5,278 gallons. When you take that and then adjust it out for the 5117, you need 6,000 gallons to come in to the system. Using my number is 5.9. I'm not going to talk about my numbers anymore. I'm just going to talk to 5117 in the hydraulic
6,000
study.
or 6 million?
6 million gallons. Did I say these are millions? Okay. How much went out? 7.35. Adjusted out is 8.3 outbound water. So the question becomes, I have to make up 8.3 outbound. Where do I get it? Where did it come from? Well, the reason these numbers are the way they are, where your inflow is less than your outflow, is I'll bet it's the amount of water we're pumping out of the wells. Okay? That's where that little difference is coming from right now. And also out of the tank. One of those two places where that excess water coming from. But if you look at the 8.3 and take it back against what our line capability coming in is at 7.9, you're 400,000 gallons short. You got a 6 million gallon tank storage out there to cover that shortage for that day. So let's let's just ask the question, what's our max capability? We're gonna pump water out there to the residents. What's the max capability? Well, 7.9 plus a 0.9 from the wells plus 6 million gallons from the tanks gives you a capability for a single day of 14.8. Now you can only do that one day because you're going to have to refill the tank. So just a quick comparison here between the hydraulic study, which said the maximum future day demand was 9.3, the maximum future demand that I can develop using connections and the flow, the amount being used, is 8.3. There's 1 million gallons difference there. Now let's talk about, that was one day. Well, you can't run a water system on one day. You have to look around that day if you're going to be looking at taking the water out of the tank, or you're going to be able to replenish it. So if you look up on the top line, up across there, you can see that there's plenty of capacity to refill the tank from other days. So let's look at the maximum week, because we basically work with the watering system working in week blocks. The maximum influent per week at 7.9 million gallons a day is 55.3 million gallons. Is that our capability? No, that's not what our capability is. Our maximum capability is the 55.3 plus the well for 7 days. That's another 6.3 plus the 6 million gallons in the tank that you would get to use once. So you got a maximum capability of water right now of 67.6 million gallons. You look through all those numbers down there, and you don't find anything that approaches them. So my point is, based on connections, based on known usage, current known usage for the last 4 years, we don't need to build a tank. We don't need to build a line. There is one thing that I learned from this data that we can do, that I think it's important that we need to do, and we need to do it by next spring. If you look across the second line, effluent to distribution system, and I'm going to fall back on something that the general manager said a long time ago. She said, you know, we use more water on a couple of days than we do any other time. But I've just never sat down and looked at it. I can't remember whether it's even or odd days. Well, it's the odd days, and I'm one of those folks that water on odd days. So if you look at this, you see Thursday and Sunday, pretty good sized numbers. If you look on down, you'll find Tuesday and Friday, little numbers. Tuesday and Friday is non-residential watering. That's the government watering. All we have to do to solve this imbalance, these peaks, this issue, is to take a neighborhood, for example, the lakes, and say, what we're going to do is, you folks with odd number addresses that used to water on Thursday and Sunday, guess what? You're now going to water on Tuesday and Friday. And you know what? Those peak numbers all across the schedule up there revert down to that weekly average number with all of that excess capacity. It's a simple management solution to solve the peaking issue. That's it. Folks, my position is we don't need the line and we don't need the tank.
Which line are you talking about, the 24-inch line?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you need that?
Because you've got 67.6 million gallon capacity per week, and the most you're using is 42.3. You've got 25.3 million gallons extra capacity coming to the town with the current line.
What's your population now?
It has nothing to do with population.
What?
It's all done with connections. Throw the population away.
You mentioned that, you know, your population, I think, at the last meeting was 12,141 to build out. Is that correct?
Population has nothing to do with
I'm
the
just looking at what you
connections.
gave us last time. You mentioned the population. At the onset of your
Yep.
discussion, you mentioned that the population was in question in the study.
We talked about it,
So you
and
agree it's around 14,000.
have no idea. That's why I went to something that is more accurate. Everyone agrees, everyone, I'm sure, staff for sure, that count on connections, I'll bet is within +1 or 2 every month for the monthly report.
Kevin, do you have anything to add on this?
Well, I haven't seen his numbers and everything, so I disagree with what he's saying based on what our study is, because I'm not sure if he looked at projecting out future demand. I don't know where he came up with that, but I disagree with his numbers. You know, our study, we ran a model, ran it, and you run it over a period of time, which goes up, brings your tanks up, the whole, and models your whole system as a whole, and it comes out that you're gonna be short some water. So I disagree with what he's doing, but I don't have the information to be able to sit down and analyze it over a short period of time, you know, and say that, no, you don't need it, because I just, based on what our model shows and everything, I don't think you're gonna have that.
Your model is based on population. This is
Model's
based,
on population and the,
Equivalence, isn't it?
and the connections both together. So it's the same thing, but I don't think your numbers are correct.
okay, they're right over there on the table.
We can look at it, but I don't think your numbers are correct.
Let me ask two questions.
We have a resident that.
Let me just ask two quick
Okay.
questions. I'm intrigued with what Bill's got here by moving the dates around and trying to have voting
Balance.
on certain days. I mean, I'm intrigued by that. Now, I'd like to ask two questions. Why can't Bill and Kevin get together and let's go through those numbers and see, you know, what there's wrong with them? But secondly, is tonight the night we've got to approve for the
August
legal
22nd
process,
is the
the approval?
deadline.
Wait, let me finish. To prove the go forward to put it on the referendum for a bond election in November. Is tonight the night we have to do that?
Yes, it has, the election has to be called by August 22nd if you want to do it in November.
So now here's my third question. Let's assume that Kevin and Bill agree that Bill's numbers are wrong. That's just assuming. If we go ahead and approve the bond election tonight, then fine, we've got it ready to go for the ballot. Now, let's assume that Bill convinces Kevin that his numbers are correct. Can we, at a future date, remove that off of the ballot? Can't we take it off? We're up against a deadline to put it on, but can we not reach back if we realize there's new information? Can we pull it off?
I think I'd like for a bond counsel to come speak to that issue.
Because I mean, the safe thing to do is to lay it on there if we can pull it off, and then let these two guys get together and work it out. And
Well, Tony, did you want to comment on it?
There's authority for the district to cancel an uncontested election in the context of directors, but there is no authority to cancel a bond election once it's been called. I'd remind the board that you are not making a decision how much money to spend tonight. If you decide to go forward with calling the election, the decision of which projects to be funded, how much bonds to be issued, will be made at a future date, and you can do additional engineering studies if you want before you make that decision. The decision tonight is just to seek the bond authorization, but the decision actually how much bonds to issue would be made in the future date.
Is it August 22nd or later than that?
August 22nd is the deadline if you want to call an election for the November uniform election date. If you don't call the election before that 22nd deadline, then the next opportunity to call an election will be the
So
May.
you could change the ballot language after August 22nd?
No, sir.
He said it would have to go to May.
Till next May.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for Kevin. In all of the analysis that I've seen, if we assume that your reports are right, all of the investments are several years down the line. They're not now. They're not something that has to be done in the next 6 months or 8 months, correct?
Right, if you notice what our study and everything is, we said several importance, the LAS is a big thing, the ground storage, the elevated storage, those are high priorities. And then, the others are, they're future needs that you're gonna need, that don't have to be done right now.
Okay.
Greg, the one thing of those three projects that could be sooner than later is the line from here to the elevated, and that depends on when PD 30 starts. So if they're starting up sooner, that could be sooner, but that's of the three projects, that's the only one that
But
really is in the near future.
The elevated tank is the furthest one down the road, though.
Not the elevated tank,
I mean, it's storage tanks, ground storage.
Storage tank.
Because if you don't have that line, then, the storage tank is after the line is put in, correct?
Yeah,
If there's a need for it.
I'm going to follow up, I think, where Director Wilson was headed, and that is not to do this on the November election. We can chase this down, and if it's a critical item, put it on the May election. Is that where you're headed?
Yeah, that's where I'm heading, and we can even, during that time, while we do the consideration, we can even try Director Rose's idea. We can have a bunch of people sit down and speculate whether or not it worked, or we can change it and see what happens while we make the determination whether or not we need it. And if we get the results that he, based on his analysis, which I'd rather try it and see rather than, because I can't. I like to make you all feel special, think I'm smart enough that I don't know what all this means. So I'd rather just try it for 6 months and see if it works.
Tony.
If it does, then we can make a decision from there.
Okay.
And if it not, we can go on the May ballot.
Tony, from what I understood you saying, that we can go out for a bond, but we don't have to name what the bond is for as far as the dollars, right? At this time.
The action before you tonight is to call an election to secure bond authorization to fund water system improvements. The preliminary engineering report identifies the proposed improvements that are contemplated and that support the amount of the proposed bond issue, but that's not part of the proposition, and if as a result of subsequent studies or analyses, the board decides to pursue other water system improvements, it would have the freedom to do so. If it decides not to pursue any of the improvements, it's free not to issue those bonds. The only action taken tonight is whether or not to seek, conduct an election on November 8th to secure bond authorization. The decision as to whether to issue bonds and what projects would be funded would be done by subsequent action of the board at a future date.
I guess my question is, right now, based on the water project and the study, it's 18 million, okay? Or more by the time you pay
With contingencies.
closing costs and all that, okay? If we vote to have the bond, decided by the voters on November 8th or whatever day it is, does it have to be 18 million announced tonight, or can it change to
The election,
13 minus the storage tank or something like that?
the order calling the election needs to specify the amount of the bond authorization that you'll put before the voters. The draft reflects the number that's in the preliminary engineering report, which with contingencies is the $20 million figure. If the board decides to remove some projects and call the election for, this is arbitrary, 10 million, you've got that flexibility. It's entirely up to you.
What's the deadline for that, to say?
It's all has to be done by August 22nd.
Yeah, so if we, basically what he's saying is if we're gonna do election in November, even if it's for a nickel, we need to do it tonight. We need to
By
approve
the
it tonight.
26th, by the 26th.
Yeah.
In a week.
22nd.
Yeah. Can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion that we delay this decision until later in the year. And if we, that we delay this to, if we're going to do it to May
I'll
2017.
second. I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to delay it until May election, I heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, if we get hit with the $2 million for the land of the tank, how do you want to pay for it before then?
If we get hit.
I think that, quite honestly, and this comes from prior experience with PD 30, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, started. I haven't seen any dirt turn out there yet.
That's it.
And between now and May, I haven't seen a stake in the ground. So I'll agree that the line going to the east elevated tank needs to be done. I've said that over and over. We need to get the engineering done on that and have it ready to go for bids. But if we build that line and that property sits out there empty for another 10 years, we now have the line to nowhere, the bridge to nowhere.
No, I think there's a need, I think that you
You gotta
already
tie
have-
in.
No, Bill, I don't see us building that land until they start that because they committed
Well-
to pay $200,000 of it.
Well, but here again,
But I mean, I wouldn't start construction on that thing until they were ready to roll.
But do you think
Exactly.
they'll do it between now?
I don't know, that's the
It
question
does,
I'm
it
asking.
doesn't,
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
the bond election is just to authorize the sale or the X amount. You don't have to sell them, as I think Director Thomas mentioned. We had bond money that sat there since like 1988.
Yeah, but Kevin, I gotta tell you, in today's environment, I'm not comfortable going out saying, give me $18 million, and I'm not telling you how I'm gonna spend it. I'm not comfortable doing that.
no.
How you
I
spend
mean,
it.
you know,
You
I
can't
might
do
I
that.
move it from one thing to another as the next 3 or 4 years come along? Okay. But I think if you go out and say $18 million, you gotta tell the voters, I want it for this and this and this and this. And if you're just saying, give me $18 million, I don't think that'll pass. I don't think you'll get to vote on that at all.
Matt,
I
isn't
think Nick
it-
wants to speak.
It's,
I think you have
I
some
think
speakers.
the mayor would
yeah,
like to.
go ahead, Nick. Mayor Sanders.
And there's someone else too.
Nick Sanders, 7 Hayes Court. I did turn in a slip to speak on the
Okay.
item itself, and of course now you have a motion on the floor that's different. But I was going to make a point that relates to this. Recently, as the town was discussing about bond elections, there's a new state law that affected us. If we call a bond election for a purpose and it fails, you have to wait, I believe, 3 years before you could call a bond election for the same thing. Now, I don't know if that affects water districts or MUDs. Okay, so he answered that. I just,
What did he say?
What did he say?
he shook his head no.
Okay.
So that was a surprise to us. It's kind of like, better make sure it passes because, yeah, okay. So that was all I was.
Okay, do we have another person? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Michael?
Just state your name and address, please.
Sure. Michael Gerasi, 2605 Broadway. Forgive me, I'm new, and I appreciate you all hearing me here. And if I am coming up here at the wrong time, I just have a couple questions, so forgive me for my
Oh,
ignorance.
you waited.
I'm sorry, I've only lived here 10 months, but I just find it very interesting that some people talked about earlier about kind of the hostility between the residents and kind of the mud. And I also have time in the military, and I've lived all over. I'd just be very cautious if I were you guys that many citizens are this upset with people that have lived here this short amount of time. And we're just getting out in the Metroplex. I know that from my private experience in the commercial industry, that this is something I would really watch from you guys, being a part of the developers and what have you. Just something I want you guys to be aware of, that y'all probably want to really listen to the residents that live here a whole lot more than what my 10 months of wisdom, and I mean that with a little bit of sarcasm there, that I've seen since I've lived here. So just something I want you guys to be aware of. But I've also been in the commercial industry for 19 years here, doing major construction projects. And developers talk. Developers talk a lot. And if residents are not happy, that throws up a whole lot of red flags to potential developers coming in here to spend tax dollars in our area. And so I'm just trying to give, just as a new resident, just a little bit of caution to the board about how you want to be perceived and how you're treating your residents. Just throwing that out there. The second thing I'd like to bring up here, and forgive me because I'm trying to get spun up on this being a new resident, is we do a lot of data centers, corporate headquarters, both in my life. That's basically what I've done here. I've worked for large construction companies, worked for a consulting firm, worked for an owner, developer, and I have a concern with the proposed, I guess it's called alternate improvement option on page 33. It's 7-2 or .2 on the new water line that's coming in. It's a parallel 16-inch line. It looks like it's going right over the existing line. Forgive me, I'm guessing that the existing line that's already there is somewhere around 25, 30 years old. Is that correct? 40. So 40 years old. So the one that's, I'm sorry, I'm still getting spun up on this stuff here. The one that's referenced that goes, the 16-inch line that goes right over the one here on 7-2. My point is, while he's looking at that, is that if you have a 40-year-old line in the ground, it's already approaching the end of its useful life. So if you have two things that are getting ready to happen here. If you're going to put a new line in, if you are going to damage an existing line that's going to be parallel to the existing line, there's 2 times that it's going to bust. And this is, anybody in the industry is going to argue with me on this. This is something, I know I'm young here, but I'm right on this one. If you're going to break that line, it's when you're going to put in a new line next to it. And I've seen it happen. And somebody usually gets hurt. Just throwing that out there. That's when it's going to break.
That line there that you're on, it's
Yeah.
the one from the ground storage tank to the elevator storage tank.
Okay, but you're still putting a line right next to the existing line, correct?
No, not this one.
He's talking about the
This one, this is a
377
new
line.
line. The
Yeah.
one, the other one's coming back from back over
Okay.
here.
But it says it's a parallel 16-inch pipe.
No, this one's not parallel. It may be, well,
That's-
it's parallel to
that's-
that 14. So the
Okay.
14's up in the street, way up here.
Yeah.
The 16's down here.
And how far is that distance?
A block, 2 blocks.
Okay.
Couple hundred yards.
Okay, but regardless, okay, so I'll take it from this aspect. Anytime you design redundant systems, you come in from 2 different paths. You don't follow the same path. If you look at city grids, if you look at corporate campuses, the way they're designed, just throwing out there an example, there'll be a feed from the east and another feed from the west. 2 different substations coming in from different angles. You don't want to kind of go along the same paths. You want to have separate angles coming in on how you design a system.
But the pipe you're talking about does that.
Well,
the
it's
purpose.
actually, looks like it's coming, there's several areas right here on the drawing where they
21,
overlap.
2124 tank is the same.
Right, can I approach the bench and show you guys, if that's okay?
The 21 and the 24-inch line are in the same.
We get the 16s coming right over there, where it's coming over.
You talking about which line, Kevin?
That's the one from the ground storage to the elevator.
Okay, yeah. The 21 and 24-inch line goes in the same easement. That's the one from the one that's under consideration, the other one under consideration is a 24-inch line.
Okay.
It's to go in the same easement that comes from 377 over to the ground storage tank.
There's a lot of pipes on 377 coming through, and there's a lot.
Okay.
In fact, they just hit a gas one on.
That's my
114.
point.
Yeah.
That you just proved my point.
But there's easements for the lines to go through, so you're gonna have multiple lines, whether they're gas or water.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
the
then I'll-
16-inch line is in a brand-new easement.
Okay.
The 21-inch line is relevant to what you're pointing out.
Yeah, okay. But thank you for clarifying the 16-inch line. Thank you for confirming my concern there. Anytime you kind of have that, you're going to break it. The other time that you're going to have a problem with the line breaking is when you first put it in. So just, that could be workmanship, it could be whatever. But just some things to kind of consider. My point is that you want to be sure when you're running lines that they're not right on top of each other. I think that's the point I'm trying to make here. And so just something y'all probably want to consider there.
Let me ask, how wide are those easements on that 21-inch line? Is it 10 feet wide or 30 feet wide?
Oh, no, they're a lot wider than 10 feet. I don't know what they are.
But is there room to dig another ditch? Is there room to dig another ditch for the 24-inch line in the same easement but not on top of it?
Well, number one, they're not going to be on top of each other.
Okay.
For sure, you're not going to do that. Especially a 21 and 24-inch line, you're not going to put them on top of each other.
We're not building a line, are we in Fort Worth building a line?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about things that aren't in the bond now. We're talking. So.
Forgive me.
Okay.
The other point that
Only if it's about the bond election. We've got to stay on point. That's all this item is about.
Fair enough. Back to your point here, then, about using the data here. Again, I'm still new here, but if you drive around the neighborhood, everybody's watering their yards on Thursday and Saturday. Anybody who lives here, anybody who drives out past the curfew or goes for a run, everybody's running their water at the same time. Your example of having odds and evens, I don't think we have that.
Yeah, we
as a
do.
We do.
resident, kind of given the hostility we talked about earlier and kind of seeing the
think he's
tension in the room
saying
and all
you
the
have
people
it
you
in
have here,
theory, but not-
I think you owe it to the residents, to your point, whether y'all agree on the data or not, to kind of have a plus for the people that live here in this area, and for you, maybe from my perception, being a new resident, to kind of maybe extend a bridge to kind of meet the voters and residents halfway. Maybe we have a study where we say, we put a letter out, whatever. let's look at alternating watering days between odds and evens or neighborhoods or however y'all want to break it up. But let's try to confirm this data before we put things out there to spend people's money, because people are already upset about a rate increase, let alone now a bond to pay for everything. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I realize you knew. We do have watering days as you come in the development. It says odd and even, the days you're supposed to water.
Yes, sir.
So there is water conservation for that, and we follow Fort Worth's policy too, because that's where we buy water from. They
Sure.
dictate it. So there are watering days, and as you said, I go around the community too, and the medians are on, or people watering
Yeah.
on days they're not supposed to.
And as somebody who lives here, if somebody's not watering on the days they're not supposed to be watering, where we move from, people are ticketed. They're given a warning, and then after that, they're ticketed.
There's a town ordinance that
Yeah.
calls that out. That
And so, anyway, point taken, but I think just we need to confirm some data.
Okay, but
Thank you. Appreciate
let's
it.
go back to the bond.
Kevin, the point that Bill brought up is, in my mind, unbelievably critical, even more so than we've thought about. And that's why I think that he and Kevin have got to get together, not yesterday or, immediately, to work through this. And I'll tell you why. The huge amount of this increase on rates that we just laid on everybody is to pay for $4.4 million of a performance bond that we've approved a month ago.
We don't do performance bonds.
A revenue bond, forgive me.
Okay,
A
revenue bonds.
revenue bond approved 2 months ago. And that is the huge piece of this increase. If Bill's numbers are right, and that expense is not required, we can knock an absolute hole in these rates.
Okay, again, we're talking bond,
rates.
tax bonds.
Rates.
What you're talking about is revenue bonds.
I'm talking about Bill and Kevin getting together and finding out if this
Okay,
data's right.
Okay, but I do want to clarify something, because I don't want it to be misunderstood. The $4.6 million revenue bond is to increase the capacity in the second phase of the Fort Worth line, where right now we have 3.7 MGD, and it's to increase it to the 10.3. So it is necessary, even if Bill's concerns on the last phase.
Okay, so Bill, you're not questioning.
Absolutely valid.
Okay,
And I
you're not
wish all the
questioning
folks, absolutely valid. I wish all the folks were here.
I just want to make sure that that everybody understands the difference between that and the line he's talking about.
We need, I'll take it, 7.9. We need that capacity in that line, and we need it coming here. I can't have, and that's why I didn't jump up and scream about the line coming in, even though is coming in at 10.3. I'm looking at 9.3 and I'm looking at 8.3. There's more capacity. We're buying more capacity than what I show we need, okay? We're buying more. Someday we may be able to sell it somebody, or worst case, 40 years out, they may say, we really need that 24-inch line now. Let's build it. We got the capacity and bring it in. I don't know. Maybe Hawaiian Falls is going to put in a big development here, and we need the water. But,
Okay,
you
I
know,
got you. I got
but we need...
You're not
I'm
questioning
behind.
capacity.
I'm behind that line coming to 377.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You made a motion, is that correct?
I made a motion.
You made a motion,
delay.
okay. And then you second,
I did.
correct? Can you restate your motion?
I made a motion that we delay this potential bond issue to May.
Okay, a motion. Any more discussion?
The mayor
Okay.
has one more thing.
Mayor Sanders?
Sounded like you were back on the bond.
We think so.
Be nice.
I think.
Be nice.
That's where you are, so I may be out of order.
Good
but-
guess.
Okay.
There was a little dig there.
One point was, I agree with the fact that Bill suggesting the use of connections is maybe a more accurate way to look at things than population. We don't have accurate population counts, and we probably never will till the next census. And you get the data a year after they take the census, so it's not even going to be right then. So seems like averaging connections is a better way to determine what our ultimate need's going to be, except for obviously the connection at PD 30 and the apartments, the multifamily. You can't use a connection for that. So
It's in there. It's in that 5117.
well, it's
Actually, it's in my...
you can't use it as a connection. Is my point. If you're averaging connections, and there's one connection, 1 meter for the apartments, you can't use it as a connection.
We counted...
But let me just finish my point, Bill, please.
Okay.
So you can surely use a different way to maybe LEUs of the number of people that are going to live there. So, and then the last thing I would say is, I really do recommend that you not call the election without more data. I realize that there's a concern about revenue and supporting your budget, but I really think it is wisdom to delay it and get more research, get more involvement, get more data out there. Otherwise, you stand the risk of it failing without somehow communicating better. So that's just my encouragement. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? You had something?
I was going to respond to the mayor. We took, in my number, the 5063 includes the apartments, one connection per apartment in PD 30, so.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All in favor? That's 4, and I'll oppose. Okay, moving on. It's still the 16th, yep.
Hey,
We're gonna go-
hey,
go
Kevin,
Yes.
before you leave this, so that we don't have to battle this thing again in the future, I do think that Bill and Kiva need to sit down with Bill's numbers and crossfoot, and let's find out, what's accurate. I think that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Keith?
Okay, what
Bill.
number is that?
Bill. Call him deep. Tell him you're not coming home tonight. You're going home with Keegan.
Okay, we're gonna do the SWIFT funding so we can get people out.
What item is that?
It's item 5.
I thought we were on the-
Everybody, consider and take appropriate action regarding $4,635,000 Trophy Club Municipal Utility Number 1 Water and Sewer System Revenue Bonds, proposed Series 2016, TWDB. These are the SWIFT funding bonds.
I'll make a motion that we take appropriate action to approve the 4.6.35 water and sewer revenue bonds, proposed series 2016. That we approve the finance agreement with the Texas Water Development Board, setting forth terms and conditions of financial assistance under the State Water Implementation Revenue Fund, and that we authorize other actions necessary, appropriate, or convenient regarding the issuance of the TWDD bonds.
Second.
Okay, I think Vice President Wilson is gonna abstain from this.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain from this vote. I have serious licensing. I don't want my my vote to be seen as approval or a negative for this bond issue.
Okay, the motion been made by Director Thomas, second by Director Rose. We're approving agenda number 5, A and B, as stated by Director Thomas. All in favor, show of hands.
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry, discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jennifer, this 4.635 is in 17 budget, is it not?
Yes,
And the water rate.
the debt service payment is in the water revenues, yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? No, okay. Show of hands. Okay, 4, and 1 abstain. Director, Vice President Wilson abstain.
I would just point out quickly, the SWIFT program's a great program to borrow from. You get lower interest rates than the district will ever otherwise borrow. There is a drop dead date with SWIFT funding that you should be aware of. It's September 12th. It's the last day that any issuers or participants in this SWIFT funding program can drop out without financial penalty. If the district were to decide after September 12th that you no longer want to proceed with the SWIFT funding program, you would be due a financial penalty to the Texas Water Development Board. So if you all decide that you do not want to participate, you need to make that
We
decision.
just agreed earlier that this expense we have to do.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's very, very clear to you all.
I read the document. The penalty's pretty steep.
It's very steep because they don't. The water board's going out and selling $1 billion worth of bonds to then loan to everybody. They don't want to borrow money that they don't need to, and so that's why they enforce that. But with that, thank
Hey,
you for
sorry
time
to
this
keep
evening.
you so late. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
So the 18 million, none of that, Jennifer, is in 2017 budget, right?
No.
Okay, so what this 4,635,000 is part of the reason these people are up here complaining tonight, because that is in the 17 budget.
Talking about it.
So we haven't done anything to lower the projected water and sewer rates. We haven't even voted on sewer rates, but we haven't taken any action that would cause those rates to go down that I can see.
Correct.
Okay, do we want to address the sewer rates at this time? Go back to that, or that we haven't finished that one yet? Is that okay?
Sure.
Bill?
Sure.
Okay, so that was,
I've lost my audience.
I know.
Kevin,
Yes.
I've got to have a 2-minute break.
what?
I've got to go to the bathroom for 1 minute.
Take a break.
Okay, we'll take another recess.
Just
It's
short one, a real short one.
it's at 10:40 or 10:37, and we'll return at 10:50.
Ooh, he's got us a big break.
Now 10:46, we're coming out of recess, back to regular session, and we'll return to the sewer rates. And I believe that is item number 4. It's consider and take appropriate action to adopt district rate order number 2016. Jim. Can you go? 2016-0816 A as in alpha, amending water and sewer rates and setting the effective date of October 1st, 2016. We've already addressed the water, so we're just addressing the sewer rates at this time for a proposed rate effective October 1st, 2016. Director Rose has a presentation on the sewer rate.
Thank you. Geez, I don't need my address anymore.
I can't see that.
You
real
can't
quick.
see it?
Sewer, yeah, okay.
Oh, big stuff. Okay. Sewer rates, cost allocation by customer class. Okay, water code provisions applicable to all districts. Some of us have seen this before, others haven't. It says, notwithstanding any other law, a district may establish different charges, fees, rentals, or deposits amongst classes of customers that are based on any factor. My underline, my highlight, my expansion. The district considers appropriate, including the cost of facilities, operations, and administrative services to provide service to a particular class of customer. The water code, now this one's out of the PUC. Section 13043 says rates shall not be unreasonably preferential, prejudicial, or discriminatory, but shall be sufficient, equitable, and consistent in application to each class of customers. All right, so, and I didn't bring my piece of paper with me, but general manager, that's okay, I don't need it. I'll work off of this. The general manager gave us, I think it was in a rate workshop, when we were doing the rate selections, like 4 items of 4 scenarios and all that type stuff. And in that sheet of paper was this data, and that the total volume for calendar year 15 going to wastewater treatment plant, oh geez, was 375.4 million gallons. And I lost one off my slide, but the commercial number is
976.
976. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay, so simple math, taking the commercial, dividing it by the total, you get the percentage of 29%, and the residential is left with 265 million gallons going
Okay,
to waste.
Just real quick, out of that 109, did you subtract the portable meters and deduct?
I used the number that the general manager gave me.
That was in total flow, commercial flow, but you did not deduct the portable meters, which don't have anything going to sewer, or the
I
deduct.
used,
Yeah.
the general manager give us the 109 point.
Yeah, I think in one of the charts, I think we were provided the 3-year average. I think that's where that 110 came from.
Yeah,
When
110.
when NewGen sent the updated rate model, it withdrew the amounts from the deduct meters and the irrigation only meters, and that was the 25,000, which took it down to 84. So that's the discrepancy in the numbers.
So what's the right number?
No, the 84 million was the actual usage, the actual build for,
Sewer.
for sewer. I don't remember if it was calendar year or fiscal year. The 109 that's used in the model is the average over the 3 years.
Yeah, and what,
Correct.
So if
It
it's
neither included the.
okay, so wait a minute.
and what,
Okay, so that's, the number, the 109, call it 110, because it was real
986.
close. The 110 number was an average.
It was a projected forward average, yes, based on historical and then projected what they thought it would be going forward.
Okay, so it
For
was
sewer
like for the
usage.
three, but it was projected for fiscal year 17 then?
Yes.
Okay, so that, it's still a working number then, because it's a projected number. That's good.
But it's projected forward and you're looking at calendar year previous.
Yeah.
So that number should be projected forward if you were to actually use influent to a wastewater plant, but you don't use that for a
Yeah,
rate
and
setting.
if it was 85, and then that would take the
Okay.
residential up to 285, then that would change the ratio to 77 to 23%, 77, 23.
So so the real number is 23% rather than 29%. So we'll just adjust them as we go along on the fly. Working concept now rather than actual numbers, because I don't have actual numbers for the 23. I do have some numbers back there on my sheet. I'll talk to them when I get back to my desk. Okay, sewer cost by user group, the total required was 2.7 million. And here again, this is using the 29, so these numbers are going to be off a little bit. The commercial required is 799. The actual that I showed from the paperwork was 332, being short $466,000. Now that shortage is going to be less because it's going to be 23% rather than 29%. The residential required,
77-23 split now.
yeah, it's, yeah. What'd you say,
77, 23.
77-23 would be the correct split. So once again, like I said, the numbers are all going to move, but there's still going to be a difference. The residential required 1.9, the subsidy moving across. This slide group looks like something that I picked up before it was done. So the actual would be 466, 1 point onto 1.9. Always happy to see a slide that's got everything on it. Okay, so with our average.
Let me ask you this,
Sure,
Bill.
Jim.
Would you be satisfied with 77-23?
Yeah, I will be satisfied with the number that's right. Now, that's a board, that number, that's a board decision. I mean,
Yeah.
how we pick that number?
Well, the
I mean,
reason I ask it is Greg went through with me and with at least Kevin, and I don't know if he did with you and Jim or not, but
No, we can't.
he
That's
he
open meetings.
substantiated the 77-23 to me, to my satisfaction.
Okay.
And so if you think that is a good number, I guess what you're saying, you're not convinced yet that 77-23 is a good number.
No, what I'm saying is there's a decision point on whether you want to limit your model to a 1 year look back, or whether you want to use a model that uses a 3-year look back to determine the ratio. Each one would have its own advantages. The advantage to the 3-year model is that you're going to get less of a variation from year to year. Now, granted, I wouldn't be expecting a lot of variation from year to year from commercial anyway, but obviously from 80, whatever it is, to 109, there's some variation there. So,
What did you use, Greg, 1 or 3?
I used 1 year. I used
looked at 2015.
Yeah, 2015 actuals.
okay, so if you're using, and
calendar
that's a,
year.
yeah, and that's one of those things that I think is important. We need to be apples to apples. I mean, if we're going to use 1 year, and frankly, I mean, we talk about calendar years because we test your budget
calendar year to calendar year. But you could just as well say, well, I'm going to use July to June from the previous, because that's my most current data. I've got sewer data, and I've got commercial water data right out of my billing. I mean, you can slide that window however you want to slide it, and you can make it as big or as small as you want. But the important thing in my mind is that we capture that window and use that for determining rates.
Yeah. Well, in the interest of not having multiple rate changes throughout the year, 2, 3, or 4, well, 2 would be okay, but 3, 4, 5 rate changes, I think that's not good business practice to have that many changes in a 12-month period.
No, and here again, I'm talking winter averaging. Ordinarily, my understanding from looking at other winter averaging communities is they will capture data in December, January, and February for us, and then the rates will go into effect April, because you need time to calculate it, because that rate, that sewer rate, will change. It will change because people's use during that capture period will change. And so each year you would be looking at, for all practical purposes, no different than any other rate, you're going to reset that rate to capture money. So anyway, that's the math on that. Looking at sewer charges, and I think some of you have seen these before, I don't think Greg has. I've heard said that, commercial and residential has to have the same rate. Well, Austin doesn't have the same rate. The other thing I want to point out on this is the separation, because one of the things that I would like to drive to not only is winter averaging, but I would like to drive to winter averaging with an incline block structure. Just like we have an incline block structure for water, you can do the same thing under best management practices for sewer. So anyway, there's Austin.
Let me say about Austin, they have a much more diverse commercial community than we do.
Okay.
Ours is all restaurants and grocery stores. They have, Motorola has a big plant there. Several people have big plants in Austin. So their water going to the sewer plant is probably more polluted than ours is.
But I'm not looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the concept. Okay.
Okay. Westlake, just FYI, Westlake actually has a fixed volumetric on sewer, but they elected to go a tier on base rate based on the line size.
That's interesting. Here's Fort Worth. Once again, residential, they just have a flat winter average. A little bit different on the commercial. That's non-monitored, which would be like our commercial. Then they have a monitored, which means you've got an unusual waste stream, so they have a different rate for that. Decatur, I picked up Decatur because there was a comment a long time ago, well, little towns, you're looking at big towns, little towns don't do this. Decatur's got I like Decatur's, and it has an interesting touch that I think we might want to consider. Not only do you have the residential winter averages and the gallonage down, but you have the commercial with also an inclined block structure. And I think it's important for us, if we were to go to an inclined block structure, that we do that on commercial, because we have apartments in our commercial. And so I think, even though they're not going to have much of a use, I wouldn't expect them to have a large volumetric use. I think it's important that we kind of give them a little break, because I think that the commercial rate, when we flow it out across, it's going to be fairly expensive.
How much more do you want commercial to pay? They're already paying match 1-to-1 against water and sewage. So
what they need to pay is what it takes to cover their piece of the pie, the 23%. Okay?
They're already
Do you
paying
think that it really takes as much of the lift stations and the collection system to get that wastewater to the treatment plant from the amount of commercial versus the residential?
There-
When you're looking at the global costs, I mean, if you were to take foot by foot, linear foot by linear foot of the lines and the lift stations that it's taking to get commercial there,
But you don't have any way to break that out.
Well, how many commercial connections we have? 130, 160, something like that?
yeah, about
Yeah,
180.
So 180, and you have 4,000 something residential. That's a lot more lines, just common sense there.
But it's still based on usage at the plant. You don't have a way to factor in where that sewer goes.
You have to
because you end
factor
up-
that in. You have
because
to
you-
factor in the cost of the collection system. And the other issue, when you're just looking at the plant influent and you're saying, okay, we know we build the commercial for X amount, it's the same thing as what we build the residential, because neither number's a measured number. We're just guessing it, basically. Because there are other commercial uses that don't go to the sewer system. But even still, with the build amount, and you just deduct commercial, then you're really putting all of the costs of I&I over onto the residential customer, because you can look, and I was comparing like January of 15 versus January of 16, and one of those Januaries, I think this January, was like 20% more flow to the wastewater plant just because it rained all month.
Okay, so, and I appreciate the comment about I&I, because that may be a factor that needs to be considered in transferring the cost, because as you say, right now, all I&I sits on the residential side.
No, it doesn't. It
I mean,
does
if
in
you do-
your
in this-
analogy of
in this
taking
one-
just commercial and deducting it. That's
Yes.
where it would rely.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that 23%, if you roll in a factor for I&I don't know, might be 23.6. Who knows? Got no idea where that number would go. But I'm sure that all of these folks that do this have the exact same issue. So the next one I looked at was the question become, can MUDs do this? And so I found I found a couple, but Sonterra I like. Here again, for winter averaging, they've got three sets that they use, and then they have another set for commercial. And I think that's, once again, inclined block structure. I think for both residential and commercial is good. And they do winter averaging just on residential. Now, I will tell you that in all of cities and stuff I've looked at, I found one city that does winter averaging on commercial. Haven't got it figured out. But anyway, that's what they do. Okay, so here's what. I think we need to correct our preferential and discriminatory rate structure because we are clearly loading sewer costs across from commercial onto residential, even at the 23%.
Okay, back to Sonterra.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the same city you brought up last time,
Mhm.
and you failed
It's a
to
mud.
mention
It's a
that
mud.
they're,
It's a mud.
excuse me?
It's a mud.
Mud district.
Yeah, it's a mud district, but you failed to mention that their base rate for sewer is like 5/8 is $25, I think, and then for a 1 inch, which is mostly the PID, their base rate is $65.
Okay,
So are
but
you-
here again, it's a conceptual item that you're working.
But I mean, you need to put both of them together. $65. You think people were in here tonight talking about the
Okay.
1750?
Okay. I don't know if I got it in this slide set. Okay, charges based on volume, I will, when I get back to my desk, I'll talk about that. Charges based on volume use. Let's let our customers control their costs by controlling their volumes that they're charged, and we'll control the amount that's charged. Now, I'm gonna go back to my desk, and I think I've got, I can answer your question on on costs here.
Could you just real quick pull up that Sonterra slide again?
Sure.
Okay, so over 6,000, That would be $7.62 per thousand?
That's their rates. That's not saying that's what our rates would be. Yeah, that's their cost structure, and that was something I wanted to mention when we had an audience full of people. We've
'Cause I
all been
think
told,
our
I've got the tape, the general manager saying it more than once.
Our
You can't
proposed is like
compare
2.84.
rates, you can't compare rates between cities or entities. They're not apples to
I'm
apples.
just, and I fully agree, but you're doing this.
No, I'm just,
It's the-
but the point of bringing this up is not to compare the dollars,
Okay.
but to compare the concept that they're using,
Okay.
okay?
Have they ever had their rates challenged?
I know we have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the question was, what would our rates look like if we didn't have that? If we went to that system?
$4.78.
Okay, I've got to find out what happened to my slide set here that I've got
What's 3 cents a month?
data. I've got a couple here to go from. Let me just a second.
I thought it was 478, but it may have been. I can have it open.
Put on your
Here.
flash drive in the wall.
No, it's going to be in here.
No, it's
It's
478.
not this one. Okay, so maybe I do this from memory. I took the current rate structure, current cost structure, and corrected it. Now, once again, because of the change from down to 23% versus the number that I had, these numbers are not going to be perfectly accurate. Here we go. Okay, so the numbers that I came up with using the base scenario the base rate at the scenario we're using right now, the $17.50, using that as the base, the residential cost under winter averaging for sewer would be $2.84. Now, I got to be a little bit more honest than that. It's $284.66, which means we're currently in our rate looking at $2.84. I didn't get there. I got to $2.85. So a penny more on the rate structure that I calculated gets you to winter averaging.
We had a model run on, or I don't know when we got this report, but it shows the 4 scenarios that we talked about in the meeting, and we voted. Everyone voted except you to do scenario 1. It has a winter average in with fund reserve, and it's higher than that. It's like 3.
Yeah, what you need to understand is that the data on this sheet doesn't correct to the 23%. What we've got, what the current commercial is, where'd that number go? It's like 12, okay, here it is. I can, here again, mine's a 29% number, but the current commercial revenue under scenario 1 is 12.19%.
What's the dollar value yet?
332,773. That's 12.19% of the total revenue.
Well, did you go, and what was the dollar amount you said?
I have 332,773 under scenario 1. That's up. That's second data colored block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns over volumetric commercial revenue.
Can I add a point of clarification?
Sure.
The reason why the contention has been, well, not the contention, the reason why the statement has been made that the residential customers are subsidizing the commercial customers is because if you look at the 84 million gallons based on a total of $375 million processed by the wastewater treatment plant, that means the other 290 million gallons had to be attributable to residential. The problem is we're billing the residential customers 580 million gallons when they only use 290. Because of that, it drives the rate down about 40%, and that's the reason why you're getting a differential in the cost. Because by running 700,000 into our total cost, it's taking the rate down from 4.25 down to $2.84. Yes, the commercial customers are paying for all of the effluent that they run through the system, but they're paying a lower rate because we're charging the residential class twice what they actually use. We're billing them for 200% of their actual usage, and that's creating the discrepancy, whereas the residential customers are paying are subsidizing the commercial customers.
I mean, if you go back to the consumption, there, the residents at 18,000 are putting about, you're saying that 375 is all that's going to the plant. Obviously, when you water your yard, some goes down the storm drain, some goes down, some people use sewage on showers and baths. But if at an $18,000 cap, there's about 128 million that's not being billed by anybody of the residential. And the way you got that is the consumption, I think, was like 590, and then if you took 375 and backed your way into it and came up with 295 going through the plant based on the 375, well, we already know that if you base the water one-on-one, there, with the 18,000 and stuff, there's 590 are the numbers of the consumption. So, the plant didn't take 590 million, right? So where's that 309, I think, on the 7,500 chart? That's water that's not being billed for. And then there's a part of the water.
That's water that is being billed.
The 309, the 290 was being billed.
Okay.
And stuff. The remaining that didn't go through the plant off the 375 is 309 or something like that. And again, if you just look at January, the 375 includes rainwater. So in January of 16 versus January of 15, you did 20% above. I think March was 14% above. And then it kind of balances out as you go down the months. That's what we went over and stuff. So just in January alone, you had 20% that could be attributed to
I&I?
the rainwater or something that no one's being billed for.
I mean, the simple solution to that is pick a number that everyone's comfortable with. I talked to Chris. He said 10% would work, 20% would work. Pick a number and say that's I&I, and then stripe that across at the same ratio. Take 77% of that cost and assign it to residential, 23% to commercial, and you put it, and then you're accounting for the I&I. And he said he could stand up and testify to that. And so I think we have a solution to the problem. But I agree with Director Rose. Right now, with the rate structure that we have in place, we have our residential customers are subsidizing our commercial customers by roughly 40%.
So here's the payoff.
Versus 40.
That's the volume that's processed by the wastewater treatment plant. So when you look at the total amount that's processed by the wastewater treatment plant in 2015, it was 375 million gallons of effluent. Of that 375 million gallons, 84 million gallons of effluent we know for a fact went to residential. So the remaining amount is 295 million. We recognize there's some I&I in that, but let's say if we don't account for that, we just simply say all of that has to go to the only other customer we have in the district, which would be residential. So that means
what does I&I stand for?
Infiltration and inflow.
You talking about rain?
Rainwater or seepage or however water gets into the pipe that shouldn't be in there.
But this is what you're saying. The commercial is 1-to-1. Okay, whatever water they use, you're just assuming that they use that goes to the plant. But on residential, you're saying that all of it. I mean, we already know if you take 84 on 1-to-1 commercial, subtract it off 375, you come up
290.
290. Okay, so why don't you take some off the commercial and say they're actually only putting 60 million through there?
Why? Why would we when we have meters?
No,
Well, what I'm saying is this. So, what's your point of contention? So where did when we looked at Chris model, I got the 84 million gallons from him. So either one or two things.
Okay, the 84 million was based on water usage. You take water usage, which was 109, 110, and then they say, okay, these items specifically do not put sewage out, portable meters or deduct meters. That was 25 million something. Okay, so now the 84 million, you're saying, okay, that's remaining water that they used, and you took out stuff that doesn't even connect up to a sewer line, and now you're saying that is accurate 1-to-1.
Yes.
But then on the commercial side, you come up with 290 by backing it out at 375.
You mean on the residential side?
Yeah, the residential side, but you're using the commercial to come up with the 290.
Because we only have two classes of customers in the district.
No, but what my point being is you're saying the commercial 84 million is going to the plant, and in the residential you're saying, well, they must only be 290. So you
Well, it has no other choice because that was all processed by the plant.
I know, but you're saying you're going to bill commercial 1-to-1, 84 million went there.
Okay.
Why can't you take the residential and say maybe they didn't put that much down? You took some off on the residential side and say 290. What if the commercial only 60 million went to the plant?
Well, ultimately, so if we look at a business, every house for the most part has a yard. Most of our commercial customers don't have a sprinkler system. And so pretty much any water they're using, there are some notable exceptions, it's either going down the drain or the toilet. So we have the Trophy Club with the pool. We have 7-Eleven with their car wash. My response to that is this. Both of those entities have the ability to get a sewer meter if they want to say that water should not be going down the sewer and should not be counted. Apparently, they've made a decision that it's not financially feasible to do it, that their investment in getting a meter doesn't justify the money they'll save by doing that. So for me, I don't want to get into a coulda, woulda, shoulda, because they could correct their problem. That's not a mud problem to solve. That's a 7-Eleven in town or Trophy Club to solve, and they have the ability to do it. There's a mechanism to do that. So I'm simply saying I'm using the number that Chris from New Gen, that we're paying a whole lot of money, gave us. And so I'm using his number because that's deducted.
The number,
so, which is the 84 million. So if we only have two classes of customers in the district, if they use 84 million, the residential had to use the other 290. Now we can slice this 100 different ways to Sunday, but the end result is this: the remaining effluent processed by the plant was 290 million gallons. In 2015, we charged the residential customers 580 million gallons. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
No.
So ultimately,
Okay,
that's the reason.
Let me correct you there. We didn't charge the residential 598 or 80. We only charged them for 469 million.
That's not true.
It is. I got the numbers. I took them off the bills.
Well, I'm telling you again. I'm telling you what the model he sent. I can't account for whatever math you did. I can only account for the math that he did. So either we have one or two problems. Either we're not paying Chris because no, please let me finish. Either we're not paying Chris because he's giving us bad information and we need to throw out this model, or we're going to use his numbers. We can't have it both ways.
The way I came up with the 469 million is that there's over 18,000, and the 18th that's not getting billed for. On the residential side, that's 128 million. That exceeds 18,000. So if you do 1-to-1 water, that's the 598.
Here's the thing, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm not about to sit back and do Chris' job. We paid him to do it. If you guys want to pay me, I'll go back and take all the numbers and add them up again. I'm simply using the numbers he gave me. He didn't ask me to add them up. When he went into his model, he said, this is what we build residential. This is what we build commercial. I didn't go back.
Dollars.
Not dollars. It was volumes. The report he sent was not in dollars. It was in volumes. It was in volume, 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 volume.
So, pull up your 7,500 table. Okay, you got it up?
It's coming up.
Okay.
And so when we go to wastewater bill by month, so we go here.
Okay,
So
go to cell.
consumption, please, let's look at just simply, go what he gave us. Consumption by class. He gave us down here, flow by class, wastewater billing data and summary. When we go flow by class, commercial, 84,752,000, residential, 597,202.
Flow by class, that, I agree, but then you're talking billing, go down to.
This says wastewater billing data and
Go
summary.
to cell,
It don't fit.
P.
You can't put all that in the plan.
55.
It's under frequency, go to frequency tab.
Okay, while I'm doing this, can I ask you a question, Jennifer? Would you agree that, let's say that the 509, would you agree that we roughly bill our residential customers twice the volume that goes through the wastewater treatment plant? Would you say that number that Chris provided that says that we bill the residential customers 597,000 is consistent with your experience? Would you say that's an accurate number?
Yes, I would say that we bill much more than actually goes to the plant and is processed.
Okay,
Yes.
the reason why you
But
bill more.
I've never seen rates set based on influent to a wastewater plant either.
Okay, I understand.
Look at this number right here.
Okay.
That's consumption,
Mhm.
598, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is on your 7,500. What's that number right there? 292.
Mhm.
That's what would be billed at 7,500 cap.
Mhm.
That leaves the balance of 305,673 that you're not billing for. You agree with that?
That's under this particular model.
Okay, go to 18. Go up to the field I just told you. P55427, which should be just right above that table to the right. No, down, to the bottom. Okay, go to the right. Okay, go up a little bit. Change that to 18,000. That's the new cap. Okay, what's that number right there?
Total residential says 469,800.
That's the 18,000 that can be billed. That's what I'm telling you.
And Kevin, what I'm saying is this: we can plug whatever numbers in here you want. I don't know what I'm saying is this: I didn't create this model. I simply took the data he gave me. And what you're saying is, let's go back and change this number because it fits
I'm
our
not
need.
changing the number. It's the same number, 598,
Kevin,
4,000.
I would just simply say this. The number Chris gave us said 598. The general manager said roughly 598. She agrees with that number. You disagree with it. So for kicks and no, please let me finish. For kicks and grants, let's assume everybody else in the world is right and you're wrong. Let's just assume that. Not saying it's true. We're just going to assume that for kicks and grants for now. What that does to our rates is this. When we divide on the revenue of $2.7 million, when we take into the model and say there's now 700 million gallons of effluent into our revenue, that brings the rate at 2.84. When we multiply that times the volume that's processed by commercial, they get the 300 some odd $1,000. If we actually bill the residents for what was actually processed through the plant, and that number then became right at about $400,000, that number goes up to $4.70. That's the reason why residents are subsidizing commercial. It's simple division. And so what I'm simply saying is this: we're paying a general manager, and she says the number's right. We're paying a consultant. They say the number's right. We go manipulate their model and come up with a different number and say it's right. To me, I don't want to pay people if I'm not going to trust the numbers that they're providing me.
How many connections are on the residential?
Roughly
Say
4,400,
Say
4,500.
How many, and then you times that by base fee. Obviously, you're gonna have more base fee revenue than commercial, but on this chart, all we did was change the cap from 18 from 7,500. No numbers changed. Chris's number 598 stays there. My point being, the volume that's billed 0 to 18 is 469,981. The over 18 is never billed. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
All
going
we
to
did was change 18 and
But
7,500.
you're assuming that that's the way its model was intended to be used. That's an assumption you're making. We have two people who this is what they do for a living who said the numbers right, and you want to argue that they're wrong. That doesn't make sense to me.
I think, if I can,
Moving on.
we've had a whole group of people out here this evening that are unhappy about their rate increase. Okay? I came to the body last year and said, I'm unhappy about the rate because I'm being charged as a resident for commercial. I'm subsidizing commercial. We have an opportunity here this evening to correct that situation. And when we correct that situation, we move costs from the resident to the commercial. We lighten the costs for the residents. I can't help them on water rates. Those water rates, that cost is locked in. I mean, that's solid stuff. But when I look at the residential in the sewer, seriously, by going to winter averaging, I help the residents by just moving this percentage to 23% versus the 12 that's in there now. I cut the residential customers' bills. I shouldn't say give them a break. I'm treating them fairly, fair and equitable. I stood in there a month ago and said, people are not going to be happy, but we need to make sure that what we do is fair and equitable. They'll understand fair and equitable. If you raise their rates and they look at it and say it's not fair and equitable, we deserve all the problems we get. We need to be fair and equitable with our rate structure. I have a motion. I move that commercial and residential customers shall cover their own cost of service based on derived volumetric flows at the wastewater treatment plant with an adjustment for I&I. Commercial water that is billed sewer charges shall be used as commercial flow at the wastewater treatment plant for purpose of calculating percentage of service and allocating costs plus an I&I for commercial and residential customers.
What's the definition of I&I adjustment?
Inflow and Greg, inflow.
I mean, how do you measure the rain?
The only way, I talked to Chris, the only way you can do it is
I need a second.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'll second it. Okay, the only way you can do it is you have to hire an engineer to do a study. And then
We have a motion by Director Rose, second by Vice President Wilson.
Yeah, the only way to do it is you have to hire an engineering firm to come in, and they would basically put meters at various spots and
Rain
measure
meters.
what's
You're
going
talking
on.
about rain meters, right?
I'm sorry?
Rain meters?
Flow meters to see what's actually going into the plant. Yeah, and they would put rain meters by the sewer. So then they would come up with a percentage, and you would do that every 10 years or what have you. And I asked him, I said, okay, well, if you did that, how often would you do it? Would you do it every year? He said, no, you do it like every 10 years. He said, so really, it's a guess. And I said, well, why don't we just guess and come up with a reasonable number? And he said, 10% sounds good. And he said, I can testify to that.
For I&I?
For I&I. And he said, that's a reasonable number. I said, based on the ones you've seen, he said, I've seen it go anywhere from 10% to 50%. If it's 50%, you're leaking like a sieve. 10% seems more reasonable. And so we can put that in, charge it to the same ratio, 77 to 23%, and I think that would be fair and equitable.
Go ahead.
Danny Mayer, 2201 Prestwick Avenue. Y'all really should be out here. This is fun to watch. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Y'all had a room full of people here tonight that were not happy. Director Thomas said, help, show me what can we do to lower your rate. You have admitted on video that you're billing twice as much as you're processing to the residential customer. I don't know. It just seems like y'all just need to like pay attention. I mean, this is funny. I think Jim Thomas asked a reasonable question tonight. Show me how. You got to show me how, because you're going to lower something. And that's what they're looking for. And it's reasonable. It's reasonable. It's not unfair to the commercial customer, but what is unfair is what's happening to the residential customer. So I think somebody gave you a handout tonight, Jim.
Well,
Okay, just to correct something, I mean, there's a couple people have made statements that the residents were being billed twice. It wasn't a board as a whole. You know, if you come down to how many residential connections there are compared to commercial, I mean, just by the base rate alone, it's going to be, you know, a big variance there. But just to make sure you're correct, it wasn't the board that said we're billing residents twice as much.
Kevin, I want to come back. I want to come back to what Bill said a second ago, because it's the first time I've heard it. At least I've heard it this way. I absolutely think that if we can figure out what commercial is using and what residential is using, they should pay their share of that. I absolutely feel that. I thought they were. So if I understand what you were saying, Greg, if you take a 10% I&I, and let me just, numbers have gone so floating around. You've got a number out there that's total volume for the plant. We know what that is. We have a meter that registers what's coming in. We know that number. So if you take a 10%, okay, you just subtract that out of that number. Now you got a new number that's 10% less. You know what, Bill, I think I'm headed in the right direction. You know what your non-sprinkler system meters are for commercial. You know that you've got some excess there due to a couple of accounts, but it's not going to be, I don't think, gigantic excess. You know, 84 million might become 83 million. I mean, you know, I don't know. How much is used by the 7-Eleven?
Because the I&I is currently in residential, the way I originally presented, all I&I is in the residential. Going to transfer a little bit of that number across to commercial.
Well, Bill,
So
I'm
you-
headed
yeah,
the same
it's
way.
going,
just a
it's
different-
going right to left.
I'm headed
Yeah,
the same
I
way,
think
just
he's
a
going,
different
he's
way.
going, yeah.
If you got your volume and you pop your 10% out of it, you got a new volume. Sure. You know what your commercial volume is fairly accurately, so then you now know what your residential volume is.
Yep.
And those people ought to pay whatever their volumes
Absolutely.
are.
You use it,
I
you
don't
pay
have a
for
problem
it.
with that.
You use it, you pay for it. You
Right.
don't use it, you don't pay for it.
Right.
Okay, there was a motion and a second. Any other comments?
But yeah, I want to know how much, what are we talking, I mean, we've talked about concepts, but what are we talking about as far as rates go?
Well, I requested a rate to be ran, but we didn't have enough money in the budget to run it. So if we approve to go down this path, then there's an item here to approve to get a new gen to run that rate. And then we can tell you specifics next time we gather.
Didn't they run, I mean, on this scenarios 1, 2, 3, and 4, did they not run this?
No, because the numbers, the data, the numbers you have are not good because you haven't done the distribution of costs, the 23%. These costs aren't distributed that way. You can
And then the I&I is also not included
Yeah,
in there.
exactly, and I&I is not there.
Would anybody object if we took 10% for I&I, just use that number?
If Chris said 10% he's comfortable with, I'll take 10%.
If he said that, I'm comfortable with it.
Did Chris give you an idea of what it would cost to run this last pass that you want to run?
We have to reallocate funds to do that. We didn't have any more budgeted funds.
Yeah.
The item on the agenda later is not for this setting these current rates. It's for the rate challenge.
So I don't know, how much do we pay him an hour? I say give them another 8 hours. I'm
Well,
sure
I
he
think
can push
just
through it.
give us a firm price bid, run one more pass. We don't know what that, we don't know if it's 10,000 or 50,000, do we?
It won't be that.
Oh, no, it won't be that much.
I mean, we're talking probably less than $1,000.
It's not much money.
No, it's not much money at all.
Good, let's prove
It
it.
just repopulates his model. It's not
Yeah.
much money.
Okay, are we ready to vote or somebody wants
I'm
to?
ready to vote.
Restate what we're voting on just so.
Okay, I move that commercial and residential customers shall cover their own cost of service based on derived volumetric flows at the wastewater treatment plant with an adjustment for I&I.
Of 10%.
Bill, would you-
Okay,
Would you
for
amend
I-
that to say adjustment of
Okay,
10%?
for I&I of, stand by, of 10%, of an I&I of 10%. Commercial water that is billed sewer charges shall be used as commercial flow at the wastewater treatment plant for the purposes of calculating percentage of service and allocating cost plus the I&I for commercial and residential customers.
Greg, you okay with that?
Yep, I'll second that.
We're there.
Okay, just to be clear, you want another model run with those.
Actually, I'm going to have a motion to talk about more than one. But go ahead.
All
Okay,
right, let's approve this one first.
Let's approve this one first. This
Okay.
is a concept.
do you understand the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll show of hands. Okay, I'll oppose it. So, everyone voted for it, and I'll oppose it. You got that, Lori? Okay.
Okay, I have another motion.
Okay.
I move that the general manager shall present the following sewer rate scenarios for the board's consideration. And I can give you this stuff, so save your pencil. Scenario 1, commercial and residential volumetric rates with a residential cap adjusted so that I'm going to need to rework these because I've got numbers in it. Commercial and residential volumetric rates with residential cap adjusted so that the percentages are allocated per the prior motion. Does that make sense?
That's,
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rework this just a second because I've got numbers in it. Commercial, okay, scenario 1, commercial and residential volumetric rates with the residential cap adjusted so that the total residential revenue is capped at, what was your percent, at the
77%.
70
Well, let's just
plus
do
I-
let's do it just to make it evergreen. It's capped at the actual amount processed by the wastewater treatment plant. So that way, even if something changed later, we can always go back and have a rate.
just a minute. I've got it.
it's gonna be,
Plus I&I,
Yeah, minus a 10% I&I.
Well, adjusted for I&I.
Yeah.
And Bill, say 10% since we've agreed to it.
about 12%.
Okay. All right.
12,000.
Shift percent. You know, I see Ryland up here doing this. I'm not as fast as Ryland.
84.
Okay. Oh, jeez. All right. Scenario 1 is commercial and residential volumetric rates with a residential cap adjusted so that total residential revenue is capped at an actual amount processed at the wastewater treatment plant adjusted for 10% I&I.
Let me just see if I,
That's scenario 1.
let me just see if I got the
Okay.
concept, Bill. What you're saying is that the cap, I'll make this up, could be 15,000 for residential. Could be 20,000 for residential. It
Could
whatever
be
it is.
7.5
No,
Yeah, it could be, whatever it is. Okay.
because it's going to be driven by that percentage number. That's going to be the controlling
It's at,
factor.
at 7.5, your rate's gonna be 4.78,
Okay, well,
correct?
maybe. Okay,
What's the second scenario?
yeah, it's got numbers in it. I have to rebuild it because my numbers are gonna mess things up. Okay,
Well,
scenario two is commercial.
The thing that you said about let the split between commercial residential set the cap. That's what happened with the 7,500. Chris did what you,
Right.
and he came out with 7,500.
Right.
So it's going to be somewhere in that vicinity.
It's gonna be in that neighborhood.
But at the rate will be 478, right? 4.78.
Which is going
Okay,
to look like a big
yeah.
increase to the users.
Okay, stand by.
What's the second scenario?
Yeah, I've got to get, okay, let's see if I can work this in here. Scenario two, commercial total rate revenue equal,
Oh, excuse me,
and
Bill.
residential total rate revenue equal to, where did those go? Equal to the amounts processed at the wastewater treatment plant adjusted for I&I. I'm doing this on the fly. Stand by. Had no idea.
How many models do you have?
3.
Okay, do you want to, and what's it cost per model to run?
I don't know. The whole thing for the models that we ran, it was like $10,000 for the scenarios that we've run, correct? Yeah, I remember that's what the proposal that Chris gave us, so I'm going to
Another
say.
2 or 3 grand, maybe.
So if we just set a
Let's
cap, it like no more than 3,000.
Yeah. And he
you know,
can run
rather
as
than
many
him sitting
models,
there.
you and him can sit on the phone and run models till you guys fall out.
Why don't you tell him what you want done and have him give you a price?
But Pam, then we gotta wait another month to approve it.
President
I'd like to
Carr,
get
could I
this
say
stuff- I'd like to
something,
get this stuff
please?
as soon as we can.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's run.
Okay. The budget that y'all passed tonight is based on the rates, the current rates that we have projected. Okay? Come September, the budget has to be accepted, the tax rate has to be set. We don't have time for y'all to be measuring I or whatever. So
September what? I mean, September,
I have to publish for a public hearing. I have to tell the date, which was going to be
so September
the
1st?
regular September 20th meeting,
Okay.
okay?
I mean, to run the models, if he has criteria, he can have them done, and we can have a special meeting to pass the sewer rate.
Okay.
Renee, I think that what they're proposing, and haven't heard the rest of Bill's motion, but I think they're proposing to keep the revenue the same, but to work back into it
Correct.
with a different,
Breakout.
a different breakout.
Correct.
I will say that I don't think that it's going to be possible to get this done for y'all in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I think if, it sounds like he's already done one of the models, and it depends on what else Bill is asking for, but this is not just tweaking the model we have. This is basically developing a different model. And so that's why I don't want to say $3,000 is enough or not enough, because if it requires a whole new building of a model, then we go back to where we were 3 years ago, and it was $25,000 to build the model. So I think that we can do this, okay? I don't think that we can get it done in a week or 2 weeks unless Chris is available to do that. So those are kind of the issues. So I think you all need to set a realistic timeline of when you want to get this done. I think you need to have another rate workshop. I think you're going through a whole nother process. And I think you should do that. If you're not comfortable with the way the rates are, you should definitely do that. So if you want to give me the numbers, and I can say this, that I can approve it up to, $20,000. So as long as it's below that and we can find it and you all say, even if it's not budgeted, go ahead and do it, I can get this done before
Okay, you have 3 rate models, Bill?
I finally got it done.
Okay.
Okay, the scenario number 2 is commercial total rate revenue and residential total rate revenue equal to actual amount processed at the wastewater treatment plant, adjusted for 10% I&I using winter averaging on residential with no caps. Scenario 3 is the same as scenario 2, except winter averaging with an inclined block structure, blocks 0 to 4,000 gallons, 4,000 1 gallon to 8,000 gallons, and 8,000 1 gallon to 12,000 gallons, and then greater than 12,000 gallons. Base rate for the residential scenarios 1, 2, and 3 shall be the same. And I'd like to have a customer analysis in a similar format that we had at the workshop presentation to be included. Now, that's the motion. I have a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Rose, a second by Vice President Wilson. Any discussion?
I just
mean,
have
that
a, I have
I'd like to discuss with Bill and Greg. If you're going to run one of the bottles with winter averaging, that's not the same thing as allowing Chris to arrive at a 77-23 split, which first time he did it, it was 7,500 for a cap. So winter averaging is not necessarily the same as a 77-23 split.
I think what he's talking about doing is allocating 23% of the cost to the commercial side and then 77% to the residential side, and then running the model separately.
Okay,
so
well
it
then,
will always equal.
then there would be no need to label it as winter averaging because it's actually something a little different than winter averaging. It's a 77-23 split.
No, you need the two points, okay? The first point is, we've already talked about it, passed the motion, is to get the dollars based in the pieces of the pie, the two pieces of the pie. We got to get the pieces of the dollars and the pieces of the pie correct.
Right.
Okay. We've done that. Okay.
Yep.
By doing that motion, all of this dollar-related stuff that we have is out the window because all the dollars are going to change except what we have at the budget. Our requirement stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
The allocation changes.
But the rates
Now,
all change.
Exactly.
And you want
The
the
rates.
majority,
So what I want to do, the purpose of these three scenarios, big picture is, one, to get a rate structure similar to what we have now with a cap that captures the correct amount of money.
Right.
Okay? The second thing I want to do is I want to take a look at winter averaging because people out here don't like paying for sewer processing for water going on the lawn. Everybody gets that. So I want to look at winter averaging with a single rate structure. This is what it's going to cost you if I don't do an inclined block. And while he's in with the model, we might as well do an inclined block. Because how we work that inclined block structure works the same as doing water conservation. We need to build, we need to build that same block structure. And by building that block structure, and that goes far beyond my capability, but building that block structure will allow us to keep our sewer rates lower for low volume users. And we also, there's another advantage in that under winter averaging, you can control, people are going to conserve in the wintertime. When you go to winter averaging, they're going to conserve, but when you do the block structure, they're going to pay even more attention to conserving in the
Let me
wintertime.
tell you what the public is going to think because you heard it tonight. They say, well, there's a 50% increase or a 30%. What are they looking at? They're looking at the volumetric rate. This proposal you're making, the volumetric rates are going to go that way.
We don't know until you run the data.
Don't know till you run it.
You don't know till you run it. Seriously.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Let's vote.
Any discussion?
One last item. Bill, I kind of like where you're headed with this for this reason. When Greg and I were on the committee, one of the things we asked was, are there different ways do you want us to look at this stuff? You know, and that right now, in my mind, this is just different ways to look at it, which gives us more options to consider. And we take those options against the options we've already got, we will be able to make a more intelligent decision.
Exactly.
You know,
And was there a reason why you didn't ask for these?
I wasn't smart enough to.
We don't need to go there. We
Let
don't
me
need to
ask
go
a
there.
common sense question here. If the cap's at 18 and it moves down, either we'll call it winter averaging or 7,500 or 77-23 split, common sense will tell you those rates are going to go up.
Not necessarily.
You will know what it is.
Okay.
But
I mean,
I know it's
I'm
going
gonna
to be
s-
very
hey, I'm
significant.
gonna stop now because the models will prove whatever you're saying, will prove whatever he's saying, so we could sit here and argue for another
Call the vote,
hour.
Kevin.
I'm calling for the vote. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you.
Jennifer,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bill, before you want Jennifer, we do need to try to get that done quickly.
Pam, I think you had something to say.
I know, that's all right. It got taken care of.
Look, with the deadlines we've got and what they've got to do in accounting, we've got to get that done quickly, and Kevin may have to call another meeting for us to look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, I show, 5 has been done, 6 has been done, 7's been done. We're up to 8, correct? By whoever's keeping score.
And I don't really think 8's necessary anymore. Please correct me, Director Wilson, but I think that's
You
not
put this
necessary
on there.
now.
Do you want to drop that?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna not do anything on 8. Next one is.
I thought you all
Well,
wanted.
no, disregard that. I actually do want to keep this. This is the one to set up a meeting to talk about what rates look like in the future.
But if we move it to May, it's not too critical right now, is it?
Yeah, the bond
that's- but
election
that's
part's
related
not
to-
necessary, but rates he might want to do.
Yeah, not the
Wanna make a
bond
motion?
election, but
wanna make a
the-
motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we do at least one, if not two, public meetings to explain what we anticipate the future of rates.
In a year or?
Over the next 2 to 3 years.
Can that be done after we get the next round of data, so we know the record that we can talk about? Sure.
Okay, well, why don't we just, rather than put 2 or 3, why don't you just say conduct appropriate director meetings?
I second that motion.
Second, his motion?
Yeah, he's nodding his head, he's agreeing with you.
Yeah, that we conduct the appropriate number of meetings to discuss the future of rates to the public.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you're gonna take the
Common
lead on
sense,
that,
let's do it.
setting those up, or, because we can't meet as a board. So you're gonna be the head person on that? Okay.
Sure.
You got a second on that?
second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice President Wilson, second by Director Thomas. All in favor? Or discussion? Sorry.
Oh.
You didn't
Well-
correct me.
You voted yes?
We haven't voted yet.
We hadn't voted yet.
Discussion.
With discussion.
Oh, okay. I'm still
thought I
trying to
just
work this
voted.
problem. Go ahead.
You have any discussion? Do you
No.
know what the motion is?
No.
Okay, then,
Just vote
Okay.
yes and be
what
quiet.
it is,
Cut it,
hey.
put it on the
Hey.
video.
Vice President Wilson made a motion to conduct director meetings, no number specified, as needed, to educate the town or to inform the town of water and sewer rates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There's
I'm
a
in.
second by
I'm
Director
in.
Thomas. Okay, I'm not calling for a vote yet. No discussion? None. Okay, now you call for the vote. All in favor, show of hands. Unanimous.
I'm in. You can't get this thing to cut and paste.
Okay.
You said the town, but I think the intent is the public.
That's
That's
the
the way,
public,
yeah.
that's the way it was
Yeah.
stated in the
Yeah,
first place.
Yeah, the district, town, whatever, whoever gets water, or customers.
Customers.
Okay. Thank you, Pam. Okay. See, Paul?
Go over here.
Okay, next one is let's see, 9? Yeah, 9. Consider and take appropriate action to approve Second Amendment amended interlocal cooperation agreement for fire protection services with the town of Trophy Club to amend section 3.01 funding. From what I understand, the town's agreed to this, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe it's the signed copy in your packet, yes.
Okay, and we've agreed to it, right? Our legals looked it over?
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the second amended interlocal cooperation agreement for fire protection services with the town of Trophy Club to amend section 3.01. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, Director Thomas is second. Any discussion? I see none. Show of hands. Okay. Unanimous. Okay.
We were on item.
Okay, now we're on 12.
I
Agenda
want
item.
to revisit 10 for a minute.
Excuse me?
I want to revisit 10
You want to revisit?
because the way the motion came out on 11 and 10 and 11 kind of go. The motion was to refer this ILA writing to the staff. I think the staff needs the expert advice of some fire person that would represent what we need as MUDs if we turn over the fire operation to the town.
And I would say there was nothing in my motion that would prohibit going out and getting a third party. The only thing I did was remove the mandate that it had to be ESCI.
No, I don't care for ESCI too much, but I do think the staff, if you're going to give them the responsibility to write the ILA, let's give them some technical help from qualified fire person or persons.
Okay,
I don't
we're
have
gonna,
any issues with that.
Pam, we reopen it.
Well, let me add this. Paul Liston Law Firm is going to be handling the legal review of that. So he went out and spoke with Interim Chief Lasky on the way out. I was just asking him if he wanted to give any update about that. But in Paul's performance of those duties, he can utilize the services of an expert to perform his services. So you can theoretically open it back up and specify that, or under the purview that I've already discussed with him, he would be utilizing an expert to help him with his legal review.
So
Help who?
We're good with the motion as it said.
I
Are
think
you
it's just
comfortable with it?
fine.
I mean, help who?
Paul Liston. He would utilize a
attorney
fire
would
department expert in the negotiation and drafting process, because he's going to be drafting it, he's going to be engaged in the drafting from
Okay.
the MUD side.
But is that qualified person Chief Lasky or somebody else?
Someone else.
Okay.
You're comfortable with the motion as it was voted on?
Yeah, if that's the way you
Okay.
folks.
So we can move on?
That's the way I've got it structured at this
Thank you.
point, but if
Okay.
you want to
No,
provide
that's
any
good.
further specification, that is fine.
I'm fine. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay. 12, consider and take appropriate action regarding sewer billing for Town Trophy Club splash pad located on Parkview Drive. Staff? Is anyone still here from the staff?
Yeah. Everybody wake up. Okay, I provided a staff report in the packet, and the situation with this account is, I noticed when I was looking up some information related to the rates that the account is named Town of Trophy Club Splash Pad with Sewer Billing or something like that, but it is not being billed sewer. And so I kind of looked into what may have happened, and most of the staff really didn't know. But for the first few months, it was billed sewer, and then it was no longer billed sewer. So the question became, does it have a sewer connection? And I had Mike pull the plans. That's in your packet. And you'll see that it does have a connection from the pump house to the sewer system. And what that is, town staff believes that when the water overflows, there's like a grating around the splash pad, and the overflow water goes down in there, and that goes out through the pump house. That's what discharges. Although most of the water is recycled, so that doesn't happen often. It's just at some point, I guess, it discharges on out.
Like, can I, we don't need this officer in the lobby anymore, do we?
No, and I told her that. I think she just,
Okay.
she was worried somebody might slip in.
Yeah. We don't have a need for you any longer if you want to go somewhere else.
Okay, I was just checking to see who all was in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See who was in here, I wasn't given a time or how.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
stay.
yeah,
if
I
y'all
mean,
are comfortable.
no, I don't really see a need anymore.
Okay then.
I saw
I'm
you-
sorry, I thought you were
Yeah.
just still protecting the water out there, so.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Pro temp Lamontis left the building, so
Yeah.
you can go now.
Do you still need your bodyguard here, Greg, or security protection?
Okay, so anyway, so the account needs to either be billed sewer or, we have been in discussions with them, and actually Mike met with them this week about they will need to get an engineer to look at what's gonna be required to get a sewer, meter for both the swimming pool, and this account may possibly be able to be more of a regular kind of meter and be considered a deduct meter. Because unlike the swimming pool, the waste stream that's coming from this is just swimming pool water. From the swimming pool, it's actually swimming pool water along with wastewater from restrooms. So that will take an actual sewer meter. It's a different type of meter that's required if it's sewer. But on this one, we talked about it might be possible just to put more of a regular water meter in that could then be a deduct meter on the sewer billing account. So I know Mike met with them, and they're going to get an engineer together to kind of start looking at this. But my suggestion is, it's been, many, many years that it hasn't been billed sewer, although it should have been. But go ahead and allow another 60 days for them to look at getting a sewer billing meter. And then after that, starts charging sewer. Maybe by that point, they will have a sewer billing account separate. Also, our rate order does allow for back billing, but I would say that this is the district's mistake. It was not the town that didn't charge the sewer billing. So based on that, I would not suggest any back billing of the sewer.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Is a motion needed? Because he's just saying wait for 60 days and let them get it done. Do we need to make a motion?
Well, I'd
Yeah.
make a motion for the back billing.
I think you need to make a decision on if you're gonna do any of this, or if or you can make the motion to not ever charge them for sewer. But it needs to be.
I make a
the
motion
board.
that we waive any back fees for sewer connection regarding the Town of Trophy Club splash pad located on Parkview, and also have the staff follow up with the town regarding a sewer connection or a deduct meter, whatever.
And allow them 60 days to get the sewer billing mechanism in
Follow
place?
up and
Okay.
allow 60 days. Thank you. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
I made the motion, Vice President Wilson seconded it. Any discussion?
I have a quick one. I'm trying to figure out here. Now, the swimming pool is charged sewer now, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so we're talking about the splash pad. Trying to figure out if I'm chasing pennies here, or if there's
What's the account
something,
number? Does
if
anyone
there's
have it?
something real. I mean, it's like, wait a minute, I'm going to force you to put in a $1,000 meter to get 12 cents. I'm going to, what are we looking at here?
In my discussions with Adam, he was more of the one pushing for the sewer meter for the pool also.
The swimming pool.
Yeah.
And if you look
For
at
evaporation.
the sewer and water billing from when you look in your packet, it was significant, $1,000 a month.
That's an attention getter.
There goes the pennies.
And
Yeah.
then it was cut down to just water, which is about half of that. But if you look back, it ranged from $1,500 to $1,000 a month.
That's on just the splash pad.
Yes, this is just the splash pads
Okay.
account.
Yeah,
And
but
what
that
I'm
would
showing
be-
here is you can see that in June of 2011, it was, and before that, for the year before that, because it came into a existence about May of 10, it was charged sewer and water. Then for whatever reason, the very next month, in July of 2011, it only started being billed for water. So it kind of cut it in half, about $1,000 a month.
Oh, I thought this happened like back in 2007. Oh, that's section 207.
2000.
Wait, where do you see section?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, it was June of it came into existence, I believe, May of 10, and it was charged for sewer and water till June of 11, and then from July of 11 to today, it's only been charged for water.
Mike, in your conversations with Adam, he's comfortable with 60 days being able to do something?
We never really set a time frame. We just kind of talked about it and everything, and about different scenarios that he could do, and he was going to go talk to the town's engineer and see what they could kind of work out.
Okay, they're at the end of the season or real close to it. So I don't even know if we need the 60-day limit. Maybe we do
Just
a
don't want
longer
to put any
limit.
artificial window on
Well,
it.
pool
It's something needs
closes,
to be done,
Labor
but
Day,
do it at a
correct?
reasonable time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pool
It
closes.
closes
Labor
in a
Day.
month. So realistically, you could give them 6 or 8 months before it really,
Yeah.
it's
Open
really
back
to
up.
May
Right.
of next year
60
before
days should
anything
be more
happens.
than enough,
There's
though.
still water usage even when it's closed.
At the splash pad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can look at their account and there's usage year round.
But it's not doing it like it is during season, Jennifer.
Okay, I had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor?
So,
Unanimous. Okay. 13, consider and take appropriate action regarding elevated tank capacity necessary to serve R.R. Webster Family LLC for the development known as Trophy Club Village Center MOB Phase 2 Trophy Club Animal Hospital, and to approve non-standard water and wastewater agreement for the service commitment. Do we have any service allocation to the elevated tank?
No, we do not. And that is the issue with this particular development. I think the first question is going to be, well, what did we do about the others? Well, this is the first that we've approved since we've had our development procedures that are on that side of town. But we do have existing customers that are served off the west tank, but we have no tank capacity. So when TCQ looks at our allocations, we get no allocation in that tank. So I am not comfortable approving or telling you to approve a non-standard water and wastewater agreement for that area when you have no tank capacity. And you can clearly see now in our hydraulic model that it floats not off the east tank, but the west tank. So I went ahead and I drafted an agreement, a non-standard water and wastewater service agreement, simply so that you will have one after I'm no longer here. But I would suggest that prior to executing that agreement with the developer, that you pursue a formalized tank allocation from the town so that you can prove that you have elevated storage to serve any development, any existing development or any new development on that side of town.
How much do we need allocation-wise? Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember seeing a notice or a memo or something saying we don't have any allocation. But then I looked at, I think, Freeze and Nichols' engineering report regarding alleged violation, and they said we have, I think, 7,500 or something.
No, it was like 69,700 and something, and so I rounded it to 70,000 gallons of capacity.
So,
And that is what the town says based on the costs that you all paid towards the elevated tank. I think at the time you thought you were buying a 200,000 gallons of capacity, but that was never formalized. And so when you take the final cost of the tank and relate it to what the district paid, or the developer paid on the district's behalf, I guess, it does calculate out to be about 70,000 gallons. And I think that 70,000, you have to have 100 gallons of elevated capacity per connection. So basically, that would give you about 700 connections on that side of town, which is more than enough.
Okay, so, I mean, we could direct the staff to communicate with the town and ask them, do we or don't we have?
No, in order for TCEQ to recognize it, you have to have a formal allocation agreement.
That's what I'm saying, for the town to, either tell us we don't have any allocation or if we do.
Okay, I have a question. Can I legally execute this agreement if I don't have a statement of capacity in the West Tank?
Pam?
I don't recommend it.
I don't like this position.
Someone make a motion?
Okay, let me think about that. I think I've heard and understand what I've heard. That said, I know that we ran the east system off of the west system when we did some work in the east tank, right?
Yes, and we can, I think we talked about this once before, we can float one side or the other, but in low usage times. We cannot do that in high usage times. That's the positive side of the two tanks and how they work together is if when we do have to do maintenance, we can do it in winter months.
You did that in the winter months,
Yes,
yeah.
but in the summer months, you cannot float opposite tanks.
I want to ask a question in the staff report. It says that the town submitted notice to TCEQ that the district has almost 70,000 gallons of capacity in the tank. Where did that come from? Is that true? Does the TCEQ have it on record from the town that we have 70,000?
The town was seeking a
meter.
Yeah, an exemption from some metering, and in that was their reason that they needed the exemption was because the district has the capacity. But that was submitted to the the Austin, which is where they're supposed to submit it to get an exception. But the regional, when they come out and do inspections, they require that we have a written allocation agreement in order to count that towards our capacity.
I'm just saying that it also, staff report also says that the town has told the MUD that it has no allocation. So both can't be true. So that needs to be rectified. And then you'll have your answer. But if they have represented to TCEQ that you have 70,000 gallons of capacity, I don't think it'll be an issue for you to get that allocation.
No, I don't either. And I think that it just needs to be decided who's going to write and draft up this allocation agreement and see if the town can get that maybe approved fairly quickly, and then you will be in a better position to approve this development or any other development that comes in over there.
Well, before we spend legal fees or whoever's fees on writing an agreement, we need to check with the town to see if we do or don't have any allocation. If we do, then we need to draft an allocation agreement to go forward. But I don't think we need to spend legal fees drafting an agreement that we're going to give it to them and say, no, you don't have any. We just wasted the money on it.
Have you talked with the town manager specifically on this?
I remember seeing
Not
a memo
recently.
saying we don't have allocation.
Mm-hmm.
But then I remember, I'm not, don't quote me on it, but I think it was Freeze Nichols' report, engineering report that had like 70-something allocation. I remember 7. I don't know
When
what
this
it was.
came up, Bill, it was during an inspection was the first time this came up, and yes, we did discuss this.
Okay,
and-
I have a problem, and my problem is I have an economic development that's trying to happen, and it's wrapped up in something between the MUD and the town. I don't like that. That's to put it mildly. I'm looking for a solution, and I'm looking for a solution that happens quickly because I don't want to delay this development. If that means we walk to the other end of the hall and say, let's get this solved now, we do that, and then I have a meeting, a special meeting to pass this motion. 5 minutes at the board. That's where I'm at on it.
I make a motion that we direct staff to communicate with town manager to find out if we do or do not have allocation. If they're willing to give us an allocation, then we can draft an allocation agreement, submit it to the town for approval, and return to this approval for development at that time.
Second.
Get an allocation agreement.
I second that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The understanding is that it's a fast track item.
That's why I said return to this.
I don't want to wait till the next meeting if we get it in a week.
I want to make sure I understand, but you all can approve the agreement tonight. Is it contingent upon having an allocation, right? I mean, is that what you're
That's
saying
fine.
here?
Okay, I'll
Well, let's see. Let's ask council.
You could do that, but your approval won't have any effect unless you get the allocation.
Okay.
And
I think if,
so make sure you do glance the actual agreement and make sure you're okay. And I was going to get to that next, that it's just the template. There was no changes to it. There are no off-site facilities that are required. It is for 4 LUEs. And the only difference is for this and others is the draft agreement approves for water service upon execution and wastewater service on November 1st or whenever the sewer suspension is lifted by the board, whichever comes first. We expect that now to be November.
Okay, let me,
Pam, what I understood, you said we could approve this as long as it's pending an allocation agreement from the town.
When you make it contingent, and, the way you stated that was that we need to get the allocation. I'm not so sure that's how it's going to result. If they've already told TCEQ, then it's just going to be them being consistent with what they've already said. But yes, however it gets cleared up,
Okay,
your
if the
approval would be
second-
contingent on that.
Okay, if the second agrees, I will change my motion to approve the non-standard agreement to serve R&R Webster Family LLC for the development known as Trophy Club Village Center, MOB Phase 2, Trophy Club Animal Hospital, contingent upon receiving an allocation agreement for the elevated tank. Is that okay, Pam?
You may not need an allocation agreement if they'll just state what they said.
Yeah, but we need an
we
agreement
need
for
it
the
in
record.
writing. I need something in
Right.
writing.
For
I need
our
a copy.
inspection.
If they state it in writing.
Yeah, well,
But yes, so it's fine. The way you phrase it is fine.
You okay with that, Director Hayes? I think
Yeah.
you made the same.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? Okay.
I have a
Any
se-
discussion?
I have a discussion
For a
item.
second?
Yeah,
Director Hayes?
Yeah, there was.
Director Hayes, yeah. I have a discussion. When do they anticipate that they would need wastewater service? Do you have anything on that? I mean, is this November 1st a critical item or not? If it's not, I mean, personally, I'm going to do this. I move to strike paragraph 21, that's 2.1C.
Just for clarification there, Bill, I've been talking with Tommy that's developing this. He's fine. When we let him know about the sewer, restrictions up front, it's going to take him a while to build and everything. So I think
So
we're
it's-
way into next year before
Okay.
he's even worried about
Okay, in that
sewer.
case, I didn't have a second. Disregard.
You're out of order, I think. But okay, there's no amendment. We have a motion. We have a second. Any more discussion? Show of hands. Unanimous.
I've had my time in the front of the formation tonight. It's time for me to go to the back ranks.
Okay, 14, consider and take appropriate action to amend district agenda policy. I think I skipped one, didn't I?
No,
Okay.
14's next.
Okay. To amend district agenda policy to allow citizen comments at all meetings of the board.
I don't
I
have
thought they
object, oops.
I move to table this. Basically, the citizen comments isn't contained within the agenda policy. It's someplace else, so I move to table it.
Okay. Director Rose moved to table it. We don't need to take a vote or anything on that, so we'll
Yeah, we do.
Pam?
Well, he's making a motion to table. You.
Okay. Okay. Any second?
Second.
All together.
Just put Director Hayes down for a second. Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, unanimous.
Oh, Lord. 12:30.
Okay, 15, consider and take appropriate action clarifying and formalizing the authority of individual directors of the board as related to A, interactions with and direction to the general manager, staff, and consultants, authorization of expenditures of district funds, procedures for conducting meetings of the board, and that's it. Wilson Thomas is on A.
So I'll make mine pretty simple. Just being new on the board, there's a lot of things that go with different titles and positions, and it's not all clear cut or stated, or, in my opinion, I think in some instances it creates kind of a board within a board, because there's certain positions have quite a bit of power, and so essentially what I'd like to make a motion to just simplify it to say that, one, all directors have the same power, all have access to the same information. The president's power is limited to working with staff to create agenda. The secretary treasurer does the financial review with the finance team, and the president's also responsible for running the meetings, period.
Well,
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'm going to second it for discussion.
okay, we have a motion by Vice President Wilson.
Take the
Second.
motion again, because I thought you was just discussion.
No, what I'm saying is I want to make a motion that the actual power by position is simply the president runs the meetings and work with staff to create the agenda, and then the secretary works with staff to do the financial review prior to the meetings, period.
Motion by Vice President Wilson, second by Director Rose.
There's nothing in this about president.
It's interactions with.
Direction to general manager,
This is
staff.
discussion now.
It's the authority of individual directors. It's not about a particular person, it's about everybody, all directors.
And you want a comment, Bill? I have a comment on that. Did you want?
No, go ahead.
We had-
My perspective from my time on council and charter work and all that type stuff is the prior statement is conceptual, and I think some of that stuff's already covered in other documents, and we need to get those documents and clean them up.
Yeah, my comment was that in the old mud board, the one preceded this one, when we went to the general manager, we sent a copy to the president. In my mind, the primary reason we did that was that the staff is pretty darn overloaded. And the president a lot of times can answer your question and without having to bother the staff. And particularly with the staff getting smaller as it is, I think everybody going directly to the staff is too much of a burden.
Well, my issue was more of the consultants and stuff. You can't have, 3 or 4 different directors telling a consultant to do something. It has to come together somewhere.
Well, yeah, I'm against that. I don't want
And because,
individual directors telling
there's fees,
consultants.
there's fees, and correct me, Pam or Paul, but I think the water code specifically says that the district is guided by the board. And the board, to spend funds on a consultant or something like that, has to agree to spend those funds. Okay, so that's why I have a problem with one person or even me contacting a
Yeah,
consultant. I mean,
Well,
That's exactly my point, is that, what I'm saying is that the board makes decisions when it comes to expenditure funds, decisions that are made, because right now, there are positions where when decisions need to be made or authority needs to be granted, oftentimes you'll hear, well, I can't do this unless you talk to one of these two people. And so that's what I have an issue with, because then you have a board within a board, because all decisions have to go through individuals and not the board itself. There are a lot of decisions that are made by individuals and not the board.
Yeah.
And so that's my point.
Yeah, I don't.
I think, let me,
I think the idea of directing your question to the president is not an effort to diminish your God-given powers as a mud director, but
let me speak to that. There is an issue with, and we need to be in the code of conduct because this is where this is discussed. For example, I have an issue I'm working on, whatever it might be, and I contact Greg because I want to put it on the agenda. And so, and I get this from my council experience. I go to Greg and I say, Greg, can we talk about the flag? And Greg's going to say one or two things. He's going to say yes, or he's going to say, no, I'm talking to somebody else about the flag. Because if three of us are talking about it together, that's a walking quorum.
Yes.
And we can't do that. So if I talking with Greg about something and we agree that we're going to put this on the agenda, and I type up an email that says discuss and take appropriate action according to, and I send it to Greg, and I say, if you agree, concur, and forward it to Jennifer. Okay. Why? Because if he forwards it to Kevin, I now have three directors in the loop. And the next thing I know is I've got three directors talking about it, and that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
you're talking about two different things. The agenda, I can either put something on myself, or
Yep.
any director can get with another director.
Yep.
And that doesn't come through me. What I'm talking about is communication, or what I think Jermaine is talking about, is communication where you want to have a staff person do something, and I know that Greg is asking him. So now you have two directors and possibly three or more asking different staff members to do basically the same thing.
The point here is under the water code, as I understand it, the water code says that the board may hire a general manager.
Correct.
That makes the form of government a council manager form of government. Now, we're general law, but it makes it a council manager form of government. What that means is that the general manager works for the board. She doesn't work for the president of the board. She doesn't work for a bunch of directors on the board.
Exactly.
Exactly. So that's why when we have an issue, we don't go to staff. Staff works for the general manager. We don't go to staff. The only way I can get to a staff member is to go to the general manager and ask to talk to the staff member. Now, when I'm talking with that staff member, I can ask questions, but I cannot direct a staff member to do anything because the staff member works for the general manager. And if I want something done, I can't tell the general manager to do it. I have no authority. It has to come from the board. That is good management, and that's the form of government we operate under.
There's questions in between our board meetings. I mean, if you want, the staff to run a report or something like that, or get information, just a simple question, You know, we can't have meetings every time we want. her to
Right
do
here. If I have a question, my contact
You-
is the general manager.
But you just said the board as a whole, the board as a whole.
If I'm going to direct something to be done, I can't do it without the board. I don't have the authority to walk into any one of these offices and say, I want you to do this report. I can go in and say, do you have this information? Can you give me this information?
Okay, so you're specifically talking about questions, not direction
Oh, yeah.
of report, okay. Just
Questions.
And what I take from that is, to Jim Hayes' point, that there needs to be, we call it, in my world, one throat to choke. That's the general manager. So if I ask a question, Bill asks the same question, and Jim Thomas asks the same question, it's all going to one person. If she provided to me, she can just forward the email that she sent to me, to Jim Thomas, or forward to Bill Rose.
She can
I
outmail it.
think in the
Kevin,
past
Kevin,
it was
Kevin,
more.
let me ask you a question. I don't understand what this is all about, and I'll tell you why. We've always had the position on the mud boards that you go to the general manager. You don't go to staff, because the staff could be busy. Now, by the way, you go to her and you ask for Renee's time on something, and Jennifer has always tried to provide it when Renee can do it. But you don't go to Renee yourself. And so what are we talking about? We've always done it that way.
That's not the issue.
What's the issue then?
The issue is that right now, so there's certain things that has to go through the president.
As in,
As
Like
in,
what?
if you want to, call out the things. One, if a question is to be asked, for example, to legal, then it has only the president or the board can obviously direct legal to do something, but it has to go through the general manager or the president. So if I have a question for Pam, the response I get back is, well, I need either the general manager or the president to say it's okay for me to answer it.
Because you're requesting the expenditure of mud funds, which you don't have the authority to do.
But neither does just the president. So that's my point. What my point is simply this. And so then what you have is, in my opinion, you have a board within a board, because then there's information that stops in between those three. Or there's a possibility that could exist. What I'm simply saying is this: if there's a decision, to Bill's point, if I have a question for Jennifer, I can send Jennifer a question. Now, I've never sent Terry or Lori or Renee a question. Any questions I have, either I'll call Jennifer or I'll send her email, and I can ask her a question. She can say, I don't have time to answer, and I just wait to
I
meet
think
and
as
ask.
far as questions, it was just, we always accepted it as a courtesy, or took it as a courtesy to the president, to let them know he or she what was going on, to keep them in the loop.
It was never
Not that the president could get your question and say, no, you're not allowed to ask.
No, and I've never
And
had
you do it.
and I've never had a problem with doing that. The problem is, there's certain questions you ask to certain people, and they will tell you, well, I won't answer them until either the president or the general manager approve it. And I think that's inappropriate because the general manager, nor do our legal counsel or anybody else, they report to the board, not to those individuals. So my questions shouldn't have to be authorized by you for someone else to answer.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with that, but I think any questions that you send to the general manager, or anybody send, they should copy the president, just to keep them, he or she, in the loop.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I
So
don't have
we
a problem
agree
with
on
that, as long as it doesn't create an issue, what Bill Rose is talking about, where it creates a quorum. So if I've been talking to Jim Thomas about something, and now I want to send it to the general manager, then I wouldn't copy you on it if it's gonna
How
create.
does that work, Pam?
Well, what they're talking about is walking quorum, and you could be a danger of that in actually a number of scenarios you have mentioned, or not you particularly, but that have been mentioned here. So you have to just make sure that you're not building consensus on an issue in which the board is governing the policy or business of that issue prior to a meeting or outside of a meeting.
So the initiator of the question needs to make sure that they don't copy another director and myself or the president, whoever it is.
That would be a good.
And if it's a question, the question is targeted to the general manager, So,
But now, let me come back to something, say, and by the way, it ties in, might as well bring up B as well, because it ties into this. You need something from Pam, you ask Jennifer, because 9 times out of 10, she knows the answer already. You know, you don't pick up the phone and call Pam. You don't pick up, wait a minute, you don't pick up the phone and call NewGen. You ask Jennifer to go do that. You don't pick up the phone and call consultants. That's generating bills. Those all go through the general manager. You know, and she can push back, she can question you, or she can just go get it done for you, you know, but that's what we hire her for. That's what she does. And that's all this is saying, is there is a process we go through, and it basically goes through whoever you have in that job. Like Bill said, that's, you've hired them to do that job. You take your request through them.
And the point you're arguing, we're not debating. You missed my issue. So I would say this, if I ask a legal question to Pam, if it's a question to Jennifer.
Not to Pam, you'd ask it to Jennifer.
Okay, if I ask a legal question to Jennifer, and I personally haven't had any issues with her transferring the question over, but there have been times where there have been exchanges, and so I would just say, I don't have a problem if I have a question, send it to the general manager and having them passing it on to the attorney to answer that question. I realize we're trying to, and my philosophy on this is this: I actually think we involve legal in way too many decisions. I think there are things, in my experience with working with our attorneys, is you go through all the work and then you give them the final document to approve. We tend to get documents, and the first thing we do is send it to legal, and then we're paying $300 an hour to have a debate on conversations rather than just getting everything done and then sending it to them. And so my position on this is that when anyone is engaged in legal, it should go to, it should be a board decision, or if the general manager's doing it, because we are talking about saving costs and all of this stuff, then still the board should be informed, because we have to have an idea of when we're incurring legal expenses. The general manager, as she said herself, she has a budget up to $12,000. Well, if we allow her to go to the legal staff as often as she wanted to, she actually has a budget much larger than that. If you look at our legal budget on our 2016 budget, that's the 3rd largest item outside of salaries. And so I don't think even the general manager should just be able to, I use the term willy-nilly, not that she's ever done this, not trying to in any way imply that she's ever just, misused the use of the attorney. But even with that, the amount of time we should go to attorney should be extremely limited. And then I personally don't think it'd be inappropriate to say, hey, I had to go talk to attorney about this, to let us know at the time it's happening. Because I think we do need to start to, much to the crowd's point, we need to start to really look at our costs and scrutinize it to keep it at the lowest possible level.
Well, look, I agree with you. I think we're beating this horse to death. What Pam has said, and in past communications, I asked myself the question exactly what Bill was saying. Have I talked to anybody else about this? If I haven't, if I send an email to Jennifer, I will generally copy the president of the board as a courtesy.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that person is aware that I have a particular interest I'm throwing at the general manager. Sometimes, because of the position of president, he's aware of certain things that haven't come to you yet. It just happens, the nature of the beast. Sometimes he can come in and say, I've got an answer for you, and your question is solved. Now, I fully understand. If you and Bill have talked about something, you got to be really careful now about involving Kevin in the middle of this. But if you're sending something to Jennifer, for what the heck? You just as a courtesy, keep the president of the board informed.
And that's never been an issue.
Okay, then I think we're done.
Then you missed the boat.
I think we're beating this horse to death.
No, you think that because you missed the boat.
Greg, your point is you think Kevin has too much power, all right? And you think he's making decisions. I get it. If you need something from Jennifer, go to Jennifer. If you don't want to involve Kevin, don't do it. I, as a courtesy, will do so if I don't have you involved. That's
He's
bottom
been-
line, done.
Rick's been copying
That's the
me.
thing.
We
That's
can
what,
beat this horse to death, that's it.
But Jim, you're doing a lot of talking and your brain is disconnected. You keep missing the point. It's not an issue involving Kevin.
What is your issue then? Please make it, because I haven't heard it yet, apparently.
That's because you're talking, you're not listening.
Make your point.
I made my point.
What is it?
My point
Hey,
is this.
let's
What is
be
it?
civil to each other.
What
okay?
is it?
My point is this. If I want to send an email to someone, like the example I gave was if I sent an email to the attorney, the response I'll get back is, well, I need either the president or the general manager to approve it. The issue I have with that is the board directs should be the one that's cost and expenditure fees. It shouldn't have to be authorized by the president or now if we say we want to run it through the general manager, then we're doing it because that's the one throat to choke. But it's the board that directs the expenditure fees. The way our current system is set up, that's not the way it
Then
works.
you would be more comfortable with a response from the attorney that says the board has to do this.
Yes.
So really, it's just the response you're uncomfortable with.
Well, right now, what I'm saying is right now, if I wanted a response from the attorney, then the response I'll get, and I have 2 or 3 of these, which is, well, you need to get approval from either the general manager or the president before I will answer the question. What that response, and then if they come back and, if either one of them come back and say yes, then what that means is that the question would be answered. So then it's not the board approving expenditures, it is either the president or the general manager
Pam,
approving
this is
expenditures.
easily fixed. If Greg asks you a question, respond back, it takes the board, and we're done.
Well, I think what Greg was saying is he sends the general manager. I don't see, the general manager should be able to either answer your question or authorize you to do the expenditure to, talk to the attorney.
And I don't have a problem with running it
Okay,
through Jennifer.
do that.
because she's-
I just have a problem with you going direct to an
No.
attorney. You should go through the general manager.
I don't have
If
a
the
problem
general
with that.
manager says no, then you can contact me to approve it.
Well, again, but that's where I do have a problem because you're not the board. And so I should be able to
Okay,
go to
then
Jim Thomas.
just leave it to the general manager. Anything dealing with the attorney, go
Yeah, I
through the
think
attorney.
he's got some problem running through you, so don't do it.
Yeah.
Go to Jennifer.
Yep. Okay.
And I understand,
Rest of us
I
go
understand,
through 'em.
I understand Craig's point, and it's kind of like it's back to going through Jennifer, but the point here is both of these ladies work for the board. So here again, it's like a board type.
But they don't
action.
work for
She has
any
an,
one of us
she has
individually.
authorization to expend up
Legal
to a
funds.
certain amount of funds. So unless
We
it's,
we don't have individual authority to do
Right.
anything like that.
now, we have as a board to authorize the expenditure.
I think Jennifer has the authority from the board to say that she can tell Pam, don't take calls from individual board members unless Jennifer has cleared you to do that.
Don't even take calls after August 31st from you.
Yes.
Okay, moving on, please.
Well, not only that, I need to make the point that it's important that your general manager is empowered. Things come up in the course of a month, all kinds of things, employment things, and you can't tie your general manager's hands so that she can't effectively manage the district. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, so I'd like a motion that all requests go through the general manager, and that second part of it is all information is shared equally with all board members as it's
I think-
developed. And then again, I still like the idea of calling out the responsibilities by position. The president runs the meetings, works with staff to set agenda, and the secretary treasurer authority is working with the finance team to do a financial review before the meetings, and that's it.
Okay.
That's my
Okay,
motion.
okay, we had a motion on the floor.
I just restated it.
Oh, did you? Okay,
You just,
okay.
But
Well, it was different, but
whoever made the second,
Rose made the second before. You second again?
Who seconded?
Rose did.
What happened to the first motion We had a motion and a second. We had a lot of discussion. You came back and you
Okay,
made a
I'll amend my first motion with the second one I made. Are
A
you comfortable
replace-
with
a
that?
replacement
Yeah,
motion.
replace it.
One thing is the president represents the board, too. You didn't have that in it. That's what, per the water code.
Okay, well,
And like-
if that's per the water code, then my motion couldn't change that. So I can't change the water code.
Okay, and then if you just say, and the president, per whatever duties the water code spells out.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the president has whatever duties the water code calls out.
Do we have this all together now?
Yeah,
do.
that's the
Because-
amended motion. Okay, let's see, can he just approve his amended change, or do we have to vote on
You're
that?
supposed to vote, but
Okay, let's vote on it. Do we have a second to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, we have a amended motion by Vice President Wilson, a second by Director Rose. Any discussion? I see none. Okay, we're voting on the amendment, okay? Amended motion. All hands? Unanimous. Okay, now for the original motion, which is basically what
Which
was
is-
amended.
Yes.
Is that how we do it, Pam?
that's fine. The amended superseded, it
Okay,
included the
fine.
elements
Yeah.
of the main.
Move on.
Move on.
Okay, let's.
Oh, you need to vote on it because it was done as an amendment. You still have to vote on
She
it.
said that it was,
Well, no, but it's fine, but you still have you had an amendment to a motion.
Go ahead and
The
vote.
amendment,
Let's just vote
vote
on it.
again.
Go ahead and
Let's
vote.
just
vote
vote on
on the amended
In a
motion.
motion, right.
Okay, any discussion? None, all in favor?
Are we voting on the original amendment now?
The
Yeah.
original
No.
amendment, that's the same as the amendment.
Yeah. Since we didn't do a substitute motion.
Should've just retracted it. and
Yeah,
started
that's what
from
I should
square
have
one.
done.
Okay, I'm gonna move to the financials because these people have to work tomorrow.
Wait, before we leave
See, Karen.
that item,
Yes.
Got-
Oh, yeah, B and
Okay.
C. Sorry about that.
there's something I want to request, and it really falls under C. I don't think any of us are much good. I know I'm not after about 11 p.m. That is about my limit for being sharp.
I go to bed at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, me too. So I'm wondering if a policy would be in order that we're not going to have meetings past 11, and then if
Go for that.
if we need a second meeting in a month, that we do that. I don't think we're doing good governance to
Is
have
that-
meetings
is that a
run so
motion?
late.
Well, no.
If
I
it
wish
is,
I
I'll
could
vote
make a
for
motion.
it.
Yeah, that's in C.
No.
Let's go to B real quick. We already just talked about expenditures and approval.
No, B's done. I
Okay.
voted into A.
So we aren't gonna do anything on B. Okay, on C, the reason I put it on here is just, we either agree or come up with some policy and procedures. We do not have to follow Robert's rules. I think we've been operating under Robert's rules, you know, as far as, reading the agenda, asking for a motion, unless there's staff or, another director's updates. As just mentioned, it's probably good to limit it to a certain time and make agendas for that. Does anybody else have conduct of meetings?
Well, Kevin, it's bothered me for a long time that I think if we've got an item on the agenda, Bill, if you put one on the agenda, I put one, or Greg puts one on the agenda, I'd kind of like to hear from you what your thoughts were for putting the item on the agenda and talk about it for a few seconds before we have to throw a motion out in order to be able to talk about it, because we have a motion, a second, then we have an amendment, a second to the amendment, a third one, and then we get around to talking about what's being discussed. So I certainly believe in orderly conduct. I did, by the way, ask a ton of people down at AWBD, and a couple of more boards do use Robert's Rules of Order. Most of them do not. They just flow with respect for each other. I would like to see us be able to talk about things and kind of hash it out before we have to make a motion.
would
I mean,
agree
you
with
can,
that.
you can do it. I mean, you can work it both ways. I mean, the Robert's rules and even this is not strict Robert rules. I would call this loose. But it does add structure. But there are times, and I will grant you, there are times when it is not conducive to good operations. And so that's why I call it loose Robert rules. For example, this evening when you said, can we discuss this first before we have any motions? Fine.
Okay,
That's
so
the only comment I wanted to make.
everyone, you know, everyone's in agreement, and I'll make a motion for it that, in fact, I'll make a motion that we limit the meetings to 11 PM. Also, that we have the option up to the board to discuss items prior to making any motions on the items. There was one more I forgot.
I think that was it.
I think you should clarify that you're not saying you're going to follow Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll add that we're not tied to Robert's rules.
Second.
Third.
Okay. I made a motion, got a second by Director Thomas. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss the Robert Rules one. I've done this at other boards, and that is to establish that if you're operating in a situation that you're not using Robert's Rules, that the request of one member can bring the board into operating under Robert's Rules. One of the things that Robert's Rules does, besides add structure, is it protects the minority's ability to speak.
We having
Any
a
more
problem there,
discussion?
Bill?
Any more
I'm
discussion?
definitely the minority.
Any more discussion? Okay, show of hands for the motion. Okay, 4, all opposed? Mr. Rose is opposed, everyone else is in favor. Okay,
Let me just clarify. So if what the staff needs to prioritize items or president, however, to the things that have to be done need to be at the top of the agenda. Because then when we get down close to 11 o'clock, we're going to either have another meeting that same month or it's going to be pushed to the next month.
Right.
Okay.
Things that absolutely have to take action. We need to do that first.
You get travel time?
And then we can make reports.
I'll just limit. Okay, we're gonna move on to the financials. Stuff.
I guess you may as well just kind of keep going, Kevin, because,
sure?
yeah, stuff that,
Well,
it's all related to them. We can get
Okay.
to it quick.
Can we release
Okay.
water and sewer?
Hey, Craig, thanks.
Well, they
Okay.
haven't got to their water, their
Oh.
reports yet.
Sorry.
we're on 16.
You want me to do the financial piece of that? Is that what you were calling for? Or are you gonna start up the top?
No,
one?
Jennifer
Yeah,
just said to
keep
keep
going
going.
with-
Okay, consider and take appropriate action. This is number 16. Consider and take appropriate action to increase retainage fees for professional services by New Gen Strategies related to PUC Commission rate challenge.
Let me just say that Chris Eckroot, originally on retainer, the board had placed $80,000 with my firm. Of that, Renee's probably got the best number of, and then we added 70. So currently you've got 150,000 on retainer.
Right,
Of
with
that,
request of an additional 50.
right. And
Make
of
it
that,
200.
I'm asking, have 90,000 been used of the retainer?
Yes, the retainer has $90,234 spent.
Okay, spent, okay. So, the portion that the board had allocated per Chris Eckroot's request in the very beginning has been exceeded. So expert witness fees has already been exceeded their original estimate. So Chris had said we need an additional approximately 50,000 on retainer. So that's what this is all about. You're not yet to your, what you already have on retainer. You haven't
Part
yet
of that
reached
was
amount.
for John Carlton
That's
too,
right.
right?
The
I
whole
just wanna
thing is
point
John
that out.
Carlton, the attorney, and Chris Eckroot, the expert witness.
Can I ask a question of clarification? So that portion of the budget goes through your firm, correct?
That's right.
And so I'm assuming when things have to be done, you farm out that portion of the work to them to do, and you just kind of manage that process?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion? You looking for an additional 50,000 retainage fee?
Yeah.
Correct?
Up to what, 150 or 200?
It's already
It's
150.
up to 200.
But all of it hasn't been used, only 90,000 of it. Do I have a
Okay.
motion?
Jim Thomas is out of the room.
And it's a direct pass-through. There's no fees that are generated by our firm whatsoever.
No, it was just
Yeah,
wondering who
it's
managed the relationship, if
Yeah,
it was
there's
being
no
managed to you, if it
percentage,
was a.
There's not
Not a
even like,
percentage charged.
Yeah.
yeah. No fee, no percentage whatsoever. It's a complete.
Well, there is
pass-through.
hourly fee in the management
For,
of the.
with you managing the relationship.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But there's no percentage like sometimes is involved in situations like this. There's nothing like that.
I'll make a motion on item 16 that, my motion is to approve the increase in retainage fees for professional services by New Gen Strategies related to Public I can't talk anymore, Public Utility Commission rate challenge to a total of 200,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Director Hayes, a second by Vice President Wilson. Just to recap for Jim Thomas, Jim Hayes has made a motion to increase the retainage fees for professional services by New Gen Strategies related to PUC rate challenge. You understand the motion?
Yeah, I had it going
Okay.
out, so I heard it coming
Got a
back in.
motion by Director Hayes, second by Vice President Wilson. Discussion? I see none. All in favor? We have four, all opposed?
I think,
Are you-
I think
he's
he
just
abstained.
abstaining.
Director
abstaining.
Rose is abstaining from this agenda item.
I'm never going to be able to read my
Okay.
handwriting on this stuff.
17, discussion regarding status of appeal of retail water and sewer rates pending with Public Utility Commission of Texas. It's just an update.
I don't really have anything this month. There's really no update. We're still just answering requests for information from the PUC staff and from the ratepayers. I will say that one of my goals before I leave is I need to have time to sit with Renee and go over possible questions and where she might find information. So I really want to kind of spend some time focusing on that, and I'll kind of get to the whole overall, not just this area, but later in my manager's report. But right now it's actually kind of quiet and not a lot happening with that, so that's good. It's just kind of passing of information.
Okay. Anybody have any other discussion? Director Rose?
I will do this. The board needs to consider how they're going to handle the loss of the general manager in the rate case, whether you're going to retain her as a consultant or something to testify in the cases down there. You need to think about that.
I don't think you're involved in it that much, are you? As far as compiling documents or?
I was told I would be subpoenaed to this, so I'm not, I'm not sure I have a choice.
You have direct testimony on file.
Right, yes.
I'll see you at the end of January.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, 18 we already handled. 19, consider and take appropriate action regarding district governmental accounting standards board Gatsby accounts. A, relocation of funds of Gatsby IT to Gatsby Sewer. B, relocation of other Gatsby account funds. Staff?
Okay, this was, if you all recall, last month we decided to move some money from the IT Gatsby and create a new sewer Gatsby. For whatever reason, we've never had a sewer Gatsby account. And refresh me, was that the I-beam, right?
Yes, to pay for the I-beam.
Pay for the I-beams, yes. And so what this is requesting that you all said, just bring this back next month for us to kind of formally reallocate the Gatsby IT, that amount over to a new Gatsby sewer account. So that's what this is. Then there was talk about, do we need to reallocate other things? I think the answer is no, but we put it on the agenda just in case somebody had an idea. But mostly it's just to move that IT over to sewer.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. The relocation of funds from IT to sewer, I think you mentioned maybe at the last meeting or so that might not be the way to go anymore as far as the I-beam because of the erosion.
Yes, that is true. But at this point, we don't know that. We're actually going to meet with the engineer later this week. But what's happened is, even since we've approved this, the erosion underneath the I-beams and around the new footing that was put in, and the pipe itself, there's a lot more pipe showing. That bank is already eroding really bad.
So
And I've asked Carl and them, they've are going to mark or you've already marked the pipe and the footing so that we can kind of start seeing how fast that erosion's happening, but it's happening fast.
Okay, I haven't been back out there, but we put footings in.
Mhm.
That work was done. Put
Mhm.
the I-beams on top of the footings, and now we're getting erosion down around the new footings?
at the ends.
At the
At
ends,
the ends.
and the I-beams do not have the footing. They're not the permanent installation of the I-beams. That's what this was going to be
Okay.
used for.
Okay.
But just where they're laying,
Yes.
you can see
Yes.
it's run off
I
very
gotcha.
badly
Okay.
there.
I thought maybe the work had been done and we were having erosion
No.
issues.
Jennifer, have we done anything to bring this to the Corps' attention and ask for their help?
Yes, I have an email from Kevin, and the Corps' rule is that for every inch of tree that you move, you have to do 6 times as much or something redo. So in other words, if that tree is about 50 inches around, if they gave us permission, which he says, the guy with the Corps said that is most likely never going to happen. But if we did get permission for them to remove that tree, then we would have to replace it 6-to-1. So that would be 300 inches of trees that would have to be replanted. And those trees, you have to water and keep them alive for you have to watch them for water them for 4 years. And then you have to have an 80% living of those trees. So it's very, very minimal chance that we would ever be able to remove that tree. That's what it boils down to. So we're going to have to just look at other ways to mitigate the
I
problem.
want the Corps to remove it.
It's going to fall down anyway, so you want.
I want them to remove it.
And it's gonna take that pipe with it.
I mean, and you mentioned erosion a second ago. I mean, you use riprap to try to avoid that. If you've got
They
your-
will not allow us to put the riprap in.
I'm not asking for us to do it. I'm asking for them to do it. And by the way, if they don't want to do it, I think we need to get Congressman Burgess's office and see if they can't help us out here.
You want to take that lead?
I'd called him once
Yeah,
already.
he
gave the lead to
contacted them
Jennifer.
about removing the
done.
tree, and that was how it kind of culminated to the discussions
Yeah.
that we had with them.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
I have a question, concerned about the status of the pipe. Replaced the pipe. Is that a steel section across there now? What's that pipe?
It's ductile iron.
It's ductile iron, okay. If we continue to have erosion in the bank areas, lengthening the span, even though we have already done support work out there, is that pipe going to be okay for a while? Or are we in the danger zone of losing a pipe?
I mean, if it keeps eroding, eventually, we'll probably have to, either put more supports and probably replace more pipe.
Okay.
In
Or
our
both,
original-
because you
Yeah.
can replace the pipe, but it's still got to be supported.
Exactly.
The whole erosion is coming. It's not a running creek like Marshall Creek. It's a drainage creek.
Yeah.
It actually originates up by the entrance of
Glen, I
Hogan
think,
Glen,
yeah.
and it comes down. It's usually not running until it rains, and then it picks up all the
Runs like crazy.
concrete overflow from the new development in Hogan's Glen. Is that correct?
Yes. And just so the
Just
board
as
knows.
a point of order, I think we need to really kind of more look at, we can talk about this, that's on the manager's report as far as the crossing goes, but for
Can I
now,
make a
it's really
motion?
just about the
Yeah.
GASB
I make a
money.
motion that we reallocate the funds in Gatsby IT to Gatsby Sewer.
I'll second. We have a motion by Vice President Wilson, a second by myself. Any discussion?
Any need for those funds in GASB IT?
No,
Okay, thank
I mean,
you.
not at this time.
Not at this time, okay.
Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor? Unanimous.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay.
Okay, reallocation, you said we don't need to do anything.
No.
correct?
No, nothing
Okay.
else.
Moving on, consider and take appropriate action regarding the July 2016 combined financials and variance report. A, combined financials. B, variance report. Director Hayes?
Yes, I looked them over the results, and I had a question on fire overtime. The budget's at 48,735, and through 7 months they've spent 53,785. So I'm going to ask the chief about this next meeting. On fire revenues, we had a budget in there for account 135-425. The budget was 146-125, and year to date we haven't spent anything. So Renee explained to me that our financial auditors, we had it booked as revenue. He wanted it changed to liability, and I'm not aware why he wanted that, but we complied anyway. I guess when it comes in, we'll book it as revenue, won't we? Or just a reduction of liability?
When we move the money to the debt service, we will reduce the liability.
Okay. And the last thing I took a look at was we had a account 135-69-005. It was budgeted at $400,250, and as of July 31st, we were at $1,436,319. This is another revenue item, and Renee explained to me that there was some prior year billing that's slopped over.
Yeah, this was the 800,000 for that first Fort Worth water line that we just recently got the bill. That money was then committed, and we also paid just shy of $258,000 to Fort Worth Water for the engineering on the $4.6 million SWIFT funding. So those two expenditures in July makes up the million.
So I will make a motion that we approve July combined financials and July variance.
I'll second. Have a motion by Director Hayes, a second by myself. Any discussion? I see none. All in favor, show of hands. Unanimous. Okay, next one is reports and updates. Report on AWBD new director training class.
Okay, I'm going to make this quick. Went down to AWBD, new director training class. Was very, it was a very good workshop. Had several excellent speakers. Very knowledgeable, I would say. Would rate it. I would strongly suggest that new directors for sure attend the class. One of the things I've mentioned more than once, I learned that you need to know your expenses before you can set rates. The other thing, another thing picked up is you can't get rid of a mud until all the debt's paid off. Period. It's either that or you have a land swap deal where you can put that equal land put that debt on another piece of land. That's it. It's end of discussion. Until you can do those things, the mud will be here. Had some interesting conversations on sewer pipe at a lunch. Learned a lot about that stuff on H2S. I'd never heard of H2S before in my life, and next thing I know, it's an important factor for our operation. I think that's enough.
Okay, I wanted to comment on the fact that you found out you can't dissolve a mud without paying the debt off.
That's it.
Well, the situation on our debt, I think we're about 20 million in debt, 15 on the sewer and whatever we had in there before. And so 20 million, and Solana is about 20 to 25%, let's say 20. They would have to come up with 20% of 20 million.
Oh, no, you have to pay the whole thing off. It's
I
not a
understand.
percentage.
No, he's getting there.
I'm going to get there, and we would have to pay off the other 16 million. I'm talking in rough numbers now. In other words, we're going to be 80%, and if you dissolve the mud's going to have to come up with 16 million. The town of Westlake's going to have to come up with 4 million.
It's somebody has to show up with a pot of money.
That's
in
right.
order to make it happen.
I don't know where we get 16 million from here.
There's not even a discussion item left. I mean, after I said, and he said, the debt, bonded debt, particularly.
Well,
says
Gregory's
that's it.
still working. I think he can make a contribution toward that
Well, I
16
don't know.
million.
Okay.
Big bucks. That's it. Thanks.
Anything else? Okay.
If you want my slides, I'll be happy to send them to you.
Update from General Manager Search Committee, Vice President Wilson and myself. Did we make that scheduled meeting?
Yes,
Or
I put it on the calendar for the fire station training, fire station conference room, and we will send out the notice tomorrow.
To all the, okay, the status of it is we received some applications. Have we received any more?
Yes.
How many?
One.
Okay, we'll look at that when we get time. We received 3, we reviewed them. Couple of them didn't look too good, one of them possibility. We haven't seen the one that she just got in. At this time, we're looking at the interim. General manager contacted Director Thomas, gave us Bill Fitch. Is that correct?
Well,
Fry.
per y'all's instructions, I contacted
Yeah,
AWBD.
Bill Fry. I contacted Bill Fry with Severn Trent. He gave me a contact number locally, Clay Taylor, and I contacted him. He called me back today. We set up an appointment with Greg and myself for Monday at 1 o'clock in the fire conference room. That's the status of that.
Kevin also gave you the name of a search firm too.
Right.
Or at least AWBD gave you the name of a search firm that I passed on to both you and Greg.
Right. Next one is 23, General Manager Monthly Report for June 2016. A, Water District Operation. B, Meter Head Change-Out Program. Wastewater System Operations. D, Web Analytics. E, District Personnel Changes Update. F, Finance Update. And G, Project Status Updates.
Okay, I'm going to just make this really quick. If you all have questions, feel free to jump in and ask them. But LAS system, we have the pre-construction meeting this week, and then they'll get started on that. You all know the restroom renovation project. We did not have good luck with that. We had 0 bidders. So I talked with the engineer today. We're going to try to get that re-advertised. It will probably be the October meeting before you're taking bids, but that should come by before. So that is a project that we'll have to lap over into next fiscal year. You'll have to just carry the money over for the next fiscal year. Back to the aerial sewer line, we really had talked about that, but we're going to, Mike, Carl, and Kevin and I, our plan is to get together this week, maybe even tomorrow. I don't know if Mike's available, but me and Carl are available. Huh?
You mean today? Today,
yeah, in a few hours. Get with him and kind of talk about that and decide which way we want to go with it. The wastewater treatment plant upgrade project is ongoing. Very
quickly on that, we still phase 1 in November, or are we slipping further back?
Right now, we still think November. They've not given us any indication otherwise. The wastewater treatment plant permit renewal, we haven't really heard anything on that. So we're just assuming they're still working on the draft permit. The other thing I have in my manager's report is the personnel changes. I just mostly wanted to note that Terry Sisk is leaving as well. She's taken a new position. So we want to wish her well. And I also want to take just a moment, because I haven't had an opportunity otherwise, to say that I've truly enjoyed working with all of y'all, and I'm going to really, really miss that part of Trophy Club. But I also want to set the board's any concerns you have aside, in that you have a wonderful staff, a very knowledgeable Carl, Mike, Lori, Terry, and Renee know how to run this place. And I think that I couldn't have done it without them, and I know that each and every one of them brings their own special strengths, and they work together when they recognize if someone's not so good at something, how to kind of help them out with that. So it's important that you all do look for getting a new, interim manager, just kind of keep the things going on a daily basis. But I also want you to know that you have a staff that's perfectly capable, and I'm going to really, really, really miss working with them. They're a great bunch of people.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, this is probably your last meeting, but just want to say thank you for everything that you brought to the district. You actually, straightened out a lot of things. You inherited a lot of issues. You brought professionalism, expertise, and guidance, and plus, as you mentioned, the staff that we have in place. You mentored them. They respect you, very much, and you will truly be missed. So.
I
That's
would
true.
like for you all to join me in a round of applause.
How you gonna make me blush? Yeah. Thank y'all very much. That means a lot to me.
Pam, did you have anything to say? Or?
Oh, I just wanted to echo all of that. Jennifer's been fantastic. She's been great to work for or work with. She has the ability to bring out the best in people. She's a very good encourager. She's also extremely capable, can handle tough matters with a lot of a generous heart, at the same time as heading face on some challenging matters. It's a very rare quality. I have just really been thankful to have gotten to work with her. She did a great job for you.
Thank you.
Jim, you have anything, or Greg, anything?
No, I just say I talk to her probably a lot more than she probably wants me to. It seems like there's probably at least 3 or 4 times a week there's an hour conversation we have, and I've learned a ton from her in my short time. So I still plan on bugging you.
The one thing about Jennifer, I mean, weekends, holidays, vacation, I mean, she'll, answer the phone for a quick question. And, I mean, that's rare of anybody these days.
Kevin, excuse me, I did want to say a couple of things. I'm sorry, Jennifer, mine was on something else when Kevin asked. I think the thing that impressed me over the tenure that you've been here is the things that you brought to our attention that we needed to do, that we did not know that we needed to do. Because of the expertise you had and because of your own background, I mean, my gosh, it's just been item after item after item after item after item. And I want to thank you for that, because we're a much better mud district because of what you've had us do and what you've had us, face and what you've had us, work on. And I want to solidify what Kevin said is, I've always been somewhat of a workaholic. It just drives me. I can't believe it when you get a text message on Saturday and you answer it immediately. I mean, I just, sometimes in your new job, you're going to have to take your weekends off.
Yeah. I'll ask real quick if staff has anything to add, or you probably said it, offline. You don't have to.
Many times.
Yeah, okay. Went over on this side, okay.
I said mine twice.
Okay. And Terry, we'll miss you too. I appreciate it. Again, your professionalism and knowledge on HR and accounting, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. A lot better than Renee on the financial side.
Oh,
Just
nice.
wait. Just wait till she's gone.
Yeah, there you go.
And
good
you want to
luck.
talk to Renee.
Yeah. I understand you moving out of the area, so good luck with your future endeavors, and we'll miss you.
That is so true, Terry. We're thankful for you.
Okay, anybody else? We'll move on. Okay, 24. I think we're on 24, yep.
23?
23?
No, that was the
That was 20.
manager's report.
Oh,
That
I'm
was-
sorry. The wrong
I know,
sheet
yeah,
again.
just-
Okay, the board will convene into closed session pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code regarding personnel matters to deliberate a complaint submitted by Danny Mayer against Director Jim Thomas dated June 15th, 2016, and receive legal counsel findings regarding face of complaint regarding the same. We will go into...
Did you announce the time?
Yeah, we'll go into closed session at, believe it or not, 1:20 a.m. on August 17th, 2016.
We've had 2 meetings like this, haven't we? 2 o'clock in the morning?
Miguel, you okay? Okay, it is now
I lost it just
1:54 on August 17th, and we'll coming out of a closed session. We're back in regular session, and we considering number 25. Consider and take appropriate action regarding closed session items. I'll entertain any motion.
I move that we move this forward for further review and investigation of complaint. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Rose, a second by Vice President Wilson. Any discussion?
I want to say that I think that the best way to clear this issue is to have a hearing and allow the discussion to be held in an open meeting and make a decision. I think that's, for all the parties involved, I think that's the best way to do it.
I will restate what I said earlier. I think this is a personal dispute between 2 citizens of Trophy Club. I personally asked Jim at least once, maybe more, don't put that stuff on Facebook because you're not speaking for me. And I think on some of his communications on Facebook, he has said, I'm speaking as a private individual, but I do not feel he was speaking for me. And I had told him before he did it, and I've told him after he did it. So I'm not going to favor this motion.
Can I say something?
I guess. What do you think?
It's an agenda item. We can.
I would just like to say that it was not my desire to file this to start with. While after the election was over, I sent 2 emails to Director Thomas asking him to just meet with me so we could talk through it. Never got a response. So I filed the complaint. I got a letter from Lori about mediation. Fine. That way we can go sit down and talk. Director Thomas didn't even respond to the letter about mediation. And so my interest is that to just ignore it after every attempt I've made to sit down with him and talk, I'm not interested.
Okay, I mean, where do you, Mr. Mayor, is there something that you're seeking, an apology or a retraction, or just out of curiosity?
All I ever wanted, all I ever asked for was an apology for the things that he said and did, which were untrue. But he won't even talk to me about that. So I don't know what else to do except to lean on you based on your own rules. I mean, I did everything I know how.
Okay, we have a motion to move on with the hearing, which will happen at our next meeting. Do we have any more discussion?
Just one thing. the word untrue was used, and as I covered earlier, that untrue applies both ways.
Say that again now? I didn't hear you.
Half of the complaints are untrue, and I have documented proof to show you.
Okay.
I just recommend we have a secret meeting to go through this.
A what meeting?
This you got.
God, okay. Okay, we have a motion by Director Rose, second by Vice President Wilson. Everyone understand the motion? That will be going to hearing? Okay. Show of hands? Okay. I'll say, I don't agree with everything, but, you know, some things I think would be better to come out in a hearing than others, so.
Did you register
All
my?
opposed? All opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, you want to abstain or not vote, or?
Well, I think, you know, it'll come out. I think the allegations are false, and I think will show they are, but, you know, we'll do whatever you want to
Is
do.
that a yes or no?
What?
I think
Hearing.
I think he abstains.
Yeah, I'll abstain.
Okay. So we have Director Rose, myself, and Vice President Wilson, and then 4, and then Director Hayes opposed, Director Thomas abstained. Okay. Items for future agenda, number 26.
I think I heard earlier that you would like to consider whether to take water meter data logging fee out of the rate order.
Right, so we need,
Yes, and also to put on the agenda to remove the director's fees from the ethics policy is something that would need to be done. You've taken it out of the budget for next year, but there's still a policy that you can receive fees.
I thought we were going to bring an ethics policy back.
Yeah, we have that item as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that would be part of that.
That's slated.
Now that we've cleared out some of this other stuff, it's probably
Okay,
time to talk about it.
Maybe we should say for the public, we only got 2 public left, but that we are
Or 1.5.
we are committed to getting these meetings done by 11 o'clock.
Yes. Also, future agenda, weren't we going to come back with the models or something?
Yes, review the models
Yeah,
when they come
when,
back.
as soon as that's available, along with as soon as the, well, no, we did that, the other one we did contingent, so
days.
that's good.
60 days.
We did
Okay.
a contingent,
Anything else?
that's settled. Nope.
Okay. 27, announce meeting dates. Regular meeting on September 20th at 6 p.m.
I want to say something about that too, that it's very important that you not change that meeting because that will be
The budget meeting.
that will be the tax, the meeting
Tax
where
meeting.
we set the tax rate and Renee will start advertising. And so that seems like it's been an issue every year. At the last minute, someone wants to change and you cannot do that.
I could do the tax rate tonight.
Yeah, were we talking about having a special meeting? It seems like we talked about
We
it.
talked about it if you can get the rate study, the new models ran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, we'll leave, see what unfolds on that. Okay, anything else?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice President Wilson and a second by Director Rose to adjourn, and it is 2:02 on August 17th, 2016. All in favor?
Yes.
What about discussion?
I'm getting to it. Oh, yeah, discussion. None?
Oh, no, there's no
All in
discussion on
favor?
this one.
Sure, you usually have one.
No discussion on the motion to adjourn. It's your last chance to jump up and say, I want to reconsider. That's it.
Kevin, since we have